court probating his estate, Epstein, days before his death, transferred significant assets, including assets held by other defendants, into the 1953 trust. At the time of these transfers, Epstein had numerous actions pending against him related to his trafficking and sexual assaults seeking financial judgments. Through these transfers, Epstein and the Epstein enterprise fraudulently removed property and effects beyond the jurisdiction of the probate court. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise were parties to the fraudulent conveyance of the property, real or personal, and or the interest or rights arising out of property, contracts, or conveyances of Epstein and Epstein enterprise. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise acted with the intent to defeat, hinder, or delay creditors and claimants, including the government of the Virgin Islands, in collecting on their judgments, debts, and demands. Defendants, through a pattern of criminal activity, acquired and maintained, directly or indirectly, an interest in or control of the Epstein enterprise or real property. Defendants benefited, directly and indirectly, from the pattern of criminal activity conducted by the Epstein enterprise. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO 14 VIC 600. Count 21. Fraudulent conveyance, conspiracy to violate the Criminally Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 to 269 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. At all times, material herein, each defendant joined in a conspiracy to commit fraudulent conveyances. Each defendant engaged in acts that revealed its intent to join and participate in the criminal conspiracy, including, but not limited to, transferring assets to and between various entities controlled by Epstein and the Epstein enterprise to avoid, defeat, hinder, or delay claims against them. Upon information and belief, in an effort to defeat the claims of creditors and avoid the oversight of the court probating his estate, Epstein, days before his death, transferred significant assets, including assets held by other defendants, into the 1953 trust. At the time of this transfer, Epstein had numerous actions pending against him related to his trafficking and sexual assaults seeking financial judgments. Through this transfer, Epstein and the Epstein enterprise fraudulently removed property and effects beyond the jurisdiction of the probate court. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise were parties to the fraudulent conveyance of the property, real or personal, and or the interests or rights arising out of property, contracts, or conveyances of Epstein and the Epstein enterprise. Epstein and the Epstein enterprise acted with the intent to defeat, hinder, or delay the government of the Virgin Islands and other creditors and claimants to collect on their judgments, debts, and demands. Defendants knowingly benefited financially and or obtained other non-financial value from participation in the Epstein enterprise, which has engaged in human trafficking, forced labor, sexual servitude, and commercial sexual activity of girls and young women in knowing or reckless disregard of the laws of the Virgin Islands. At all times, material herein, each defendant conspired with Epstein and other defendants to fulfill the primary criminal purposes of the Epstein enterprise, human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. At all times, material herein, defendants engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that was not isolated, but was related to the affairs of the Epstein enterprise in violation of CICO. Count 22. Civil conspiracy. The government restates and realleges paragraphs 1 through 280 of this complaint as if fully set forth herein. Defendants acted in concert and joined with others, performed the wrongful acts identified in counts 1 through 13, among others concealing the sexual abuse of minor females by unlawful means. Each co-conspirator knew, or in the exercise of reasonable care should have known, about the conduct of the others and about the common unlawful scheme. These unlawful acts could not have been carried to the length and extent accomplished without the common understanding shared by Epstein and the Epstein Enterprise defendants. Each of the defendants had a duty to report, stop, or terminate the wrongful conduct. But instead, each defendant concealed, assisted, and furthered the wrongful acts by use of civil conspiracy. As a direct and proximate result of defendant's conspiracy, the Virgin Island has been injured. Each co-conspirator is jointly and severally liable for the acts alleged herein. Thank you, and I hand this back to the team.
Thank you so much, Senator Merkley, for joining us, and also thank you for fighting for transparency and justice for the Epstein survivors. We are now officially in our 8th hour of our stream, Cover to Cover Up, a public reading of the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Reading Room in Lower Manhattan. I'm Eliza Orlins, and I'm here with the Save America movement. While we read, we are raising money for the world without exploitation, and you can scan the QR code on your screen to give to support this organization that is doing such important work. I am now joined by Zev Shalev, Emmy-nominated investigative journalist and author of the Zev Shalev Substack. Zev, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Eliza, and thank you, everybody, the Save America movement. You guys have done a fantastic job. I can't believe you've been going for 8 hours. We had, 21 minutes already. It's incredible work. It's important work, so thank you very much for including me in it. And to everyone who's been reading before and everyone who'll be reading afterwards, it's really important that these Epstein files get the attention they deserve, and that's what everyone here is doing today, is making sure that the Epstein files is front and center in our while we've been reading, or you've been reading, Yetovan Noel, the correction officer who was on duty the night Jeffrey Epstein died, sat with the House Oversight Committee today for an extended interview that was not videotaped and transcribed. However, we'll get the full transcription soon. And what they looked at is the conditions under which Jeffrey Epstein was found dead. And then it also learned during the testimony today, although we knew this before, in November 2018 and July 2019, JP Morgan flagged 12 cash deposits to her account. One of them was $5,000 that landed 10 days before Epstein died. So, there are a lot of questions, of course, about whether Epstein suicide, whether he died. There's just lots of people who don't know the answer, and we may never know the answer, but we are beginning to get some of the details that are so important. I got involved in the story between his arrest and his death. I've been investigating Trump and Epstein for 10 years, but started on Epstein after he was arrested, but before he died. So this reading that we're doing tonight is really crucial because it's in that period of time, in those 5 weeks, that, he went from someone who was free and a billionaire to someone who became arrested and then died in a short amount of time. This is why this section of these files really matter. It's the moment that Epstein's own lawyers stood up in front of a federal judge and demanded that Judge Richard Berman actually launch an investigation into whether Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or whether he was murdered. So what we're reading is really critical in terms of understanding how the court system works, because after all, he was a subject of the court. They sent him into jail, therefore he was their responsibility. To this day, we do not know exactly the circumstances that he died. So let's get into the reading. His lawyers tried to tell the judge, by the way, that that there was good reason for him to start an investigation. That investigation did happen, but it's not complete. People do not know for sure whether Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide or died. So here we go, the reading. The client says this. Client's in and around the time of his death, and obviously the attorney-client privilege of death. wait, is this right? Reading the right spot here? Yes. By his death, and we are not going to forfeit the privilege, but we will report to the court with as much specificity as the court may want that at or around the time of his death, we did not see a despairing, despondent, suicidal person. Details to follow if the court wishes. The 800-pound gorilla, says the attorney, us, of course, are the video surveillance tapes. Obviously, we assume there is a tape that leads directly to the door where Jeffrey Epstein was housed. If that tape reports for 12 hours before his death, no one went in and no one went out of that room, then the suggestion that there was something other than suicide seems preposterous. Obviously, we'd see the tape, is what they're saying. But there is no such evidence that has surfaced to date, just the opposite. We have heard and we actually read in the press that the tapes were either corrupted or not functioning. Talk about a yikes. If in fact the system was broken for 6 months before Jeffrey Epstein was housed, that would be stunning incompetence. If it was allowed to continue to be inoperative when Jeffrey Epstein was housed, it would be incompetence times 10. But what if the tapes only broke down, were inoperative, or were corrupted on the day he was killed or the day he died? Well, then it would be a completely different situation. This is really important because what they're saying here, if this tape is just a temporary thing that happened while he died, obviously we're looking at something much more sophisticated than just a suicide. So this is back to the reading now. So where does this lead? I think where it leads is there are incredibly important questions that remain open. The public interest in this matter is obvious from this courtroom. There are conspiracy theories galore. We're all in for finding the truth. We believe this court has an indispensable role to play. Whether or not this indictment is dismissed, I think the court has the inherent authority to find out what happened on its watch. Obviously, when the court detained Jeffrey Epstein, the court did not anticipate that the weeks later he would be dead in his cell. I think given the inherent authority of the court should make an inquiry. This could come in many forms. Obviously, the court made inquiry as to what happens in the first incident when there was an allegation of attempted suicide. The court made inquiry. The court obviously was interested. I recall your language. You talked about that being one of the several open questions indicating interest in the court for the others as well. Obviously, the ultimate question is what happened to the client. The court obviously could hold hearings. The court could assign a lawyer to help the court. I think this is an area where there is public interest. We have complete confidence in the prosecutors in the Southern District and the FBI to do a competent investigation. But these allegations against the serious components of the United States Department of Justice, sometimes the appearance of justice is just as important as justice itself. I think the court supervising or at least keeping an interest in this proceeding is incredibly important for the public to have confidence in the ultimate findings, and certainly for us to have confidence in the ultimate findings. One more issue. The conditions of the jail, in a word, were dreadful, not just for Jeffrey Epstein, but for many of the prisoners over there. This is a prison within the shadow of this courthouse. The situation is rife with vermin. The abuse and the condition in the prison, in a word, are a disgrace, and everybody knows it. A person with authority told us, someone with knowledge, that the prisoners in Guantanamo, and he spoke with personal knowledge, are treated better than the prisoners right across the way. The feds certainly know how to run a disciplined, clean prison. I've been in 20 of them. They know how to do it just fine. And the question is, why in the world does it not happen down the road? I think it is a perfectly legitimate subject for the inquiry, make inquiry. In a word, we want the court to help us find out what happened. The court has a role to play. It is the institution most people have confidence in those very troubled times. So whether or not you dismiss this indictment, to us, is beside the point. We want you to stay on the case. We want you to conduct an investigation, and we want to know what happened here. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the response. Actually, I think this is the other attorney. I think it's first, as to the conditions, we think Your Honor trusted the government, the Bureau of Prisons, to keep our clients safe and keep him in civilized conditions. The government will again ask the defendants that they be detained at the MCC. Some subset of them will end up in the SHU unit, the SHU unit, which is isolation unit. It is horrific. I've called it medieval. There's vermin on the floor. There is wet from the plumbing, no sunlight. There's a limited exercise opportunity. It is simply conditions that no pretrial detainee, and I would go farther as a criminal defense lawyer, no United States defendant should be subjected to. Certain judges have taken views of the conditions. We would urge, Your Honor, the government we talk about transparency to see what kind of conditions exist within 50 or 100 yards of one of the great United States district courts. Second, we have a profound problem with the conclusions of the medical examiner. There are 3 reasons, Your Honor. This is so important. This stuff is so important. One is the timing of Mr. Epstein's demise. It was on August 10th that he died. On August 12th, a bail appeal motion was being filed in the Second Circuit. On August 12th or 13th, that's when they listened to that pending appeal. The United States attorneys were going to respond to our request for the preservation and production documents that would have facilitated and furthered our effort to demonstrate communications between the Southern District of Florida and the Northern District of Georgia, which was standing in the shoes of the District of Florida main justice and the Southern District. In other words, we were beginning the process of discharging our responsibilities. There had been no new evidence that Mr. Epstein had committed an offense against a minor after 2005. The subject matter of the New York prosecution was squarely within the heartland of the Florida NPA. We had a significant motion to dismiss. This was not a futile, defeatist attitude. Third, we had all the discovery motions that Your Honor had scheduled to the timing for a pre-trial detainee to commit suicide on August 10th, when his bail pending appeal motion is being filed on August 12th, strikes us as implausible. We had an independent doctor who was present at the autopsy, which occurred on August the 11th. On August the 11th, the city medical examiner's findings were that the death was inconclusive, or the reason for the death was inconclusive. We are told by a very experienced forensic pathologist that the broken bone of Mr. Epstein's neck, in his larynx, are more consistent with external pressure, with strangulation, with homicide, if you will, than with suicide. It doesn't exclude suicide, but the pure medical forensic evidence creates profound issues about what happened to him. Also, the time of death. A medical examiner's opinion is that it occurred at least 4 or 5 minutes and probably hours before 6 a.m. on August the 10th, when he was found, according to reports, yet he was moved, something that is not ordinary in these circumstances. Sorry, excuse me here. Apologies. According to the reports, yet this was moved, something that is not ordinary in these circumstances. Instead of having the cell in the condition it was found, if he had been dead for 45 minutes or 2 hours or 4 hours, there were efforts to move him and therefore make it more difficult to reconstruct whether or not he died of suicide or from other causes. That is a critical question. The fact that he was moved, possibly several times, makes it really difficult for people to know in what condition or where he's lying at the time of his death. And we'll never know the answer to that question. I spoke to Stacey Richmond, who is a responsible member of this court who represents the family of Mr. Epstein. She spoke to the medical examiner on Friday after Mr. Epstein's death and asked why the conclusion was made late in the afternoon on Friday that week. She specifically asked about what extrinsic non-medical evidence caused the medical examiner to go from uncertain to suicide. And she was told that the medical examiner had seen 9 minutes of one video, which was on a stairwell between the floors at the MCC. She was told that the principal video that would have showed the hole was corrupted. It was in DC with the FBI to see if they can reconstruct it. And I asked the same questions that my co-counsel did. Was the dysfunction of the critical pivotal video in the most secure prison east of Florence, out in Colorado, known to the MCC before August 10th? Or was this corruption occurring on August 10th, which would again cause it to be skeptical of the certitude of the medical examiner's conclusion that this was suicide rather than some other cause. So with my co-counsel, we ask, Your Honor, it is not a question of trust or not trust. They asked you to detain people, and you trust the Bureau of Prisons. And it is within your inherent authority, Your Honor, to find out what happened to our client. We are angry about the conditions he was held in. And we're also angry, quite frankly, Your Honor, that the only source of information that we get as to what happened to him is through the media, rather than the United States Attorney's Office. We've made informal requests. We've made TOHI requests. We've been told there is pending investigation. But we trust, Your Honor. I didn't get that. I think you said 5 minutes. It's okay. But we trust, Your Honor, and the judiciary. And with all due respect, we believe there is an inherent and central role, a pivotal role, for Your Honor to find out what happened to a defendant in a case before the court. Whether or not the court grants the null pros today, or whether it holds it pending an investigation into Mr. Epstein's death. We're not here without significant doubts regarding the conclusion of suicide. We are not here to say what happened. We don't know what happened, but we deeply want to know what happened to our client. Thank you, sir. Well, maybe stop there, because I think it's a good spot to stop and just maybe reiterate how important this particular reading is. Because we're finding out here how even the clients of Jeffrey Epstein, of the lawyers of Jeffrey Epstein at least, had no idea whether he had committed suicide or was murdered. That question has not been answered to anybody's full satisfaction. And a lot of the evidence, which we heard from Tova Noel today about the checks, and a lot of the evidence we've heard today that I'm reading here about the video surveillance and all of that other information that we're finding out, we just may never know if he committed suicide or was murdered. And of course, that is an important question to find out the whole of the Epstein saga and the solution to the whole of the Epstein saga. So I'll leave it there. I want to thank the Save America movement. Thank you so much for sharing this space and for allowing us to all have a reading and for keeping this important issue of the Epstein files front and center in front of the American public.
Zev, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you and couldn't agree more with everything you said, because we absolutely need to keep eyes on this story and we're not letting it go. So joining us now is Ken Harbaugh, host of the Ken Harbaugh Show and steering committee member for the Save America movement. Thanks for being here, Ken.
Thanks, Eliza. I wish I could say it's an honor to be here, but honestly, what I feel is anger at a system that failed these women so completely. Whatever honor there is in this tragedy belongs to those women who fought for decades, long after the system made clear it wasn't going to fight for them. I'm Ken Harbaugh, former Navy pilot and host of the Ken Harbaugh Show on the Midas Touch Network, and a steering committee member for the Save America movement. And what you're about to hear me read is a federal court transcript from August of 2019, a victim impact hearing held in the Southern District of New York following Jeffrey Epstein's death in custody. Epstein never faced his accusers in open court. He never had to sit across from these women and listen to what he did to them. This hearing was the closest thing to accountability that the justice system could offer. And it came only after decades of secret deals, silenced victims, and a criminal justice system that treated powerful men as a separate category of defendant. The voices in this document are survivors. Some used their names, some spoke as Jane Doe. All of them showed up anyway, knowing the man they came to confront was already dead, knowing the full justice they deserved had been stolen from them again. We're reading this because these words deserve to be heard out loud. Some of my clients are going to address the court that are here today, others are not. Some are going to use their names and have in the past, and others wish to remain anonymous. And I have instructed each of them to inform the court reporter that they will be proceeding as Jane Doe so that the court reporter can take them down, the court. For those who wish to remain anonymous, Mr. Edwards, exactly, Your Honor, the court. And that is satisfactory as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Edwards. Before we do that, I would like to address a couple of the things that have occurred this morning. First of all, whether relevant or not, I personally and on behalf of my clients do appreciate the presentation that Mr. Weingarten made and Mr. Marty Weinberg made. I have tremendous respect for Mr. Weinberg. I've worked with him through this and related cases for years, and I understand the reason why they made the presentation that they made. There are two things of interest to our clients in that respect. One is because of the tragic ending that none of my clients wanted, nor did I, nor did anyone else. If there is some civil rights violation and there is some civil remedy for Mr. Epstein that goes to the estate, certainly the victims are interested in that as they might help to repair the damage done. Second, Mr. Epstein's untimely death, the timing is curious to us, but more so, it makes it absolutely impossible for the victims to ever get the day in court that they wanted in court and to get full justice. That now can never happen. I know that Mr. Epstein's attorneys say he wanted it, and they know we did too. And there are a lot of people here today that are very sad by the way that this ended for both Mr. Epstein and the fact that full justice was robbed from them once again. The second issue I want to address was the law review or the law journal article that Your Honor referenced, which is troubling because the opinion seems to say that transparency is not appropriate in the criminal system and is not appropriate at this point in time. That's tough to swallow, especially in this case, given the long history of this case. Personally, it is tough to swallow, and on behalf of my clients, I can say that is very concerning. Transparency is the only way that the justice system works. We know this because there was a similar investigation of Mr. Epstein many years ago from 2005 to 2008. My personal involvement in this case was because a young female came into my office named Redacted, and she came to me not asking to file a lawsuit against Jeffrey Epstein, but simply asking for the government to talk to her. She was cooperating in an FBI investigation and wanted the government to speak with her, and I thought that was going to be an easy task. It was only a few months later that we learned that this investigation that was represented to my client in written form, that it would be a long investigation and to be patient, basically to hang tight. It was resolved by the way of a secret deal that never allowed any of the more than 30 victims who had been identified of Mr. Epstein's abuse in Florida to ever participate in a single hearing. There was a hearing. They were never notified. I then went on to represent many of them in civil cases and also in extensive pro bono work, and I can tell Your Honor that while Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of them hurt them and harmed them for many years, the feelings they had was aggravated exponentially by the facts that they had no rights in the criminal justice system, by the fact that they were treated as if they didn't matter. They were not allowed their rights under the Crime Victims' Rights Act, to meaningfully confer with prosecutors, to be treated with fairness, to be treated with dignity. That is what this is supposed to be about, and to have notice of hearings. So I do want to thank Your Honor, and especially the prosecutors who have worked this investigation and this case, which is very different in experience for all my clients and the other Epstein victims in this case, because they were allowed to be part of the process. While some of them elected not to be here today, that opportunity should always be allowed for them. In 2008, we filed that case under the Crime Victims' Rights Act because our clients' rights were violated, and as Your Honor knows, a federal judge has ruled in our clients' favor that their rights were violated. So this hearing today means a lot to them. The fact that they may never get their chance to speak in court, they may never get complete closure, and all of us have to wonder if their rights had been afforded them the first time, would any of us be here now? Or wouldn't it more likely be the case that everyone, including Jeffrey Epstein, would have turned out better for it? Today, I've not only represented, but met and become very close with many of these victims, many of these survivors. They are very strong people. They are people who have persevered through a lot of adversity. It's been a roller coaster of emotions that has led us to where we are today. And while they have all been cast over the years because of the secrecy of the first investigation in the shadow as victims, you can't put them all in one bucket and say one size fits all. They are each individual people who are harmed differently and distinctly through not only the abuse, but the system. On behalf of all of them, I would like to thank Your Honor for the fairness with which they've been treated, and the United States Attorney's Office for the way in which you have handled this investigation, and especially how you have treated the victims in this case. Like I said, I have many who want to speak, some that can't. This is a very difficult day for them, but we appreciate the opportunity and the invitation. The first client that I have that is going to address Your Honor is the one who walked into my office in 2008 asking just to be heard, name redacted. The court. Hold on one second. Did you all want to be seated? You don't need to be standing. Whatever is more comfortable until you're ready to give some comments. It's up to you. Redacted. If you could spell your name for the court reporters, please. The name is redacted. My name is redacted, and I'm a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused me for years, robbing me of my innocence and mental health. Jeffrey Epstein has done nothing but manipulate our justice system, where he has never been held accountable for his actions, even to this day. Jeffrey Epstein robbed myself and all the other victims of our day in court to confront him one by one, and for that, he is a coward. I want to thank the U.S. attorneys for seeking justice that has been long overdue, and most importantly, given us, the victims, our day in court to speak our piece and find some sort of closure. I feel very angry and sad that justice has never been served in this case. Thank you. The court. Thanks very much, Mr. Edwards. I believe my next client who is going to speak is probably going to speak as Jane Doe. Jane Doe number one. Yes, Jane Doe. The court. We'll say Jane Doe number one just for the record. Jane Doe number one. Okay. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I've shifted what I want to say in hearing what's already been said, and just about the question of Jeffrey's death. I don't know what the relevance is to this hearing, but I do know that it is profoundly relevant to my life as a victim. I don't like that word, but I still feel like I am learning the ways that he's impacted me as a complex situation. But he was also a major part of my life. As destructive as that relationship was, and as much of a villain as we have created him to be, based on facts, we've created him to be a villain. He's a complex villain, and actually all of that is irrelevant. Anybody deserves an investigation is the right thing to do. Like, we do need to know how he died. I felt like a whole new trauma all over again. And I don't know why, because I'm trying to defend myself against him at this point in my life, but it still does not feel good. It didn't feel good to wake up that morning and find out that he had allegedly committed suicide. Okay. But I also want to say to the press, I'm reading, I read my story in the paper. I read so many other girl stories that are so similar to my own, and everything that's been focused on is not the most important part of it. The problem with focusing on the facts of the situation that were out of the ordinary, and because he was such a grand person and it was just a unique situation. I know that's the more interesting side of the story, but I don't want to be used as entertainment. And the fundamental problem of the whole situation is the element of exploitation and coercion. And these are things that so many girls can relate to. And even though this Jeffrey Epstein brought it to a grand scale on some level, a lot of girls could relate to the trauma that we are talking about. And even though this whole situation sucks, I would like to think that it may be possibly a catalyst for change, because obviously, as we're seeing with the Me Too movement, change needs to happen. And what I'm seeing in the papers is not a common story, but it's so much more common than you realize. That's all. Thank you. The court. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards. I believe that the next client is going to also be a Jane Doe. So I think for the purposes of the record, it will be Jane Doe 2. The court. Yes. Jane Doe number 2. Good morning, Your Honor. The court. Good morning. How are you? Jane Doe number 2. Doing okay. I hadn't prepared any words to speak today, but there is something that was on my mind this morning when I got here. It's been on my mind and reading through the press and through the people that I've spoken to about it, friends, family. It's something that's bothered me because I think it has a lot of blame in it as well. A little bit of what my friend who was up here was speaking about. I think that a lot of people asked why we spent so much time, why we stayed. It's an experience that's really hard to explain to people who haven't gone through it. I think there's a writer, Thomas Nagel, who wrote an essay called What Is It Like to Be a Bat? And I think that he touches on it pretty strongly. And if you haven't experienced something, it's very hard to fully understand why someone makes the decisions they do and what the circumstances were. I don't want to speak for all of the victims. I think each of us has a different story and different circumstances for why we stayed in it. But for me, I think he was really strategic in how he approached each of us. Things happened slowly over time. We didn't, it was almost like putting it like that analogy of a frog being in a pan of water and slowly turning the flame up. You didn't realize it was happening. And it just, I don't think anyone can fully understand the experience, but the blame feels very strong. There's a lot of support as well, but I just want people to try to understand that we aren't bad people. We weren't trying to, it wasn't a situation where we were trying to extort money from someone. A lot of us were in very vulnerable situations and in extreme poverty, circumstances where we didn't have anyone on our side to speak on our behalf. And that's really scary. You start to blame yourself because at first you don't tell anyone what's happening, and it becomes your deep, dark secret that you tried to keep from everyone. And I didn't even know I was a victim until I spoke with my lawyers. I had no idea. I had so much self-hatred and doubt and just guilt for everything. I still do. I still don't feel like I deserve to say I'm a victim. And I think that's a big problem with our society right now, that people are still blaming victims. And I think that does need to change. I hope that today people understand that each of us has a story, has a past, has a family, and just give us a chance to, that's basically all I just wanted to say. The court, thank you so much. Jane Doe number 2, thank you so much. The court, okay. Mr. Edwards, okay, I think that the next person who is going to speak is also going to be speaking as Jane Doe. So for the purposes of the record, Jane Doe number 3. Jane Doe number 3, thank you for allowing us to speak today. I came to New York City 15 years ago to pursue modeling from a small town. I signed on with an agency and was excited to pursue my passion and my dream. Several months later, I met a female who told me about Mr. Epstein. She portrayed him as an amazing man who genuinely cared for people and that he was going to be able to help me in a modeling career. I was excited to meet him. After hearing her talk about him, he sounded like an amazing person. An introduction was made at his New York home, and it is there that I was sexually assaulted. I left his home after he threw me, basically put money on the table, and I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. This was not the way I was brought up, and I couldn't believe that this had happened to me. I left, and my world kind of spiraled after that. I stopped going on modeling castings. I gained weight. I became depressed. I stopped going out with my friends, and only 5 months after I had been in New York City to pursue my dream, I left. I left the modeling industry, and I left New York City, and I totally switched my career paths. I buried this deep within me, and all of the new occurrences that have come up in the media, it's what brought it back up for me. And I feel sickened and saddened that it took so many years and God knows how many victims for this to finally come out. But I'm thankful it did. And I'm just angry that he's not alive anymore to have to pay the price for his actions. So I thank you for your time. The court, you're very welcome. Mr. Edwards. Your Honor, Jane Doe number 4, I believe, is going to speak now. Jane Doe number 4. Good morning, Your Honor. The court, good morning. Jane Doe number 4. I just have something very short to say. I met Jeffrey Epstein at a very vulnerable place in my life, and whatever the outcome is with everything, I just wanted to express that we, the victims, we will always carry irreparable damage and pain throughout our lives after this. It's something that's never going to go away. Whoever we marry in our life, whatever future we have in our life, it's always going to be something that's always there for us. And I'm very nervous right now. And Jeffrey Epstein, he took away the chance I had at having the future I had envisioned for myself as a young girl. And I think many of us here today will never fully heal from that pain and the heartache that will continue carrying with us. So I just wanted to say that. It's something that's irreparable. I can't even really use a better word to describe that. So thank you for hearing us today. The court, you're very welcome. Mr. Edwards. Your Honor, Jane Doe number 5 would like to speak. Jane Doe number 5. This is a letter that I wrote, so it's going to be Dear Jeffrey, I think you are a mentally disturbed human being. You used your power to make me believe at a young age that I could have my dreams of being a model. You paid for your freedom. You violated my rights. You should have to pay for them just as anyone else. You got a plea deal that no one else would have been able to get. You used your money to get out of paying the price for your actions. Also, as a victim, I never got to see what the agreement was or why the special treatment got approved. I think you should have been in jail for several years in population and lived like everyone else that is mentally disturbed like you. You paid for yourself to get special treatment while you were in jail. Don't even think you spent a day in jail as a normal human being. You had investigators come to my house and also went to my friend's house to question them. I will never be able to I will never be able to get over the overwhelming emotions and embarrassment I experienced from that trauma. I needed therapy several times a week and had high stress and anxiety levels. You paid your way to make the public think that the girls had nothing in life going on for them. You wanted to try and blame that we were lower class, and that was the problem with the girls. I was from a middle class family and did well in school. I lived the American girl dream or the American girl life. I went on family vacations around the world, grew up in a good city, and my parents are still married to this day. Basically, everything you said that we didn't have in our life, I did. It all came down to I was told I was making $200 in an hour. Being young, that was a lot of money, and I didn't know any better. Sadly, you were the one with an illness that you should have to go and see a doctor and also have a mentor group for the sickness you have. I will continue with writing my book about that secret life with all the newspaper articles of the case, my high school agenda book off official dates. I'm basing that proof that I deposited cash after leaving Jeffrey's. I still have all of the information, articles that I collected over the years. You mentally and physically traumatized me. I went to therapy, and it was the best thing I did for myself. If anyone only learns one thing from this case, I hope it is that money should not let you buy your way free. A crime is a crime, and a victim is a victim. Thank you. The court, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, Your Honor, my next client is redacted. I met Jeffrey Epstein through my first massage teacher, a man who took me in as his apprentice to teach me a practice I wanted to learn while in desperate search to find a cure for a debilitating neurological disorder that I have, which manifests into violent vomiting attacks largely triggered by stress. It's called cyclic vomiting syndrome. I was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. Upon my first meeting of her, I wouldn't know that I had been recruited until many years later, when I would read it in a headline. Ghislaine and Jeffrey took me in. They sent me to school. They gave me a job. They flew me around the world, introduced me to a world I had only dreamt of, and made me feel as though I had become a part of their family, another thing I was desperately searching for. But on my third or fourth time meeting them, they brought me to Jeffrey's Island for the first time. And on the first night there, redacted, came tapping on my door late at night to inform me Jeffrey was ready for another massage. My instincts told me this didn't feel right, but I got up and followed her to a villa I hadn't yet seen, Jeffrey and Ghislaine's villa. I began my massage, trying not to let him smell my fear and obvious discomfort. But before I knew what was happening, he grabbed onto my wrist and tugged me towards the next half page is redacted. I spent 2 weeks vomiting almost to death in a Los Angeles hospital after that first encounter. Jeffrey's abuse would continue for the next 3 years, and I allowed it. That's the end of the transcript. And those moment for decades. Some gave their names, some of them didn't, but all of them told the truth. Jeffrey Epstein died in custody before he could be held accountable in open court. But the men who enabled him, who protected him, and benefited from what he did, many of them are still very much alive. And the institutions that looked the other way, that offered him sweetheart deals and treated his victims as inconveniences, those institutions are still functioning. That's why this transcript matters. That's why this reading matters. Not as historical artifact, but as an indictment, an active If you want to know why so many Americans have lost faith in the idea that the law applies equally to everyone, this is your answer. It's right here in the words of these women who had to fight for decades just to be heard in an empty courtroom after the man who hurt them had already escaped the only justice that was available. We owe it to them to keep asking the questions that powerful people would prefer we didn't. Thank you so much. I'm Ken Harbaugh.
Ken, thank you so much for joining us. We are approaching 9 hours of live. Good job to all of us. Thank you, everyone who has joined thus far. I am now joined by the executive director of the Save America movement, Mary Corcoran. Mary, Sam has partnered with the Institute for Primary Facts on this extraordinary event. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for including me in this and for all that you've done. But would love for you to introduce yourself before you read and kind of let folks know what we're hoping to accomplish with this event. Thanks.
Thank you, Eliza, and thank you so much for being our MC and helping us put this on in such a short period of time. At the Save America movement, we were watching the testimony of the survivors in Palm Beach last week, and we were struck by how little coverage their testimony that was so extraordinary. We were struck by how little it was covered by the mainstream media. And from that observation came this idea to do this 24-hour Epstein Files filibuster, to force eyes to this story and take a step to keep this critical story in top of mind for America. So I'm very honored to be here. I've been so moved by everything that I've experienced today. It's hard to put into words, but these survivors deserve justice. They deserve accountability, and I know that we won't stop until they get it. So I'll start reading. From Redact to Jeffrey Epstein. I understand that you want to do better for me, but you should understand what is better firstly. It's like feeding someone who likes oranges very much, but have a severe allergy on them. I appreciate your help very much. You taught me and showed me a lot, but you can't change me. Excuse me for being not happy as you used to see those baby dolls. Excuse me for not answering your emails on time because Redact, very busy. And for looking like a shit when I came to you, etc. Yes, young, but not that stupid Jeffrey. And I know what do usually mean and usually doesn't. There's some, I think, translation here. I know what you expect from me, Jeffrey, but I will not say that, not for me. Sometimes it's better to say, darling, beautiful bitch who comes to your house, and you like me, everybody likes me, and I love myself, and you also. I am in troubles, darling. Transfer me money, sweetheart. You can't say no. You're a gentleman. Yes, successful. Yes. I see it every day and how it works, and I had a lot of opportunities to say that by myself to a lot of people, believe me. Of course, they also tell, you baby girl are going to go with me at my place. I will fuck you twice. You will suck my cock, and I will have your ass 3 times. End quote. Gosh, how good it works. All right, Jeffrey, you have a lot of them. Go ahead. I know that I was that one who never did something for you when she didn't want to. and never expecting something back. Believe me, if I had an opportunity, I would never take money from you when going home. Sorry, not used to this world. Not your daughter for you to deal with my problems. And this is all my fault. I chose it myself. Me was not working. Me was taking money from friends and enemies just because no choice was seen at that moment. But it will be seen, I believe. Can't see the reason to delay my ticket. It should be better to bring it back. Can't see the reason to meet me the second day. Not a toy, Jeffrey. Thank you. From Jeffrey Epstein. Bring all the info, your arrest and court date, your visa info. From Redact. Hello, Jeffrey. Firstly, about jail. You are the person with whom I should be honest. That's for shoplifting. I was at Macy's with Redact, and both of us took some clothes from the men's department and went to the women's fitting rooms to put them in the bag. One Fred said that this place is the most easy to take something a long time ago. I never used to do that, but when I recognized that I need to go home and even have nothing from my dad, brother, and boyfriend, I made this stupid thing first and last time in my life. So they put us in jail, but Redact was out in the night and I moved to the prison. It was awful. I was sitting with 24 sick Afro-Americans till the evening of next day. I can't believe how it was for you. Then I had my court and my lawyer said that I can go to it when I will come back to it. Freedom is the most expensive that we have. Sorry for that news. I didn't expect that from myself either. As about going home, I don't know. I don't know, Jeffrey. Going crazy. I'm really ready to lose my head. I want to tell you everything and know how you think about that, because nowadays you're the only person who can tell me what is better. Thinking of me, and this will be the most clever answer. I have my ticket on the 11th. I called my mom. She picked up the phone at this time, but is not talking to me. I just said the date when I come for her to know. I was happy to hear something different from do whatever you want, as usual. If you come back to live in your Redact however you want, and we just don't care. That's because my parents are too angry on me. I made so many mistakes. And the main thing that hurts is that my dad is not even talking with mom because of me. And it's very difficult to know that my dear mother is all alone and mad about everything. That's why I want to go back home. I didn't see them from June, and I want to say sorry to them and make my parents live together. Concerning my study, it is a really good university. Despite that it is an English education system, and all my lessons are in English and in similar program. It is kind of franchise university, Westminster International University in Redacted. I like it very much, and I really want to study there. Maybe I will transfer to U.S. University in the future, but I don't want to lose the year because Redact here. I should go home and finish the year for it, despite the fact that I have nothing to pay for it, but I hope to be good with parents. Jeffrey, but I have a lot of money that I owe to people. I know this is stupid. Redact. A lazy fuck, as you usually say, but I really can't leave this country until I deal with them. And moreover, I owe to Redact, and that is the most awful thing ever, because she paid for me from January for everything. I hope to have my job at the end of January as a model. Very good, but they didn't like my hair. Now she is on her way to home, and every time says to me, I can't go home because I need my money, and I understand her. I just the day before yesterday counted everything I need to do and to resolve and understand that this is a huge amount of money, but there is no other choice. I can't go home without it. I really can't. I need to give credit at Chase, which from September, I need to give Redact her money. And my two friends also, I need to pay for my study, buy suitcases, pay for overweight, buy something home, minimum, pay for my study, put on braces, live for the first time in a dormitory, because I will have my work from March at Aegis Engineering Company. They took me and I can feed myself, so this is impossible. I should wait and stay here to have some work and solve the problems. I can't go home like that in addition to my parents really mad at me. But I thought about not going home, but I can't stay here. My visa expires on the 16th. Redact is finally going home. Redact alone. Nowhere to live, nothing to do. You understand that it is impossible. And moreover, I should call my parents and tell them I was studying in the university for 4 years and now even will not end my year. Having nothing, I will stay in U.S. without visa and do nothing, nowhere, and with nobody. I don't know, Jeffrey, what is better. I redact really tired. I don't even know how I could get in such a situation. Oh, I know, but then I think about how stupid I am to do that. Today is 8th. My flight is on 11th. I am sorry for writing such a big mess, but I wanted to tell this to somebody. You are the only who can tell me the right things. I see you are my friend and wish all the best for me. Tuesday, March 13th, 2012. From Redact to Jeffrey Epstein. I was being a bad student lately and didn't do my work. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redact. Only a few more days. From Redact to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeffrey. The 4th will be okay for us. From Redact. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redact. Dinner on the 4th? From Redact to Jeffrey Epstein. Today you have lunch with Steve Koslin at 12. Yes, come at 12, 9 East 71st Street. From Redact, wrote, morning. So I survived the Met in one piece with, awful stories other than it was emotional, and I went home to bed, big gold star. How are you, honey, and when are you free? Are you free? X. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redact. I didn't call anyone. I will find out. From Redact, wrote, sorry I didn't come see you today. I didn't feel great and didn't leave my hotel. As you called my mother, you know where I am. Calling my mother is out of bounds. I would not call yours. I will be free after tomorrow and hope we can see each other. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redact. Please try to remember you must not take direction from others. Okay. The grand jury charges. The charges set forth herein stem from the role of Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, in the sexual exploitation and abuse of multiple minor girls by Jeffrey Epstein. In particular, from at least in or about 1994, up to and including at least in or about 1997, Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. The victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein, both of whom knew that certain victims were in fact under the age of 18. As a part and in furtherance of their scheme to abuse minor victims, Maxwell, the defendant, and Jeffrey Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for and subjection to sexual abuse. Moreover, in an effort to conceal her crimes, Maxwell repeatedly lied when questioned about her conduct, including in relation to some of the minor victims described herein when providing testimony under oath in 2016. During the time periods charged in this indictment, Maxwell, the defendant, had a personal and professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was among his closest associates. In particular, between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, Maxwell was in an intimate relationship with Epstein and also was paid by Epstein to manage his various properties. Over the course of their relationship, Maxwell and Epstein were photographed together on multiple occasions. Beginning in at least 1994, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, enticed and groomed multiple minor girls to engage in sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein through a variety of means and methods, including but not limited to the following. A. Maxwell first attempted to befriend some of Epstein's minor victims prior to their abuse, including by asking the victims about their lives, their schools, and their families. Maxwell and Epstein would spend time building friendships with minor victims by, for example, taking minor victims to the movies or shopping. Some of these outings would involve Maxwell and Epstein spending time together with a minor victim, while some would involve Maxwell or Epstein spending time alone with a minor victim. Having developed a rapport with a victim, Maxwell would try to normalize sexual abuse for a minor victim by, among other things, discussing sexual topics, undressing in front of the victim, being present when a minor victim was undressed, and or being present for sex acts involving the minor victim and Epstein. Maxwell's presence during minor victims' interactions with Epstein, including interactions where the minor victim was undressed or that involved sex acts with Epstein, helped put the victims at ease because an adult woman was present. For example, in some instances, Maxwell would massage Epstein in front of a minor victim. In other instances, Maxwell encouraged minor victims to provide massages to Epstein, including sexualized massages during which a minor victim would be fully or partially nude. Many of those massages resulted in Epstein sexually abusing the minor victims. In addition, Epstein offered to help some minor victims by paying for travel and or educational opportunities, and Maxwell encouraged certain victims to accept Epstein's assistance. As a result, victims were made to feel indebted and believed that Maxwell and Epstein were trying to help them. Through this process, Maxwell and Epstein enticed victims to engage in sexual activity with Epstein. In some instances, Maxwell was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims. Such incidents occurred in the context of massages, which developed into sexual encounters. Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims, knowing that he had a sexual preference for underage girls and that he intended to engage in sexual activity with those victims. Epstein's resulting abuse of minor victims included, among other things, touching a victim's breast, touching a victim's genitals, placing a sex toy such as a vibrator on a victim's genitals, directing a victim to touch Epstein while he masturbated, and directing a victim to touch Epstein's genitals. Between approximately in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims by, among other things, inducing and enticing and aiding and abetting the inducement and enticement of multiple minor victims. Victims were groomed and are abused at multiple locations, including the following: a multi-story private residence on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York, owned by Epstein, the New York residence; an estate in Palm Beach, Florida, owned by Epstein; a ranch in Santa Fe, Mexico, owned by Epstein; Maxwell's personal residence in London. Among the victims induced or enticed by Maxwell, the defendant, were minor victims identified herein as minor victim 1, minor victim 2, and minor victim 3. In particular, and during time periods relevant to this indictment, Maxwell engaged in the following acts, among others, with respect to minor victims. Maxwell met minor victim 1 when minor victim 1 was approximately 14 years old. Maxwell subsequently interacted with minor victim 1 on multiple occasions at Epstein's residences, knowing that minor victim 1 was under the age of 18 at the time. During these interactions, which took place between approximately 1994 and 1997, Maxwell groomed minor victim 1 to engage in sexual acts with Epstein through multiple means. First, Maxwell and Epstein attempted to befriend minor victim 1, taking her to the movies and on shopping trips. Maxwell also asked minor victim 1 about school, her classes, her family, and other aspects of her life. Maxwell then sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive content by, among other things, undressing in front of minor victim 1 and being present when minor victim 1 undressed in front of Epstein. Within the first year after Maxwell and Epstein met minor victim 1, Epstein began sexually abusing minor victim 1. Maxwell was present and involved in some of this abuse. In particular, Maxwell involved minor victim 1 in group sexualized massages of Epstein. During those group sexualized massages, Maxwell and or minor victim 1 would engage in sex acts with Epstein. Epstein and Maxwell both encouraged minor victim 1 to travel to Epstein's residences in both New York and Florida. As a result, minor victim 1 was sexually abused by Epstein in both New York and Florida. Minor victim 1 was enticed to travel across state lines for the purpose of sexual encounters with Epstein, and Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 1 after minor victim 1 traveled to Epstein's properties, including in the context of a sexualized massage. Maxwell interacted with minor victim 2 on at least one occasion in or about 1996 at Epstein's residence in New Mexico when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18. Minor victim 2 had flown into New Mexico from out of state at Epstein's invitation for the purpose of being groomed for and or subjected to acts of sexual abuse. Maxwell knew that minor victim 2 was under the age of 18 at the time. While in New Mexico, Maxwell and Epstein took minor victim 2 to a movie, and Maxwell took minor victim 2 shopping. Maxwell also discussed minor victim 2's school, classes, and family with minor victim 2. In New Mexico, Maxwell began her efforts to groom minor victim 2 for abuse by Epstein by, among other things, providing an unsolicited massage to minor victim 2, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Maxwell also encouraged minor victim 2 to massage Epstein. Maxwell groomed and befriended minor victim 3 in London, England, between approximately 1994 and 1995, including during a period of time in which Maxwell knew that minor victim 3 was under the age of 18. Among other things, Maxwell discussed minor victim 3's life and family with minor victim 3. Maxwell introduced minor victim 3 to Epstein and arranged for multiple interactions between minor victim 3 and Epstein. During those interactions, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to massage Epstein, knowing that Epstein would engage in sex acts with minor victim 3 during those massages. Minor victim 3 provided Epstein with the requested massages, and during those massages, Epstein sexually abused minor victim 3. Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 3 on multiple occasions, including at times when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, including in the context of a sexualized massage. Maxwell's efforts to conceal her conduct. In or around 2016, in the context of a deposition as part of civil litigation, Maxwell, the defendant, repeatedly provided false and perjurious statements under oath regarding, among other subjects, her role in facilitating the abuse of minor victims by Jeffrey Epstein, including some of the specific events and acts of abuse detailed above. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 1997, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, enticement in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others, known and unknown, would and did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce one and more individuals to travel interstate and foreign commerce to engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422. Overt acts. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. A. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. B. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence, in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. D. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Count 2, enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 8 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 1997 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Maxwell, the defendant, knowingly did persuade, induce, entice, and coerce an individual to travel in interstate and foreign commerce to engage in sexual activity, which a person can be charged with a criminal offense and attempted to do the same and aided and abetted the same, to wit, Maxwell persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced minor victim 1 to travel from Florida to New York on multiple occasions with the intention that minor victim 1 would engage in one or more sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. Count 3, conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 1997 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States. Transportation of minors in violation of Title 18, United States, Section 2423. It was a part and object of the conspiracy that Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown would and did knowingly transport an individual who had not attained the age of 18 in interstate and foreign commerce, with intent that the individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423A. Overt acts. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Count 6, perjury. The grand jury further charges 22. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 8 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. On or about July 22nd, 2016, in the Southern District of New York, Maxwell, the defendant, having taken an oath to testify truthfully in a deposition in connection with the case then pending before the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York under docket number 15 Civ 7344, knowingly made false material declarations, Maxwell gave the following underlined false testimony. Were you aware of the presence of sex toys or devices used in sexual activities in Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach house? Answer: no, not that I recall. Question: do you know whether Mr. Epstein possessed sex toys or devices used in sexual activities? Answer: no. Question: other than yourself and the blonde and brunette that you have identified as having been involved in three-way sexual activities, with whom did Mr. Epstein have sexual activities? Answer: I wasn't aware that he was having sexual activities with anyone when I was with him other than myself. Question: I want to make sure that I'm clear. Is it your testimony that in the 1990s and 2000s, you were not aware that Mr. Epstein was having sexual activities with anyone other than yourself and the blonde and brunette on those few occasions when they were involved with you? Answer: that is my testimony. That is correct. Question: is it your testimony that you've never given anybody a massage? Answer: I have not given anyone a massage. Question: you never gave Mr. Epstein a massage? Is that your testimony? Answer: that is my testimony. Question: you never gave minor victim 2 a massage? Is that your testimony? Answer: I never gave minor victim 2 a massage. Great. Thank you.
Mary, thank you so much. So, we are almost 9.5 hours into our 24-hour live stream. Let's go. And we are doing Cover to Cover Up, a public reading of the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. This event is a collaborative effort from the Save America movement and the Institute for Primary Facts. So I am going to read. I am reading from Southern District of New York, Grand Jury Testimony, United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell, June 29th, 2020, 10:04 a.m. Colloquy proceeds. Witness enters room. Time noted, 10:16 a.m. Redacted, called as a witness, having been duly sworn by the foreperson of the grand jury, was examined and testified as follows. By Miss Blank. Redacted. Good morning. Answer. Good morning. Question. Can you please state your full name for the record? Answer. Redacted. Redacted. Question. So I recognize that you are wearing a mask and behind plexiglass. There's a microphone in front of you. If you could just make an effort to speak into the mic and keep your voice up, that would be great. Answer. No problem. Question. Where do you currently work? Answer. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Question. What is your title? Answer. Special Agent. Question. How long have you worked as a special agent? Answer. About 3 years. 3 years now. Question. Where are you currently assigned? Answer. I work on the Violent Crimes Children's Squad. Question. What are your duties and responsibilities as a special agent on that squad? Answer. We investigate crimes that have to do with child sexual abuse material, sextortion, exploitation, and enticement of minors, sex trafficking. Grand juror. Maybe if she could take the mask off, is anybody having difficulty understanding her? Miss Blank. Thanks for letting me know. Would it be okay with you if the witness took her mask off? Grand juror. We're okay with plexiglass, right? Grand juror. Yeah. Miss Blank. Thanks very much. Thank you. Question. All right, so I'm just going to go back and ask a few of those questions again to make sure that everyone could hear, except you all heard me, so I'm not going to repeat them. Can everyone hear the witness? And Special Agent Blank, if you could try and keep your voice up, I appreciate it. It's a little difficult under the circumstances. Question. Have you participated in an investigation of Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer. Yes, I have. Question. Have you spoken to other people, including other law enforcement officers, about this investigation? Answer. Yes. Question. Have you reviewed reports and documents prepared by others regarding this case? Answer. Yes. Question. Is your testimony today based in part on those conversations with other law enforcement officers and documents that you have reviewed? Answer. Yes. Miss Blank. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a brief instruction. Some of the testimony that you will hear today will include what's called hearsay. As you know, that means that the witness will not be testifying solely from her own observations, but that she'll also be reporting to you from what others have told her and what she's read in reports and documents prepared by other people. Hearsay evidence is admissible in these grand jury proceedings, and you're free to rely on it in determining whether there's probable cause to indict the proposed defendant. If, however, you would like to hear the testimony of any other witness, you have the right to request it, and we will make reasonable efforts to bring that witness before you. By Miss Blank. Special Agent Blank, we placed on the desk in front of you a PowerPoint that is Grand Jury Exhibit 2, which we're entering into the record. Do you recognize this? Answer, yes. Question, what is it? Answer, it is a PowerPoint presentation to assist in testifying today. Question, did you participate in preparing this exhibit in connection with your testimony today? Answer, yes, I did. Question, if you could please turn to the first slide, who are the individuals depicted in these photographs? Answer, the picture on the left is Ghislaine Maxwell, and the picture on the right is Jeffrey Epstein with Ghislaine Maxwell. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your review of public source materials, have Maxwell and Epstein been photographed together many times over the years? Answer, yes. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your review of public materials, where is Maxwell from? Answer, Maxwell was born in France. She grew up in the United Kingdom, was educated in Oxford, and is from a wealthy family. Question, is she a citizen of France, the United Kingdom, and the United States? Answer, yes. Question, how old is she currently? Answer, 58. Question, has the FBI investigated Maxwell and Epstein's conduct with minors during the 1990s? Answer, yes. Question, generally speaking, what have you learned about the relationship between Maxwell and Epstein during the 1990s? Answer, Epstein and Maxwell had a romantic relationship, and she also worked for him, managing his homes, hiring and firing individuals. Question, during that time period, was she one of his closest associates? Answer, yes. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you learned where Epstein maintained properties in the 1990s? Answer, yes. Question, where did he maintain properties? Answer, New York, Palm Beach, and New Mexico. Question, turning to the next slide, did he maintain an address in Manhattan located at 9 East 71st Street? Answer, yes. Question, does this slide fairly and accurately depict the residence? Answer, yes. Question, can you please describe that property for the grand jury? Answer, it's a 7-story home. It's located near Central Park. It's reportedly the largest residence in Manhattan. Question, based on your participation in this investigation, did that house include a room that was used as a massage room? Answer, yes, it did. Question, all right, we'll talk more about that later, but for now, moving on to other properties. Did he maintain an address in Palm Beach, Florida, located at 358 El Brillo Way? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next slide, does this slide fairly and accurately depict that residence? Answer, yes, it does. Question, could you please describe that property for the grand jury? Answer, it's a waterfront estate. It has an in-ground pool and a detached dwelling or pool house on the property as well. Question, and from your participation in this investigation and your review of other materials, did that house include a room that was used as a massage room? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next property, did Epstein also own a ranch in New Mexico? Answer, yes, he did. Question, and turning to the next slide, was that property located at 49 Zorro Ranch Road in Stanley, New Mexico? Answer, yes. Question, looking at the photograph on this slide, does this accurately depict that property? Answer, yes, it does. Question, and we've been talking about the properties that Epstein owned during this period. Did he also own a private jet? Answer, yes. Question, is it fair to say that he was a multimillionaire during this time period? Answer, yes. During the 1990s, did Epstein have an employee, redacted, who ran his house in Palm Beach? Answer, yes, he did. Question, what was his job? Answer, his job was making sure that everything in the house ran smoothly. He described that Epstein liked to have his house run like a 5-star hotel, that everything had to be in its proper place. So he was responsible for managing that. Question, have you interviewed redacted? Answer, yes. Question, how many times? Answer, twice. Question, and is the information you're about to provide based on your interviews with redacted? Answer, yes. Did redacted begin working for Epstein in the early 1990s? Yes, he did. And at the time redacted came to work for Epstein in Palm Beach, was Epstein dating Ghislaine Maxwell at that point? Answer, not at that time. Question, was it a few years before Epstein began dating Maxwell after blank started working there? Answer, yes. From what blank told you, how did blank's work change once Maxwell arrived on the scene? Blank described Epstein as being more pleasant to work with prior to Maxwell coming into the picture. Once she came into the picture, he said things became more secretive. He wasn't allowed to be in the room with guests, wasn't allowed to talk with them, associate with them. It became a different environment. Question, you talked about some of the rules that were placed changing. Were there any rule changes about eye contact once Maxwell began staying in the Palm Beach house? Answer, yes. Blank wasn't allowed to make eye contact with Epstein and others. Question, in general, how did he describe what it was like to work for Maxwell? Answer, he said she was very demanding. She was on top of him all the time. He described her as a, quote, bitch. Is that the word he used? That's the word he used. Shifting gears, I want to talk about someone else you've interviewed during this investigation. During the course of this investigation, have you participated in interviews with an individual named blank blank? Yes. So for these purposes, I'm just going to refer to her as blank, okay? Yes. How many times have you interviewed her? Approximately 5 times. If you could please just page through the next 2 slides in front of you. Are these photographs of blank? Answer, yes. Question, is it your understanding that these photographs depict blank from approximately ages 13 to 17? Answer, yes, it does. Question, okay, let's take a look at some of those photographs. I'm going to publish the next slide. Is blank's date of birth blank? Yes. And are these 2 photographs of blank? Answer, yes, they are. Question, if you could turn to the second slide of the photographs, are these also photographs of blank? Answer, yes. Question, based on your participation in this investigation and your interviews with blank, where was she living when she was approximately 14? Answer, she was living in Palm Beach, Florida. Question, who was she living with when she was 14? Answer, her mother and her siblings. Question, what was her whole life like at that time? Answer, at that time, her father had passed away the year prior, so the family was struggling financially and having some difficulties. Question, what did blank's father do before he passed away? What was his profession? He was involved in redacted, redacted, redacted. There are 2 lines redacted here. Was blank involved in blank? Yes, she was. Were her siblings? Yes. What kinds of blank were they involved in? Blank, blank. Answer, singing. She was a singer. Question, what kind of singer? Answer, opera. In the summer of 1994, how old was blank? Answer, she was 13, going on 14. You testified earlier that her birthday is blank, so did she turn 14 in blank of 1994? Answer, yes. What did she do that summer? Answer, she attended an arts camp at Interlochen Center for the Arts. Question, and is Interlochen Summer Arts Program located in Michigan? Answer, yes. Question, did blank meet Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that summer? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she meet them at summer camp? Answer, yes. What did she tell you about that? She said that she was sitting at a picnic table with friends when Epstein and Maxwell walked by. They stopped to talk to her, engaged her in conversation, asked her if she liked her classes, her teachers. During that conversation, they found out she was also from Palm Beach, and that he said he gives scholarships to students. Question, how did they leave the conversation? Was there any contact information exchanged? Answer, they asked blank for her phone number. Question, as part of your investigation, have you attempted to gather records to corroborate that blank, Maxwell, and Epstein were all at the summer camp that summer? Answer, yes. Question, if you could turn to the next slide, please. Have you obtained records from Interlochen for the summer of 1994? Answer, yes. Question, and what are we looking at on this slide? Answer, this shows who some of the individuals that were there were present for that camp in 1994. On here is blank, 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 blank. The rest of the line is redacted. Question, and have you investigated whether Maxwell and Epstein were also at Interlochen that summer of 1994 as described? Answer, yes. Question, based on your review of records from Interlochen, what is your understanding of Epstein's relationship with Interlochen? Answer, my understanding is that he was a donor to the school. Question, did he make any substantial donations? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did he donate a lodge to the camp in the summer of 1994? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did he have a long-standing relationship as a donor to Interlochen? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt of a letter from Interlochen to Epstein? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does this letter thank Epstein for donating a scholarship lodge? Answer, yes. Question, does it invite Epstein to visit in August of 1994? Answer, yes. In 1994, did Epstein have a private jet? Answer, yes, he did. Question, have you obtained the flight logs for that jet? Answer, yes. Question, do those logs include passenger lists and the airport code for the airports that the plane flew into and out of? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next slide, is this a page of the flight logs that you've reviewed? Answer, yes. Question, and on this excerpt of the flight logs, where the red arrow is that a log entry showing an August 18th, 1994 flight to an airport with the airport code TVC? Answer, yes. Is the TVC airport code for Cherry Capital Airport in Traverse City, Michigan? Answer, yes, it is. Question, about how far is that airport from Interlochen by car? Answer, it's about 25 minutes, give or take. Question, and who were the listed passengers on this flight? Answer, Jeffrey Epstein, redacted, and redacted, redacted. Question, turning to the next slide, is this the same excerpt but with a different arrow? Answer, yes. Okay, so a few lines down, is there a flight out of Traverse City just 2 days later on August 20th, 1994? Answer, yes. Question, and do the passengers listed in the flight out of Traverse City include the initials GM? Answer, yes, they do. Are those Ghislaine Maxwell's initials? Answer, yes. Have you obtained any records from Interlochen to indicate that Maxwell was at Interlochen in 1994? Answer, yes. Question, if we could turn to the next slide, can you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at on this slide? Answer, this was a letter from Interlochen addressed to Maxwell telling her that they had found an envelope in the lodge that they had been staying in. Question, all right, we were talking a few moments ago about how blank described meeting Maxwell and Epstein at summer camp and you testified that she provided them with her phone number. Did blank explain to you whether or not she had any contact with Epstein or Maxwell after she returned home to Palm Beach? Answer, yes. When was the next time that happened? Shortly thereafter. And how did that occur? She was invited to his house, so her and her mother went to Epstein's house to visit. What did blank tell you about that visit to Epstein's house with her mother? She said it was, wait, can you rephrase that? Of course. Did blank go to the house by herself or with her mother? With her mother. Okay, and when they went to the house, what did they do there? They had tea. Who was there when they had tea at the house? Epstein and Maxwell. What did they discuss as they had tea? They just talked about her life and, what she wanted to do. Did Epstein make any offers? He said that he gives scholarships. He likes to mentor people. How did blank's mother react when Epstein said this? She was happy for her daughter and oftentimes referred to Epstein as blank's godfather. Question. After that occasion, when they went over to the house, thereafter, did blank subsequently begin regularly spending time with Maxwell and Epstein at Epstein's house in Palm Beach? Answer, yes. Question. And did that start when she was approximately age 14? Answer, yes. Did it continue until she was about age 17? Answer, yes, it did. Question. And during those years, did she regularly go over to Epstein's house in Palm Beach and spend time with Maxwell and Epstein? Answer, yes. What happened in the summer of 1997 when blank was 17 and about to turn 18? Answer, she moved to New York City. Question, why did she move to New York City? Answer, she wanted to pursue a career in acting and modeling. Question, we'll talk about that in a moment, but for now, I want to focus on the years you talked about in Palm Beach from ages 14 to 17, when blank would regularly go to Epstein's house. In the beginning, in the first few months when she went there, what kinds of things did she do when she would visit the house when Maxwell and Epstein were there? Answer, they'd hang out by the pool. They would take her to movies, take her shopping. She described the behavior as grooming. Question, when you say grooming, did she explain what she meant by that? Answer, she meant that they were building a relationship with her, giving her things, taking her places, and then usually when the grooming happens, an offender will, once they gain that trust, they will make the relationship turn sexual. Question, now you testified a moment ago that blank described to you that she felt at this time period that they were grooming her. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, is that something that she realized at the time when she was 14, or is that something that she's described to you now? Answer, she's described now. She didn't realize it at the time. So we'll talk a little bit more about grooming in a moment, but to give context, are you familiar with the term grooming based on your experiences investigating crimes involving sexual exploitation of minors? Answer, yes. Question, generally speaking, you were touching on this a moment ago, but if you could explain in full, what is grooming? Answer, grooming is when someone builds a relationship with a child. They find vulnerability or a need, and then they work on gaining the child's trust, and then oftentimes gaining a parent's trust. Once they have that trust, they show that in a way that they care about them by giving them gifts and promises. Are you guys talking to me? Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Sorry. And once that's established, they turn the relationship sexual, oftentimes making sexual comments and normalizing the behavior. Now, during these visits that you've been describing that blank told you about, did blank say whether Epstein ever gave her anything? Answer, yes, she did. What did he give her? He gave her cash. Sometimes he'd tell her to give the cash to her mom because he knew they needed it. He paid for her voice lessons as well. Now, you were describing how blank characterized these visits now, but based on your conversations with her, at the time, did she feel that these visits were strange at all? Answer, she thought they were strange, but Maxwell normalized it for her. She was like a cool older sister and made comments like, this is what grown-ups do. Question, you used the phrase cool older sister. Is that a phrase that blank used to describe how she felt about Maxwell at the time and what Maxwell was like? Answer, yes, those are her words. Anything? Okay. Question, did there come a time, these visits, when blank saw Maxwell topless by the pool? Answer, yes. What did she tell you about that? Answer, she was a little taken back, but Maxwell just acted normal. Question, did blank tell you about an incident several months into this arrangement when she lived alone, when she was alone with Epstein in the pool house? Answer, yes. Question, and when they were alone together, did Epstein ask what she wanted to do with her life? Answer, he did. Question, what did she say? Answer, she said she wanted to be an actress and a model. Question, how did Epstein respond? Answer, he told her that he was best friends with the owner of Victoria's Secret. Told her that she would have to have photographs taken and that she got to be comfortable in her underwear and not to be a prude. When she asked what that meant, he pulled her onto his lap and masturbated. What was her reaction? Answer, she felt paralyzed. She froze. Question, after this incident, did blank encounters with Epstein begin to include sexual contact? Answer, yes. Question, over time, did the sexual abuse escalate? Answer, it did. Question, from what she's described to you, did the abuse include Epstein digitally penetrating her? Answer, yes. Question, did it include Epstein using a vibrator on her? Answer, yes. Question, did she describe to you that there were times when Epstein would direct blank to massage him while he masturbated? Answer, yes. Did blank explain to you what her memories are like of the abuse? Answer, yes. Did blank explain to you, what did she say about that? Answer, she said that it happened so often that it all kind of runs together for her, that it's hard to separate out some of the different instances of abuse. Question, you were describing how blank explained to you that the abuse began. Did that occur based on what blank told you within the first year that she met Epstein and Maxwell? Answer, yes. Question, now, did blank also describe to you that once this abuse started, Epstein would also bring her into the massage room in the house? Answer, yes. Question, and were there times when he did this where there were other women present, including Maxwell? Answer, yes. Question, was blank abused during those episodes? Answer, yes, she was. Question, during these group encounters, what were blank and the adult women wearing? Answer, they were usually just in their underwear. I think we have a couple guests here in person and also online, so I might pause right here. I also did not bring water up with me, and no one, despite my eye motions, have been bringing me water. And so I'm actually going to take a pause, but I know that we have other people ready to participate in the live stream. And so joining me now, who's joining? Okay. I saw like 2 different people walk in who I know are here in person to participate, and okay. Now I'm joined by writer and investigative journalist Nina Burley.
Hi, everybody. I am Nina Burley. I am a journalist and an author and the publisher of a Substack called American Political Freak Show, which I've been writing for the last few years about the abnormal behavior of our leaders and their pals. And I've been investigating the Epstein case since 2019, when I did a documentary on Ghislaine Maxwell and really learned a lot about their operation. And at the Freak Show and at Courier, which syndicates the Freak Show, Courier News, we do a lot of work on the cover-up that's going on right now. So I'm very proud to be here and to be reading this file, which is, I think, I think it's from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, actually, and it's a It's a survivor's testimony. So I'm just going to start with the court saying, thank you so much. And then Sigrid McCauley, who was an attorney for the survivors. Our next client who's going to address the court is DOJ redacted. She says it much more beautifully than I do, so I'll let her say it. DOJ redacted comes on. My first name is spelled blank. Last name is blank. My name is blank. And I am a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and the sophisticated sex trafficking operation he ran, where he allegedly was to be a financier. I was 20 and blank. I met a young woman named blank through a mutual friend. We were friends for a few months. She was an amazing artist and liked to party. One day she called me and asked if I was interested in meeting a friend of hers. She told me he wanted to meet me and really liked blondes. And I thought he was our age and liked to do the same things we did at that age. So I agreed. On a sunny, crisp day, we took the train together to the Upper East Side. She then began to talk a little bit about him on our way to his house. I was at his house. I was sexually assaulted by both blank and Jeffrey Epstein in his mansion. It left me feeling both disgusted and betrayed. As we walked home to the subway afterwards, she continued to tell me about the man who had just abused me with her participation. She seemed exhilarated from the horrific experience. I was shocked and in a daze. This is a few things that she told me. She told me he went to Cooper Union. He was a mathematical genius, that he had favorite girls that he would take to Chanel for 15-minute all-you-can-buy shopping trips. She told me his right-hand person had connection to the arts and the fashion world, and she could help me. This is not my complete story. I'll stop here. I'm in a good, stable place in my life, and I had decided to come forward to be a voice to the victims who may not be able to tell their story, or at least not yet. I feel like I am a survivor. Thank you, Judge Berman, for inviting victims to speak today before you. We hope the government is listening very closely to the words we are saying. The court, thank you very much. Mr. Boyce, that's David Boyce, the attorney. Your Honor, just very briefly, the court, sure. Mr. Boyce, I would like to express to the court how proud I am of all these women who have come forward. It's taken an enormous amount of strength and courage for them to do this. Thank you. The court. Thanks, Mr. Boyce. Hold on 1 second. Pause. A long redaction. And Your Honor, with your permission, I would like my client, redacted, to stand next to me. The court, sure. Redacted, would that be okay? The court, absolutely. Redacted. Your Honor, I would like to begin by saying that I am in awe of all these beautiful women. I just want to let you know, on behalf of Redacted and myself, we admire you, we respect you, and we applaud you. And on behalf of Redacted myself, you are brave survivors, and Redacted's heart is with all of you. And we thank you so much for coming forward. Redacted, when she went public, she thought she was one of the only ones. And to see all of these faces is, I know, amazing for her. Jeffrey Epstein was a predator, a pedophile, and a sick individual. However, he was also a thief. He stole Redacted's childhood dreams, her innocence, and her self-confidence. She was 14 years old What he could not buy, he forcibly took. Why? Because he surrounded himself with a network of powerful people who not only looked the other way, but also actively facilitated and participated in his sexual abuse of women, of children. Jeffrey Epstein thought he was above the law. And essentially he was until now. The system let Redacted and the other victims down, but it does not have to end here. We ask the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI to bring all of Epstein's enablers and co-conspirators to justice. It has taken Redacted 18 years to find her voice. And again, Jeffrey Epstein has tried to silence her. While she will never have her chance to face him in court, he no longer has any power over her. Today, this brave survivor will be heard. Redacted. Thank you for allowing me to be able to have my chance in court today, to be able to tell you what this horrific man did to my life. You can't even imagine how much it affected my childhood, all the way through my adult life. He robbed me of my dreams. He robbed me of my chance to pursue a career I always adored. He stole my chance at really feeling love because I was so scared to trust anyone for so many years that I had such severe anxiety. I didn't want to leave my house, let alone my bed. The fact that he felt entitled to take away my innocence, the fact that he felt that he could do whatever he wanted, regardless of the laws, hurts me so very much. It took me years to tell anyone what Epstein did to me because I was so ashamed and embarrassed at what people would say or think of me, until I found out there were other victims, girls just like me. I knew I could no longer keep my silence, no matter how ruthless and powerful Epstein was, and still is, even after his death. The fact I will never have a chance to face my predator in court eats away at my soul. Even in death, Epstein is trying to hurt me. I had hoped to at least get an apology, but this evil man had no remorse or caring for what he did to anyone. I felt let down by the people who were supposed to watch him in prison. They let this man kill himself and kill the chance of justice for so many others in the process, taking away our ability to speak. Out of all the damages and side effects that Epstein caused by his heartless and selfish acts, it's very hard to put my feelings and emotions into words. Trying to let his horrendous actions go and attempting to forgive him has been so difficult for me. Yet, as hard as it's been to come so publicly forward, I refuse to let Epstein take me as a victim anymore. I am a survivor. The many that stand before me here today that have shared the horrific experiences with this deplorable human being, because even though this week, evil coward tried to steal all of our childhoods, tried to steal all of our innocence, and tried to steal all of our means of justice, he will never steal our inner strength. And he will never, ever, ever steal our voice. Thank you so much. The court, you're welcome. Sure. Are they coming on? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, we're talking about 1,000 women who've had this, girls and women who've had this experience. These people were monsters. And even here, even just in this little bit of reading, I can see that they are still redacting the names of the co-conspirators. You can see that in the redactions. So it's outrageous. But unfortunately, we have a Justice Department that is verging on lawless. Today's news about the $1.776 billion slush fund being set up for the coup plotters and thugs and criminals who participated in January 6th. That's taxpayer money. So we're a long way from getting, cleaning house here, but we need to keep our eyes on this. And I appreciate that you're giving me the chance to participate in this. And also I really appreciate the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Library. And I hope it goes around the country and that everybody gets a chance to understand what happened here. I'm wrapped unless you want me to read more. Yep. Would you like me to read more?
No problem. We are? Okay. Thank you so much, Nina. And also, I want to announce we officially hit 10 hours of live streaming. So nice work, everyone. And thank you, everyone who is watching this stream, because we are streaming for 24 straight hours from cover to cover up. We are at the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. And while we read, we're raising money for World Without Exploitation. So you can scan the QR code on your screen to give to support the important work. Joining me now, live from Montana, are two wonderful guests, the hosts of the Grounded podcast, former U.S. Senator Jon Tester and Maritza Giorgio.
I think we'd learned the unmuting thing by now after all these years of Zoom. Thanks so much, Eliza. I'm Maritza Giorgio alongside former Senator Jon Tester, and we host the Grounded podcast Substack. And we are so honored to participate in this cover up marathon of leading these files, because as we've seen, there is no shortage of news and headlines from this administration. And there's been such an effort to make this story go away. And we, the people, are not going to let it go away. Senator?
Yeah. Why is it doing that? Okay.
Any headphones, Senator?
So.
Room, if you want to weigh in on what we should do here. I will get us.
Let's just keep going, Maritza. You keep driving and we'll see.
I'm going to keep driving the bus here. So we just heard Nina read from some court documents, some testimony. And the pages that we have to read from are excerpts from a court hearing that took place on August 27th. 2019 at 10:30 a.m. That date is important because it was 8 days after Jeffrey Epstein's death. So this was a hearing to consider the government's motion to dismiss the indictment in this case. And what's remarkable and historic is that the judge allowed survivors to speak in open court during this hearing. More than 15 women who accused Epstein of abuse testified and confronted an empty chair. And it was really their only chance to speak in open court because Epstein's death removed the possibility of a criminal file. So we are picking this up mid-sentence, mid-testimony from a survivor who addressed the court on that day. And I will start us off, and hopefully we can get Senator Tester's microphone working so it's not echoing. So we're going to start here. To continue, because I had been taken advantage of my entire life and had been conditioned to just accept it. It took me a long time to come forward, too long maybe, and all that it took to bring this man to justice has been robbed by his death. Every day, every week I've spent in the hospital since, I've suffered and he has won. Every job offer that's been offered to me and then retracted because of my connection to this case, I have suffered and he has won. Every public humiliation I have endured, I have suffered and he has won. Every relationship that I've had to end because of the abuse that I have endured by the hands of this man, I have suffered and he has won. Every woman sitting in this room today and all of the women who have yet to come forward, and who have not yet to come forward, and whose lives have been affected by Jeffrey Epstein's sick abuse of young girls, we have all suffered, and he is still winning in death. I refuse to let this man win in death. I couldn't fight back when Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused me because I hadn't yet found my voice. Well, I have found my voice now. And while Jeffrey may no longer be here to hear it, I will not stop fighting and I will not be silenced anymore. I needed him to hear the pain he's caused, what I've gone through because of him. I wrote a 350-page book of all that pain that I have endured at the hands of this man that I really needed him to hear. His death has robbed me of that justice. Please don't rob us of justice again. Thank you. Senator, did we figure your microphone out?
I don't know. Does it work? Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, I think I have one more client that is going to speak today, and that client is redacted. The court says, would you prefer to spell that? And obviously it was spelled and redacted. Good morning, Your Honor. The court says, good morning. A redaction. My name is spelled and it's redacted. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving us this opportunity to be heard this morning. And the court responds, sure. A redaction. And then when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein, I was young and full of hope and the foolishness of a teenager. I was idealistic and I saw the good in people. Jeffrey Epstein manipulated me, coerced me, and sexually abused me. Something I think is very important to communicate is that loss of innocence, trust, and joy is not recoverable. The abuse, spanning several years, was devaluating beyond measure, and affected my ability to form and maintain healthy relationships, both in my work and my personal life. He could not begin to fathom what he took from us. And I say us because I am every girl he did this to, and they're all me. And today we stand You're going to have to go read it.
I'll pick it up. Today we stand together, those that are present and those that aren't. I was a victim, and it has taken me many, many years to stand here and say, yes, it was me. I was a victim, but I will not remain a victim and be silent for one more day. Although I think it's tragic when anybody dies before their time, I'm extremely relieved that Jeffrey Epstein will not be in a position to hurt any more children or any more women. And I'm glad to be part of a group of women who are now bonded forever in the trauma that we endured at the hands of this man. Thank you. The court says, thank you. And Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, we had one client who is not able to be here, but sent a message through a letter. Her name is redacted, last name redacted. And Brittany Henderson of my office is going to read her letter as instructed. The court says, sure. And Miss Henderson says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, yep. And Miss Henderson says, she starts to read the letter. What happened to me occurred many years ago when I was in high school, but it still affects my life. I was told that when Jeffrey Epstein was going to be held accountable, but he was not. In fact, the government worked out a secret deal and didn't tell me about it. The case ended without me knowing what was going on, without him being held responsible, without any explanation, without a chance for my voice to be heard. I was treated like I did not matter. Did you find it, Senator?
Many years later, he was arrested again. These investigators and attorneys representing the United States have been completely different. I am still mad, concerned, and confused about how he committed suicide and escaped responsibility again. But I know it is not the fault of the judge or the government attorneys. I was allowed to be a part of the process this time. My attorney was able to tell me what was going on at every stage because they kept him informed. Thank you for inviting me. It means more to me than you can ever know. I was not able to be here this time, but I know that I was allowed to be, and I had the chance to attend this hearing, which is helping me in my healing process. The fact that I mattered this time and the other victims mattered is what counts. For that, I'm grateful. And the court responds, thank you. Mr. Edwards says, Your Honor, finally in 2008, when I filed this case under the Crimes Victim Rights Act, it wasn't me alone. I did it with Paul Cassell and Jay Howell. Paul Cassell is here today, and I think Your Honor even cited to a piece of an opinion of his from when he was on the bench, and he has some remarks to make. Once again, Your Honor, I really do believe that this is a model for how victims should be treated in the criminal process, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you. And the court responds, thank you. Go ahead, Marisa.
Cassell says, I'll be very brief because I know there are others that want to speak here. I'm Paul Cassell, Cassell, previously served as a federal judge at the District of Utah, currently a law professor where I teach crime victims' rights at the University of Utah College of Law. I just wanted to take 1 minute to address some suggestion that there would be no need for a hearing this morning. I think, having heard already from these powerful victims and recognizing how important giving those statements will be in the trajectory of their lives, makes clear that Your Honor has followed exactly the right path. Legally, there is one precedent, which is U.S. v. Heaton, a case that you cited that I wrote about a decade ago. And as explained in that opinion, victims have important interests in the criminal justice system that can only be recognized if they're given their day in court. With all due respect to other law professors that have recently written an article, I think transparency is one of the overriding objectives in our criminal justice system. And the one substantive action that I would urge Your Honor to take today is to publish your remarks as a published opinion. The Heaton case is, to my knowledge, the only reported decision on this particular issue, even though it's more than a decade old, and yet we can see today that these problems recur in many other cases. Your remarks today, I think, should be published so that they can serve as a guide for other judges around the country.
I encourage you to add into your remarks a reference to the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The Crime Victims' Rights Act promises victims the right to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. And the process that we see unfolding this morning is a clear example of how victims can be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. So I know that Your Honor is wondering, what is the appropriate action here? Unfortunately, it seems like there are no other legal options, but there was a legal option for you to decide to exercise, which was to allow these victims to come forward. And if there's been one positive thing that has come out of these tragedies, the abuse and other events of this case, it's been your decision to allow these victims to be heard this morning. And I encourage you to publish your decision and to encourage other judges to follow what is clearly a model for crime victims' rights and is clearly an example that should be followed in other cases down the road. The court responds, thank you very much. I appreciate your being here. I had no idea that you would be here when I wrote the remarks, but it was clear from the literature that you are the leading expert formerly of the District Court of Utah, I believe, and it's a pleasure to have you here today. Mr. Cassell says, thank you, Your Honor. The court responds, thank you. And then Mr. Boys is called.
Mr. Boyce says, thank you, Your Honor. David Boyce of Boyce, Schiller, Flexner. We have with us today 5 of the victims that we represent. There are a number of additional victims who either were unable to attend or are still unwilling to come forward publicly. This has been an enormously traumatic aspect of their lives, something that, as you've already heard and will hear more today, is something that they can never entirely escape from. I want to, as prior counsel have, commend both the court and counsel for the Department of Justice for the consideration and respect and attention that they have paid to the victims. We believe that it is not only right as a matter of human dignity, but we think that it is exactly what the law requires and intends. I will be more blunt than the court has been or Professor Cassell has been about Professor Green's article. I'm going to pause here for a moment and explain Professor Green's article. So there's a Fordham Law professor, Bruce Green, who co-authored this article with attorney Alan Dershowitz, and they were criticizing this federal judge for allowing Jeffrey Epstein's victims to speak in court following his death. I'll continue with this document. Mr. Boyce continues, that is an article that cites no authority, and I believe there is no authority for his proposition. I entirely respect his right to advocate on behalf of his client, Alan Dershowitz, who has retained him in connection with litigation that we've brought against Mr. Dershowitz. But why I would have expected that the law journal or Professor Green himself would have disclosed that connection, which I think is a conflict. But regardless of the appropriateness of his disclosure or lack of disclosure, I think that his article opposing allowing the victims to have a voice in this proceeding is inconsistent not only with the policy that underlies the Crime Victims' Rights Act and the very statute that Mr. Epstein is being prosecuted under, but it ignores the actual language of those statutes and many other statutes in which Congress has made clear that the purpose of the criminal law is no longer simply to punish the individual defendant, but it is to find some way of trying to mitigate the damage that has been done to the victims through restitution and economic mitigation, but also through the ability to confront and to have the court system and justice system and prosecutors treat these victims, as they are human beings, and they are entitled to the respect that our society needs to give every human being. So I think this is not only commendable, but I think it is what the law requires.
In response to the question the court asked, I have discussed this hearing with my clients. I have told them that under the applicable law, the government has no alternative but to dismiss this case. And I believe under the applicable law in this circuit, the court has no alternative but to grant that motion. Suggested in some of its remarks, I think there will come a time when either an appellate court or the Congress will make clear that just as it's possible to continue civil cases against someone after they have deceased, it is possible, at least for the purposes of things like restitution, to continue criminal cases, but we are not there now. And fortunately, in this case, there are other ways, and perhaps even more efficient ways, to vindicate the interests of the victims here. We greatly appreciate the remarks of the representative of the Department of Justice today, and we, too, on behalf of the victims, are not going to stop while we walk out of this courtroom. We're going to continue to seek vindication against Mr. Epstein's estate, and in some senses, perhaps even more important, against the people who worked with him and enabled him. As you have already heard, and will hear more, Mr. Epstein did not act alone. He could not have done what he did on the scope and scale of what he did for as many years as he did without the activities and support and the co-conspirator activities of a number of other key individuals. And these individuals also need to bear their share of responsibility, and those people need to have a reckoning as well. My partner, Sig McCauley, who's been working with me for more than 5 years on this case, is going to, with the court's permission, introduce 5 of our clients who will speak briefly to your court. Thank you very much. The court responds, thank you very much, Mr. Boyce. Pleasure to have you here.
Ms. McCauley starts speaking and says, thank you, Your Honor. The first victim that would like to speak today is, and their name is redacted. The court asks, can we have the spelling of your name? Ms. McCauley says, sure. Sigrid, S-I-G-R-I-D, and the last name is McCauley, M-C-C-A-W-L-E-Y, and I'm a partner at Boyce Schiller Flexner. The court says, thank you. The redacted name, the victim says, good morning. The court says, good morning, and the survivor goes on to say, thank you. Prosecutors and judge and the court, my name is redacted. I note today I do feel respected and listened to, so I appreciate that. And I have to say that I commend the boldness of the New York prosecutors for pursuing a man that has, you know, and others that have clearly taken a lot from a lot of people. 17 years ago, I knew him only as Jeffrey. I was recruited and brought from redacted to New York. And that experience for the last 17 years has been a dark corner in my story, in my life story. And that has been definitely made worse by my own self-shame and anger for normalizing all of the red flags. I feel like we are conditioned to do that, and that's something that needs to change. So I'm here today, I'm coming forward because it is time to bring light to that darkness, and it's time to replace that darkness with light. And I am a survivor of this, and I do aim to progress further from being a survivor. I feel like I worked quite hard to get where I am at now. And I'm definitely at a place in my life where I will no longer cover up. I'll no longer cover up what needs to be brought to light. Jeffrey's no longer here, and the women that helped him are Ghislaine Maxwell, my experiences with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Redacted. And they definitely need to be held accountable for helping him, helping themselves, helping one another carry on this huge, almost like a system. So they need to be held accountable, all of them. And I would like to see that certainly on behalf of myself and for everyone here. Thank you. I will send it to you, Senator Tester, but I want to note again that we have a name of somebody that this survivor is naming as a conspirator, a co-conspirator. That name is redacted in this file. Go ahead, Senator.
The court responds, thank you so much. Ms. McCauley says our next client who is going to speak this morning is, and that name is redacted. That redacted person says, good morning, Your Honor. The court says, good morning, how are you? A redacted name, okay, thank you. My name is, and it is redacted. A lot of redaction. I am victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in the dark and cruel and criminal acts they committed against me and hundreds of other girls and young women for years and years unstopped. Thank you for allowing me to address the court and speaking the truth. I commend the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York for the ongoing investigation that is pursuit of justice for us victims. It has given me hope, and I will not let go of that hope. When I was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago just before I was 17, I thought I was given a big break. I thought I was able to reset my life and become an actual real massage therapist. My hopes were quickly dashed and my dreams were stolen. Jeffrey Epstein is no longer alive, but this is not about how he died. This is about how he lived. He will not have his day in court, but the reckoning of his accountability has begun. Support by the voices of these brave and beautiful women in his courtroom today. The reckoning must not end. It must continue. He did not act alone, and we, the victims, know that. We trust the government is listening and that others will be brought to justice. Thank you, Your Honor. And the court responds, thank you very much. Ms. McCauley goes on, the next client of ours that will be speaking this morning is, and of course that name is redacted. That redacted person says, thank you, Your Honor. My name is redacted name. I am a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's international sex trafficking ring. I would like to thank the court for the dignity and the respect you are showing me here today, as well as the other victims. I would also like to acknowledge and extend my gratitude to the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York for pursuing justice on behalf of the victims. Please, please finish what you have started. I struggle to find the words to adequately say how important your work is to us. For a very long time, Jeffrey Epstein gamed the system at every level. And when he realized he could do that any longer, he showed the world what a depraved and cowardly human being is by taking his own life. But we, the victims, are still here, prepared to tell the truth. And we all know he did not act alone. We are survivors, and the pursuit of justice should not be a bait. Thank you, Your Honor. And the court says, thank you. You're very welcome.
Colleague says our next client who's going to be speaking this morning is redacted. And the redacted person says, good morning, Your Honor. And the court responds, good morning. And the redacted name says something that is redacted. I had the opportunity to speak at Jeffrey Epstein's bail hearing, and I really appreciate that you heard me and listened to me that day. I'm so sorry that others will not have the opportunity to stand before him the way that I did. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of my sister, name redacted, who could not be here. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, not only assaulted her, but as we're hearing from so many of these brave women here today, they stole her dreams and her livelihood. She risked her safety in 1996 so many years ago to report them to no avail. And it is heartbreaking to her and to me that all of this destruction has been wrought since that time. We were deeply disappointed and disturbed by Epstein's death and the fact that that was allowed to happen while he was in the government's custody. And I'm encouraged to hear that there will be a full investigation into how that was allowed to happen. But it is extremely important, as others are saying, that he did not act alone and that the other people that were part of what he did are held accountable and that the investigation continue. So we are at the end of our section of these files that we're reading. A couple of things stood out to me, Senator, and I'll give you the final word. But the women who came forward during this hearing, they talked about how important it was because they felt like they finally mattered. And they begged and urged the court and the justice system to keep going, to finish what you have started, please. And this last piece of testimony talks about their sister reporting him in 1996, which was 25 years before this hearing took place. And they urged them to keep going, that they felt hopeful that there was going to be a full investigation into his death. This was in 2019. 7 years later, we still have very muddy answers as to what happened. Still a lot of questions as to what happened. And the last thing I'll note is that we came across a few redacted names of alleged co-conspirators, and those names were redacted. And I think we deserve to know why.
The only thing I would add, and you've been pretty comprehensive on this, Maritza, is that it is obvious the victims want their story to be heard. And it's obvious that their story hasn't been heard. And even to this day, that's the case. We're reading what happened in a courtroom, but the fact is their justice still has not been served yet. And why? And that's really the reason I think it's important we read all this. Why are these folks who are the folks who committed horrendous crimes on young women and girls not being held accountable? And until that answer is given in a way that respects the rule of law in this country, these victims are going to continue not to have justice served.
These are the brave victims and brave survivors, we should call them, who came forward, who put themselves out there, who risked a lot to have their voice heard. And there, as we know, so many others. And that's why it's so important to be part of this reading today, to help remind everybody who has both spoken out and who has not yet spoken out that their voices matter, and we're paying attention, and we're not going to let this story die. So I think if Eliza is ready, we will send it back to her for the next block of speakers.
Thank you so much, John and Maritza. We really appreciate you joining us. And joining me now is one of my favorite people, actor, advocate, and RuPaul's Drag Race Season 9 finalist, the one and only Peppermint. Peppermint, we are so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, all right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Eliza. And Senator and Maritza, that was, thank you so much for that reading. It was really impactful. Hi, everyone. I am Peppermint, and I just want to say that I'm absolutely horrified by what little I have read about the Epstein files and experienced in trying to read through them previously, and the extent to which there's been so much put into a cover-up. And I'm not involved in law. I'm an actor. I'm an entertainer. And I think everyone has the responsibility when the rest of the system isn't working to step up. And so anything that I can do to contribute to shining a light and sort of redirecting the light back onto these victims, I'm happy to do. I absolutely stand with each and every single one of the victims and survivors. And yeah, I'm really grateful for the opportunity from cover to cover up to shine a light on this and keep this in the spotlight. So I'm going to be reading from what I believe is a deposition in the court. I don't have the date marked at the top of this document, but I'm just going to jump right in. And this is a cold read, so hopefully all the information will reveal itself. Miss Gloria Allred says, by the way, thank you, Your Honor, for allowing some of these victims to be called Jane Doe. What number the court affords to them will accept whatever it is. Thank you. And the court says, we're up to 9. Miss Allred says, thank you. So this is one of the people testifying. Hello, my name is Redacted. That is, I'm guessing this is how they spell their name, Redacted. I was going to start this statement by saying that I was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, that I was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, but that is not the case. I'm still a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm still a victim because the fear of not being heard stopped me from telling my story for so many years. This lingering fear almost stopped me from attending this monumental movement of strength and power. I'm still a victim because I'm fearful for my daughters and for everyone's daughters. I'm fearful for their future in this world where the predators are in power, a world where people can avoid justice if their pockets run deep enough. I'm still a victim because the 17-year-old Redacted version of herself was manipulated into thinking that she had found someone who cared, someone who wanted to help. Jeffrey knew that I had nowhere to go. He knew that I was vulnerable, and he took advantage of that poor girl who will never be the same. I cannot eat at the thought of what Jeffrey Epstein, she gets emotional here. I cannot eat at the thought of Jeffrey Epstein not surviving the time he needed to realize the pain and suffering that he caused so many vulnerable young girls. He thought he was untouchable. And honestly, so did I. I thought he was the most powerful person that I would ever meet. But the end is here, and here I stand becoming more powerful than he will ever be. Thank you. The court says thank you. Jane Doe says thank you. In 2004, when I was 15 years old, I flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane to Zora Ranch, where I was sexually molested by him for many hours. What I remember most vividly was him explaining to me how beneficial the experience was for me. Okay, I have to read that again. What I remember most vividly was him explaining to me how beneficial the experience was for me and how much he was helping me to grow. I remember feeling so small and powerless, especially after he positioned me by laying me on his floor so that I was confronted by all the framed photographs of his on his dresser of him smiling with wealthy celebrities and politicians. After he finished with me, he told me to describe in detail how good my first sexual experience felt. That was the first of many lies that I was forced to carry for him, the weight of which proliferated my trauma. I felt powerless not merely because one man wanted to strip me of my innocence, but because I was the victim of a system that just enfranchises human beings, making them vulnerable to pedophilic exploitation. As unjust as what happened to me was, I believe that experience to be a symptom of insidious and pathological violence that extreme wealth yields. A violence which ultimately stays hidden through channels of extreme power that serve it. I first identified with this feeling the night after I was molested by Epstein, when another girl and I took out two of his ATVs and raised them across the mesa. I crashed mine and expressed concern to the other girl of getting in trouble, which she replied to me, "Don't worry, no one gets in trouble for anything around here." Even as a child, I understood in a sad and precocious way what I had hoped we have the ability of changing now. Even though Epstein is dead, there is still justice to be brought for the crimes that we felt powerless against concealing for him and the system that supported him for all these years. Thank you. The court, you're very welcome. Ms. Allred says, thank you. Your Honor, may it please the court, I would like to read a statement from Jane Doe, my client, who is present in the court, but requested that I read it. We only have one opportunity and she goes on to say, we only have one opportunity at childhood, one opportunity to develop, one opportunity to find direction for our lives. Jeffrey Epstein robbed and denied me at each opportunity he had. I came from a small Texas town, not far from the New Mexico border. My mother died when I was 11 after suffering from cancer for many years. My father was devastated, as were my siblings and I. My father was saddened. My father was saddled with debt. My only hope for college was to get a scholarship. So when I was 15, I was a blossoming freshman in high school, and was trying to carry my mother's dream. She wanted me to master the violin. After school, I would often go to the mall in a nearby city. A lady approached me and saw that I had a violin case with me and asked if I was any good. We talked about the violin, my family, and why I had clothes that looked like hand-me-downs. The lady told me that she works for a very rich man who had a home close by, and that he would pay for me to play. He would pay to hear me play. And I was told that if I could get away, she could arrange for transportation to and from his place and have me back before anyone knew that I was gone. After some hesitation, I agreed. This decision was the beginning of the end of my childhood. The man who only identified himself as Jay or Jeff had asked if I would give him a massage, and over 4 visits eventually progressed, redacted. The money he gave me further placed my young soul into a perverse sense of hell. I was so utterly disgusted with myself and what he did to me that I stopped going to see him. I documented the events with the Texas Rape Crisis Center about the man that I now know as Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein targeted and took advantage of me, a young girl whose mother had recently died a horrific death and whose family structure had deteriorated. His actions placed me, a young girl, into a downward spiral to the point where I purchased a gun and drove myself to an isolated place to end my suffering. A voice that could only have been from my mother told me, quote, "I am not the victim. I am the victor, and I dare not pull the trigger." I returned the gun days later. Epstein is a coward. He lived his life leeching off the souls of inspiring young girls due to the fact that he could never know how it feels to how it feels inspired to live. Like a leech, once Epstein had his fill, he would unlatch and seek out another victim. The only sense of justice I had hoped to see was Epstein being sentenced. However, Epstein died as he lived, taking the easy way out without any responsibility. Your Honor, my next statement is also a statement of a Jane Doe. May it please the court. I was a 16-year-old virgin when Jeffrey Epstein first raped me. I was naive and gullible. He was a pillar of finance and a giant in the world that I was an insignificant part of. I was so impressed that this great man would even talk to me and impart any of his wisdom on me. I gladly jumped at the chance to meet him when he told me how impressed he was with my personal story and my maturity for my age. When I was in his presence, he made an effort. When I was in his presence, he made an effort to call celebrities and influential people on the speakerphone, like Academy Award-winning actresses and supermodels who always answered his call. Sadly, I was impressed. He was friends with former and future heads of state and every other fixture in the New York social scene and beyond. He knew important people in my world. He knew important people in my own world that I looked up and revered, but he spoke about them like they were sweet distractions far beneath his stature. He could easily reach down from his position and influence the people directly involved with my daily life of future prosperity. I was the perfect victim. My whole life was extremely turbulent. One of my mother's greatest wishes was that all her children would graduate from respectable universities. He promised me that he would write a letter of recommendation for Harvard if I got the grades and the scores needed for admission. His word was worth a lot, he assured me, as he was in the midst of funding and leading Harvard's studies on the human brain. And the president was his friend. President of the university was his friend. The fact that all of you already know these next details, which I'll share, should ignite fire instead of induce the complacency they did in the past, when heard repeatedly over the years. But yes, an innocent massage turned sexual almost immediately. Here, come help me with a kink in my shoulder while we finish our discussion. And a couple of $100 and a couple of $100, disgust and a dirty secret, more praise and impaired wisdom from a godlike figure, a deliberate diabolical depression of grooming and submission for his pleasure and release. Oh, God. Even if I resisted, I was no match for him. I felt powerless, ashamed, and embarrassed. I wanted to vomit remembering these moments. What I learned in those depraved sessions, staring up at the dome ceiling in his private massage room, tore a violent hole through any normal sexual awakening. I'm haunted forever, having learned everything there is to know about sex through a vile criminal. Every time a new molestation would bring a new lesson, the progressive and constant unwinding. I was nothing more than a teenage prostitute. I was his slave. I'd never even kissed a boy before I'd met him. Never throughout the horrific abuse did Jeffrey Epstein kiss me even once. This goes on to what I think is a description of some more of what he did to her and his abuse. It's heavily redacted. It is about 2 paragraphs of redactions. But I'll finish up here. I got a few $100s as usual as he led me out of his. So after that horrific redacted exchange, she goes on to say, I got a few $100s as usual as he led me out of his mansion with assurance that I was on the right path, guided by him. I lied to myself and tried to believe him. I became a hollow shell. If I missed an appointment, he threatened me and let me know who was in charge. Do you know how important my time is? I'll bury you. I owe this. Won't say the word. Oh, I own this effing town. He would hang up. I would stand there frozen in the street, terrified that his assistant would call to reschedule. I made sure to stay in line and not disobey him. I was in complete denial. Being paid after every scheduled meeting felt routine and disgusting. He was the master of the universe and the world bent to his will. He would eventually brag to his assistants about my ability to pleasure him sexually right in front of me, leaving me feeling grotesque and worthless. Everything in my outside life was falling apart. I distanced myself from friends, grew further away from family. I felt less human after each ordeal. My psyche broke down completely and wouldn't let me continue. One day I walked out of his residence and passed a girl similar to myself. And when I turned around, she was entering Jeffrey's residence. He no longer had tried to schedule his appointments with other girls in secrecy from me. Maybe he never did. I was too stupid to see. My world shattered. I'd been so naive. I had an epiphany in a cavalry of desperation. I realized that I was just one of many young girls he had in rotation to come and perform for him for money. I went into a deep depression and never lifted completely. I wanted to inflict pain on myself. I was humiliated. I was angry. I was suicidal. I locked myself away from everything. I cut myself off forever from the world that I had known. I endured the daily agony of knowing that my life would never be the same. I could never go back to New York City, to the wonderful life that I had taken for granted before I met this demon named Jeffrey Epstein. This creature had manipulated and outwitted the whole system, including some of the most intelligent scientists, political people, prosecutors, and power players. How easily it was to manipulate a 16-year-old virgin who had never had a boyfriend and came from a background of hardship with no parental guidance or support. I went to therapy and I was given antidepressants for my anxiety and depression. My only solace, years later, was my desire to succeed on my own terms. I immersed myself into my studies and was accepted to every college that I applied to, graduating from a top university. And to this day, there is still an ache in my being that I did not apply to Harvard in fear of his influence there. To say that you never forget your first, they say that you never forget your first. I'm in a never-ending nightmare of trying to do just that. I'm forever suffering because of everything that reminds me of that horror. This new wave of worldwide publicity only worsens my despair. It was only many years later that I was finally intimate with a man again. And those moments were marred by my actions as a child with Jeffrey Epstein. Even now, it's impossible to separate his treachery from any care from a good man. One brief moment there was elation when he was recently arrested. I would finally get my chance to see him again face to face and show him what I had become, that I had succeeded on my own and that I was worth something in spite of all of his abuse, and that I had surmounted the monumental obstacles that he had laid before me throughout my entire life since falling prey to him. I had hoped humanity would prevail, but it seems to me that he outsmarted everyone so far, and his ghost is still laughing at us. I appeal to all of those, just and true, that his evil legacy and his death not stand in the way of resolution and justice for all his for all his underage victims. Thank you, Your Honor. And then just one last one. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I think it's okay. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up. I got the message. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to toss it back over to Eliza. Oh, my camera's gone. Sorry about that, folks. Hope you could still hear my voice.
Peppermint, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for reading. Thank you for being here. For those who are just checking in, we are here. We are almost at our 11-hour check-in. This is Cover to Cover, a 24-hour filibuster-style reading of the Epstein files live from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. And while we read, we are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which fights sex trafficking and the systems that enable it, including the ones in these files. There's a QR code on screen, so please scan it to support this crucial organization. And I am joined now by my friend, by writer, poet, speaker, and activist, Robert Arnold. Robert, thank you for being here.
I think that was great. That was way better than I can do. Hi, my name is Robert Arnold. Like Eliza said, I'm a writer. And when asked to do this, I jumped at the opportunity. So I'm going to read from, oddly enough, a poem written by a 17-year-old survivor. To send you away and to take your life, ticking time with shortened schedules and waving all my absent days to fit the scheduling of vile men, was worth it? No, don't answer that. I know I never have been. I will never be able to forgive myself for not being able to tell you what Mrs. Vicky does and what really happens in Florida and California, and I hope you don't ever meet Fat Pig Weinstein or the rest. It doesn't matter how far away you are, no matter how good you think they are. Even the old president, they will get you. He should have been thinking of Chelsea. In a plane, on a yacht, in New York, in D.C., at the Vineyard, on the island, in Palm Beach. It doesn't matter. Disgusting pigs like Alan Dershowitz and Mr. Carruthers and even Mr. Islam will hurt you, especially if Ghislaine is busy or not with you. I feel broken and exhausted. I am so fucking tired of this sick and twisted game that is causing such physical and emotional pain. These pigs that call themselves smart and talk about Harvard act much worse than animals. They make a bad name for animals. Just fucking sick. Mr. Sauerkraut Krause and Martin Minsky are gross, and I felt sort of sorry for Mr. Novak. He was as uncomfortable as I. Ivy League schools do not equal smart or good. It seems more like trash. Yucky, but they can't behave. The disgusting Mr. Staley, if anyone ever calls me Tinkerbell again, I will lose my mind. He left bloody marks on my arms from his belt and thought he had the right to call me with ears as big as his, to call me Dumbo. I should have called him that in return. You've been a very, very naughty girl, he said. I think I'm going to break. Why would they allow Mr. Leonsis wait this long? Why would he bring a friend and make a video? I am so broken, and the procedure was so painful and blood all over the sheets. I can't play this game anymore. I'll have to ask Elaine for help. If anyone can make it stop, would it be her? She was so scared because I got so sick and was burning up with fever. She put me in a freezing cold shower. I can't do this. Mr. Rails and Mr. Ian, blood on their hands, but so does Jeffrey and Mr. Jacobson and Mr. Conway and Mr. Vradenberg and Bill, all of them who don't care if this happens. The game stopped, but not in the way I thought. I did not have to go with anyone except Jeffrey, and now he and Ghislaine are fighting because I am now over 20 weeks of the baby we are certain is his. And I had to go to the Bahamas like this. And for some reason, no plan has been made because he does not want a procedure and she does, and I am certain this is the time critical, but they won't stop fighting. I do not want to be tied to Jeffrey for the rest of my life. Playing the piano well is not a good reason to think someone has had good genes or should have a baby. What about Ghislaine? I am too young and he is too old. Why is no one doing anything? I don't understand. I don't want this. I don't want another painful procedure, but I do not want this. That company does not protect kids. They use it to find us, and they are everywhere. I cannot escape. Glued to this was 2 photos of a girl that she was with. The white female on the left side of the page says they talked about ballet because she danced on point in ballet shoes. And so did this girl. She says sometimes they called her by 2 names. She thinks it was, but is not absolutely certain. But she was sometimes called, both of those names have been redacted, but is not sure how it was spelled. The girl on the right side said she was insanely beautiful and exotic looking. Her name sounded foreign and said it was a peculiar name. She would not even guess how to say or spell it. She did not believe the girl was foreign because she spoke like an average American girl. Next, I'll be reading from a text message sent to Leon. Hi, I would like to have a copy of the NDA I signed. Can you please email it to me? Thank you. Leon, you sexually harassed me, sex trafficked me, raped me, and eventually blacklisted me. I don't know for how much longer it will take me on my own to process the pain you caused to me and my family. The least you can do now is to give me that document that I was forced to sign under duress and wasn't able to read before signing. Unfortunately, I am still tied to you. This is a letter with Doug Wigder to Leon Black. Did ChatGPT search related to Leon Black's settlement dealings with Brad Edwards? The results, Black retained Edwards as part of a legal settlement of allegations filed against him. In 2022 Jane Doe settlement. Edwards was involved in negotiating a settlement. DW thinks this could have been the Jane Doe case that settled. There have been other instances where a victim's attorney have been hired by a defendant, happened in the Bill O'Reilly case. DW asked for sources for that answer, cases involving Jeffrey Epstein, some confidential. In follow-up questions, ChatGPT responded that there was no reliable sourcing information linking Edwards as counsel for Black. Let's discuss if you have a minute. I'm around now if you want to call, or happy to chat whenever. Do you think either of these Epstein victims would be worth following up with in regard to Leon Black in terms of your general impressions of the interviews? I'm not inclined to open based on the other victims, but for a variety of reasons, just wanted to make sure I'm doing my due diligence. And attached here are 302 pages referencing Black. Let me know if you have any questions. I hope you're doing well and staying cool. I just wanted to follow up about getting copies of the 302 pages referencing Black. I'm talking with the chiefs tomorrow, and I'm going to give them our impressions of the interview. We should all be there around 10:30. Do you mind sending me your cell number so I can let you know when everyone is there? Okay, I reserved the conference room. I'm surprised we need an interpreter. When I interviewed her, I did not need one. Just FYI. They would prefer the conference room, so let's start at 10:30. I'm going to work on getting an interpreter. Give me a call anytime beforehand if there's anything you want to discuss. Thank you with your help with the room. There's a meeting being held from 2 to 3 p.m. in our conference room, so we would have to work around that. But yes, we can schedule something here. We also have a soft room with a couch and chairs we could use. Let me know your thoughts on the timing. And I've just spoken with the attorney, and they are both available on Tuesday the 18th. Would you be able to book the conference room? The space is better than our office, and I wouldn't have to get special permission to have it in person. This email communication and any files transmitted within it are privileged and confidential with to the New York County District Attorney's Office. Sorry, I got to re-find my place here. I received a voicemail yesterday afternoon, but it was cut off. But I did hear and assumed it was you. I hope your trial is going well. I have some limited time to chat tomorrow between 1 and 3 p.m., and then I am pretty open Thursday and Friday if any of those times work. We are reaching out to see if you have some time this week for the next week. This is from the call with Jean Christensen. The victim was in her 30s at the time of the conduct, met Black at Epstein's New York townhome sometime in the early 2000s. Was working giving massages for a few months at Epstein's townhouse. Victim is supposed to be sending a photo of the woman who introduced her to Epstein, described as blonde and young. She met Epstein at his office in his townhouse, and he knew that she needed money, and he talked about how he could help her out with any money problems that she was having. She says that Epstein never forced himself on her. He tried to get her to take off her clothes, and when she said no, he didn't force it again and still paid her the $300 cash. She also gave massages to other men at the townhome, including Leon Black. She may have had sexual contact with others, but that's not clear. Epstein introduced her to Black as someone who could help her get a job. He was introduced as Black. She remembers details of where they were in the townhouse when they met. Describes clearly the room where she gave the massages. She was giving him a massage. He was on his stomach, and at some point he turned around and said it was his turn to give her a massage. He got her on her back on the table, recalls having difficulty breathing, was violently sexually assaulted, including by being bitten. Afterwards, he got dressed as if nothing happened. She was asked whether or not she was paid for the massage, but she didn't know. And after that, Black called her and asked to meet her for drinks. She thinks they met at the hotel. He talked to her about her credit card debt, her family, etc. And at some point, he gave her an envelope with $5,000 in cash and said, "I hope this helps." He called her again, but she never met again privately. They may have had lunch on another occasion. JC doesn't know how she extracted herself from the Epstein scene. She said that Ghislaine Maxwell a number of times at the townhouse had met, and JC didn't have more details on that. The victim disclosed to a friend what had happened after the fact, very soon after. She is willing to speak to law enforcement, but she's very concerned about redacted name. JC asked about phone messages, unsealed in Maxwell civil case that included messages from Leon Black, case number 15CV733, Judge Preska. Okay, perfect. This communication may contain confidential or attorney-client privileged information. Let's discuss tomorrow. If you have a few minutes, let me know when would be a good time to talk. I'm attempting to take my first time off since COVID and may be out on Monday, but we'll still be back in the office on Tuesday. Would you be open to a Zoom conference call, or would you need to travel up there? Gene. Well, around 9:30 this morning, I received a call from a woman who now lives in Redacted, who told me she wanted to speak to me and said that Leon Black had raped her violently years ago and has never told anyone about it other than her redacted friend. In short, the details she told me about what he did to her are almost a perfect match about what my client told me. He violently bit down on her vulva, labia, and clitoris. The biting would get harder and his teeth clamped down more, and when she yelled out in pain. The woman this morning basically told me about the same biting ritual and that she could not breathe. She was in so much pain. It's too abnormal to make up. She does not know my client. The person is redacted and says it happened in 2001 at Epstein's townhouse. She gave massages there, and Black was one of them. She said she never had sex with Epstein. There is nothing publicly out there about the details of his specific acts with our client. so there is no way she could know. She works at Redacted, sounded otherwise together. Anyway, if she agrees to speak to you, would you be interested in talking with her? Yes, can you give me a quick call on this at some point before tomorrow morning? I am meeting with the victim tomorrow and got a call from District Attorney New York and want to make sure my understanding of that background is correct. Once you are ready to set up the interview, let me know. I know C20 wants to sit in, but she is totally swamped, so it may take a while to find a day when she's available. I do not want you to think I was sending anything that was under seal. The attached is on the docket in this order, 1-524 Rakoff, after receiving a confidential list of allocations and reviewing the factors, approved the allocations of each victim and ordered Simone to distribute the funds. He also ordered that he has a right to review. However, there is not a single docket entry from 224 except for an NYT motion to unseal transcripts. Nothing. I am not available 3:15 to 4 p.m., but otherwise available. That's the end of what I have marked. You bet. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Robert. And you took us officially over the 11-hour mark. So thank you, everyone who is still with us or who is newly with us. I'm only marginally in worse shape than I was 11 hours ago when we started this. But we are doing this because it is so important that we draw attention to this, the biggest cover-up in American history. I'm standing here with nearly 4,000 volumes of the Epstein files printed out behind me. And even though we're going to be reading for 24 straight hours, we are still going to be not making a dent in reading all of these volumes. We could read for 24 hours a day, and assuming we were reading at a good clip, it would still take us 4.5 years to read through the Epstein files in this room, and these aren't even all the files. So anyhow, not to say that what we're doing doesn't matter. It really does. So please keep watching, keep sharing, keep donating. There's a QR code on screen to donate to World Without Exploitation. And thank you for being here. You may recognize my next guest. Ariel is better known as Mrs. Frazzled online. She is a dear friend of mine, and she is a real-life talent, a real-life teacher, and a popular character and person on the internet. I absolutely adore her. She has been using her voice to fight for survivors. Ariel, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us, and I will let you take it away from here.
Am I live? You can see me, huh? This is crazy. I am so glad to be here. This is really hard work, but it's such important work. I just can't believe that we are in a world where this is, I think Eliza just said it, the biggest cover-up in history. This is just so critical. So today I'm going to be reading. It says this is a transcript of a non-prosecution agreement, and says that while the AUSA handling the case was on vacation during the final stages of negotiation in September, other experienced counsel helped finalize what we're going to read, I guess. All right. So here we go. It starts with a question. It says, fair enough. Did you read it? Answer. I would assume that I read it, or else I wouldn't have edited it. Question. All right. So we have a draft from a working draft on September 10th with a small rewrite from you. There is in the Exhibit 17 series indication that of the kind of activity that blank was going through to come up with a federal plea. But eventually, she and the defense attorney who was most actively working on this, Jay Lefkowitz, turned back to the NPA. And if you look at 17D, just to make the sort of staffing clear, you know, of course, blank has left. Blank is going on vacation as of September 15th. And so blank Lori has helped finalize. So the finalizing of the NPA, the final version of which is in Exhibit 22, falls to blank with blank, right? Answer, yes. Question, okay. And blank puts you on notice in 18B in that process. This email in 18B is sort of a follow-on to 18A. Do you see it comes 1 minute after your email in 18A? It's a response from her to you, only in which she makes note that the defense tried to reopen all the loopholes that I had sewn shut. Answer, yes. Question. So it's fair to say that you're on notice that they're being difficult. Answer, that's fair. Question, okay. In the course of that being difficult, 19A is an email to you from blank on September 18th in which she represents that or explains that the defense is that things are kind of falling apart with negotiations and she fears the deal is going to fall apart completely. Mr. Todd, should we take a quick break here? You're losing your voice. Blank, I'm fine. Mr. Todd, you could probably use a minute. Blank, all right, we'll take a break. The witness, all right. A 4-minute break. Mr. Todd, 4 minutes, that's blank, okay. And then there's something off the record by blank. And it says question, back on the record. Looking at Exhibit 19C, you say, you write to blank blank regarding whether you're available to, at a time when she's going to be hashing out language, you advise her that, but I don't think I should be part of negotiations. I'd rather leave that to you if that's okay. Answer, yes. Question, why did you say that to her? Answer, because she was the line lawyer involved, and I think it's important for a U.S. attorney to, absent truly exceptional circumstances, to not get involved in this sort of the negotiations. You can meet, like I did in September, reaffirm the position of the office, back your AUSA, but ultimately, I think your trial lawyer needs discretion to do their job. Question. At this point, of course, we know blank is on vacation. Answer, right. Question. And you were aware, were you not, that blank Lori was about to decamp for Washington? In other words, he left at the end of September. Yes. Question. To become the chief of staff and principal deputy assistant attorney general. Answer, correct. Question 4. Answer, yes. Question, who headed the criminal division? Okay. So it was really just the two of them at this point, and with nobody apparently involved between them and you. Answer. So fair. But when you say just the two of them, blank is an incredibly experienced lawyer. So to say just the two of them is should not imply that there was an experience in that, and they're going to go back and forth again. I certainly in no way intend to write to fair, suggest that. Fair enough. Question. Looking at 19D, in which blank blank is on page 2, looking at the latest draft from blank, meaning blank blank, and this is in the throes of negotiating the NPA. Blank blank is essentially telling you he agrees with blank observations that the defense are just up to all kinds of nonsense in this deal and completely changing their terms, not just apparently negotiating or dealing with these warring drafts, with the drafting process in good faith. Again, that's my characterization, but blank says to you in this email, I suggest we tell him, blank, that his counteroffer is rejected and that we intend to move forward with our case, right? And then your response is interesting. You say to him, why don't we just call him? Tell him, 1, you agree, and then change things. 2, answer, you being blank agrees and changes things. They're going to go back and forth again. Correct. Tell him you agree, meaning blank agrees. No. I see. Yeah. Tell him you blank agree and you change things. I see. That is not acceptable to us and is in bad faith. Stop it or we'll just indict and then try to work it out. Question. So is the try to work it out if numbers 1 and 2 are what you think you should tell, what blank should tell blank? Is number 3 something blank should tell blank, or what you're telling blank? Try to work it out. Answer. It's what I'm telling blank. Question. Okay. So just to be clear, you say tell him, meaning you blank, tell J number 1. Answer says so. And number 2, but number 3 is then what you're instructing blank to do. Yes. I'm just trying to understand. Yes. So, okay. So my understanding of this is they're being difficult. Hey, this isn't the first time that an attorney agrees to something and then goes back and tries to pull a fast one. So tell him you're on to this, that they need to stop it or we'll indict, but then that will try to, blank should try to work it out. Okay. But they need to stop this tactic. Did you really think that was going to be effective with this defense? I don't know. Team, I think one of the hard things with this is if it was right on September 6th, it remained right irrespective of really, I think, say, sorry, I know it's a pain. You do. This negotiation was a pain, but if it was the right position, the fact that you've got annoying counsel on the other side doesn't make it less of a right position. You tell them to stop being annoying, you try to work it out, and if not, then you indict the question. All right. And is that sort of, you had a question? I was going to, but blank was going ahead. Is that consistent with your sort of way of doing business, being even and working it out? Answer. Yeah, this is our position. It's not a bluff. It's what we want. You work it out. People yell and scream on the other side. You work it out. If not, then we indict. Question. What would have been the tipping point for you? What would have caused you to say, okay, I agree with you blank. I agree with you blank. Let's indict. Answer. So it's really difficult to speculate, but I think the tipping point would have been a failure to reach. It was pretty clear. Jail time, registration, restitution. Okay, we moved from 24 to 18 months. That was a give and take. But ultimately, if they came back and said, we can't agree to these terms, then we indict. Question. All right. It seemed like your troops were telling you, we've reached the end of our rope. We really want to just go forward and indict. Answer. Right. Question. And you were coming with, tell them again that the defense is being difficult, but I want you to work it out. Does that tell your troops basically that where your priority is, you want them to get to this resolution? And if they have to give up stuff, it's okay. It's really okay. But you want this resolution. Answer. So it's not if you have to give up stuff. I'm not telling them to give up stuff. I'm not telling them to negotiate things away. But I think the dynamic from my perspective is incredibly. So there's a tactic that counsel sometimes takes, where they negotiate and then they try to come back and renegotiate. And that is, to my thinking, one of the most annoying tactics that you can have. And it creates a lot of frustration. And what I'm trying to say is, look, they might be frustrating folks, but if this had been worked out, so looking at this, we thought we had an agreement. And then they changed things. And I'm saying, sorry, that's my dog, everyone. And I'm saying, look, if you thought you had an agreement, tell them you had an agreement. Don't let them change things. I understand it's frustrating to you. But if it was right 2 weeks ago, the fact that they are frustrating attorneys doesn't change the underlying legal analysis. The attorney's behavior doesn't inform the rightness or wrongness of a certain disposition to a point. Question, what's that point? Answer. So I think after now I'm calling it an NPA, I was personally very frustrated with the failure to report on October 20th. And I had envisioned that entire collateral attack, I think, would have, and had I envisioned that entire collateral attack, I think I would have looked at this very differently. Question, in what respect? Answer. To the extent that this was going back to, for example, the public corruption prosecutions that we had, one of the values of it was to have a public figure stand up and say, I did this, and plead. one of the values was the, avoiding a long and messy legal process. And so when you put all that together, those, this is why I say it's not quite, this was the factor that we'd consider, that it's all of this put together, and something that could have been very positive for the victims for sending a signal, as it dragged on, became exhausting and negative for the victims. It put us in a position of, what do we do with notifications? It put us in the position of a lot of appeals to Washington. It put us in the position of having to deal with complicated legal issues that actually got more messy in terms of, how does a federal 2255 relate to a state charge? And had all of that been known, I do think this would have proceeded differently. Question: differently in what way? Answer: So if I had factored all of that, like, I can't predict it's right, what I would have done, but I think if I had known all of that, this could have proceeded very differently. I was very frustrated with the October to June time period. Question: so if you had been back in that time frame in early September looking at this with, I don't know what Harry Potter character it is, right, but whoever can see into the future and anticipated or foresaw, right, what would have happened? Would you have simply said, look, we're not going to go the state route, we'll go to the federal route? Answer: quite possibly. Question: all right. And let me we'll probably get into it, but at some point, I do think the post versus the pre-signature time period was different for any number of reasons, and we'll probably want to talk about that. Question: all right, he will, but now I'd like to turn to some of the terms of the FAIR. Question: the NPA, because you did let me make sure that this is correct. You skipped this one. Oh, yeah. Before that, thank you. My colleagues remind me that 19E is an exhibit that has an exchange between you and Lori about at a time when the federal plea agreement, right, was still in play. And the issue is whether you should sign it. And right, you didn't want to because you never do, but you say at the bottom, we should only go forward if the trial team supports and signs this agreement. What did you mean by that? The first part of it. Answer: So what I meant by that was, I got something that the document was unusual. So my signature appearing on this document is not in and of itself unusual. Question: and this would have been the plea agreement, not the federal plea agreement, or was this about the NPA? Answer: this was about the NPA. Okay. And right. And so the NPA had my signature. Now the NPA is almost too generous. So that in and of itself is not indicative of something, but it does raise my concern. Is this something that ultimately the trial team does not feel comfortable with? And if it's something they don't feel comfortable with, then they should speak up and let me know, because we shouldn't go forward with it. Question: and did you ever have a conversation or a discussion about that issue other than mentioning it? Answer: not to my recollection. I would assume, based on this, that blank would read it and would take me at my word and say, look, I think you're going in the wrong direction, Alex. Oh, his name's Alex. This is not question and answer. See, sometimes you're just reading things in the Epstein files and you don't even know. I think you're going in the wrong direction, or I'm uncomfortable with it. Whoever Q is. All right. Did you ever have a direct conversation with blank about wanting her to sign the agreement as opposed to yourself? Alex: I did not. This was my communications with blank, and I really meant that if at the end of the day my team isn't comfortable, then you shouldn't go forward. Q: you never recall hearing from blank that she was not comfortable moving forward with the plea agreement. The NPA: I do not recall hearing from blank that she was not comfortable. I know that at various points she became frustrated. At various points, blank became frustrated, but they were negotiating this. If at some point they thought this was a mistake or wrong or unjust, I would think that they would tell me. Q: what would you have done? A: sit down and really have a serious conversation about where this is going, and sit down and hear them out again, even if at this late phase, Q, right? A would be, I would think that's what I would have done. Q: all right, let's turn to the NPA. What is it? Exhibit 22. Did you read it? We know that you made some final tweaks to it. 22. So is the final as signed A, 22. And so I would, again, I don't have an independent recollection of reading it. I would not have made tweaks to it without reading it. Q, okay. A, and so I think you can infer that I read it. Q, all right. And let me say you were clerk to an appellate, a very eminent appellate judge, and did you do appellate work yourself? A, I did. Q, so you are somebody who's an appellate lawyer who has that experience at a high level, is often more sensitive to words and phrasings and to documents' contents than might be, again, to caricaturize a little bit, but more of a shoot from the hip trial attorney who spends his days, in a rough and tumble courtroom. And is it fair to say that you were more of a former and more A? So I would push back. I think that's not respecting the talent of the trial lawyer, and particularly on these types of agreements or documents, these folks that have this sort of expertise, because even if this was sui generis, they have seen a lot of this. Q, I am not suggesting that blank and Lori were not up to this. A, right. Q, because certainly she also had a lot of appellate experience. I'm simply noting that this seems to be sort of in your wheelhouse. A, what? Look, I apologize. Whether I'm not sure what in my wheelhouse means. I appear to have read this. I suggested some edits. As I would have approached this document, my assumption would have been, I'm looking at it from my earlier concerns, that the policy level concerns. Does it capture that we're deferring to the state, going back to the put in the petite policy versus not? Does it capture the policy concerns of appropriately understanding that we can't force the state to do something? And does it capture the essential elements of the terms that we had looked for, the imprisonment, registration, and restitution? Q, all right. So one of the things that is a little striking, that's different from the original draft MPA, even as amended by you, let's pull from 16B, is that what I would call the non-admission of guilty. So in the first page of 16B, the first paragraph, that's the first clause after the 1 through 5 statutes listing in 16B reads, it appearing that Epstein has accepted responsibility for his behavior by his signature on this agreement. A, I'm sorry, you're on 16B. Q, 16B. A, okay, it's appearing, yes. Q, okay, so his is, and this is not, this seems to be fairly typical sort of plea agreement language, right? A, yeah. Q, and if you look at the top of the final MPA 22, the third, it appearing clause, A, I'm sorry, where are you? Q, 16B. A, right. The third, it appearing. Q, it appearing he has the down at the bottom. It says refers to at the, it has accepted responsibility. Second up. Oh. Okay. Yes, he's accepted responsibility. Right. And then above in the fourth, it appearing, it references the fact that it appearing Epstein has committed offenses against the United States. Wow. Okay. This is a really wild document. Thank you guys so much for having me. This is such important work, like I said, and I'm just so grateful to all of you. And thank you to Eliza for doing it and for having me.
Thank you, Ariel. So grateful for you. So next up, before I introduce our next guest, I have to give a little bit of context. Now, we've been live for 11 and a half hours, and I feel like, our viewership, it's really the loyalists who are still here. So I want to give a little bit of context to this. Fun fact, in case you didn't know, yes, I'm a career public defender for 15 years, but I appeared on 2 seasons of the CBS reality television show Survivor. And back in the day, the reality TV community was quite small. And I met our next guest, Ashley Spivey, because we were both on reality television shows. She appeared on The Bachelor and I appeared on Survivor. And we were 2 of the few people who were reality TV contestants who were using our platforms for something much bigger than television. So I have always been a huge admirer of Ashley, who has consistently spoken out about sexual violence, about institutional failures, and about the way that powerful people have protected survivors. And the way that powerful people are protected while survivors are ignored, attacked, or pushed into silence. And this is exactly why I wanted Ashley here for this. These files are not abstract. They record all of this harm and complicity and the repeated failure to protect young people. And so reading them out loud matters. And I'm so grateful for all of you who are here watching. And I'm so grateful for Ashley for being here and for lending your voice and for making sure that people don't look away. Thank you. I love you.
All right. Like Eliza said, my name is Ashley Spivey, and I wanted to be here today because Eliza's my hero. I've known her for 15 years. I also wanted to be here today because I'm a survivor myself. I was raped in college, and it ruined my life to the point where I changed colleges, and, you know, this is something that I never saw justice. I will never see justice, and hopefully I can take part in something that will bring a little bit of justice to the survivors today. So I'm going to start reading from an indictment. This is the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell, and I'll just go ahead and start reading it. Count 1, conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. The grand jury charges. The charges set forth herein stem from the role of Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, in the sexual exploitation and abuse of multiple minor girls by Jeffrey Epstein. In particular, from at least in or about 1994 up to and including, can't hear me, up to and including at least in or about 2004. Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. The victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein, both of whom knew that certain victims were in fact under the age of 18. As a part and in furtherance of their scheme to abuse minor victims, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Jeffrey Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for and subjection to sexual abuse. Moreover, in an effort to conceal her crimes, Maxwell repeatedly lied when questioned about her conduct, including in relation to some of the minor victims described herein when providing testimony under oath in 2016. During the time periods charged in this indictment, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, had a personal and professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was among his closest associates. In particular, in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, Maxwell was in an intimate relationship with Epstein. Additionally, between in or about 1994 and in or about 2004, Maxwell was paid by Epstein to manage his various properties. Beginning in at least 1994, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, enticed and groomed multiple minor girls to engage in sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein through a variety of means and methods, including but not limited to the following. Maxwell first attempted to befriend some of Epstein's minor victims prior to their abuse, including by asking the victims about their lives, their schools, and their families. Maxwell and Epstein would spend time building friendships with minor victims by, for example, taking the victims to the movies or shopping. Some of these outings would involve Maxwell and Epstein spending time together with a minor victim, while some would involve Maxwell or Epstein spending time alone with a minor victim. Having developed a rapport with victim, Maxwell would try to normalize sexual abuse for a minor victim by, among other things, discussing sexual topics, undressing in front of the victim, being present when a minor victim was undressed, and or being present for sex acts involving the minor victim and Epstein. Maxwell's presence during minor victims' interactions with Epstein, including interactions where the minor victim was undressed or that involved sex acts with Epstein, helped put the victims at ease because an adult woman was present. For example, in some instances, Maxwell would massage Epstein in front of a minor victim. In other instances, Maxwell encouraged minor victims to provide massages to Epstein, including sexualized massages during which a minor victim would be fully or partially nude. Many of those massages resulted in Epstein sexually abusing the minor victims. In addition, Epstein offered to help some minor victims by paying for travel and or educational opportunities, and Maxwell encouraged certain victims to accept Epstein's assistance. As a result, victims were made to feel indebted and believed that Maxwell and Epstein were trying to help them. Through this process, Maxwell and Epstein enticed victims to engage in sexual activity with Epstein. In some instances, Maxwell was present for and participated in the sexual abuse of minor victims. Some such incidents occurred in the context of massages, which developed into sexual encounters. Between approximately in or about 1994 and in or about 2004, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims by, among other things, inducing and enticing, and aiding and abetting the inducement and enticement of multiple minor victims. Victims were groomed and or abused at multiple locations, including the following: a multi-story private residence on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York, owned by Epstein; an estate in Palm Beach, Florida, owned by Epstein; a ranch in Santa Fe, New Mexico, owned by Epstein; Maxwell's personal residence in London. Additionally, beginning at least in or about 2001, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Jeffrey Epstein enticed and recruited, and caused to be enticed and recruited, minor girls to visit Epstein's Palm Beach residence to engage in sex acts with Epstein, after which Epstein, Maxwell, or another employee of Epstein's would give the victims hundreds of dollars in cash. Epstein and Maxwell encouraged one or more of these victims to travel with Epstein with the intention that the victim engage in sex acts with Epstein. Moreover, and in order to maintain and increase his supply of victims, Epstein, Maxwell, and other Epstein employees also paid certain victims to recruit additional girls to be similarly abused by Epstein. In this way, Epstein and Maxwell created a network of underage victims for him to sexually exploit. Between at least in or about 2001 and in or about 2004, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, and Epstein encouraged and enticed one or more victims to engage in paid sex acts with Epstein through a variety of means and methods, including but not limited to the following: Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, would call a victim to schedule an appointment for the victim to massage Epstein at his Palm Beach residence. Maxwell placed at least some of those calls while with Epstein in Manhattan, New York. Epstein would often travel from New York to Florida, where he would then have the scheduled appointments. When a victim initially arrived at the Palm Beach residence, she would be greeted by an employee of Epstein's, including, at times, Maxwell. The victim would then be escorted to a room with the massage table. Once inside, the victim would provide a nude or semi-nude massage for Epstein, who would himself typically be naked. During these encounters, Epstein would escalate the nature and scope of the physical contact to include sex acts such as groping and direct and indirect contact with the victim's genitals. Epstein would also typically masturbate during these encounters, ask the victim to touch him while he masturbated, and touch the victim's genitals with his hands. Sorry. In connection with each sexual encounter, Epstein or one of his employees or associates, including at least at times Maxwell, paid the victim in cash. Each victim was typically paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's access to minor victims, knowing that he had a sexual preference for underage girls, that he intended to engage in sexual activity with those victims. Epstein's resulting abuse of minor victims included, among other things, touching a victim's breast, touching a victim's genitals, placing a sex toy such as a vibrator on a victim's genitals, directing a victim to touch Epstein while he masturbated, and directing a victim to touch Epstein's genitals. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Among the victims induced or enticed by Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, were minor victims identified herein as minor victim 1, minor victim 2, minor victim 3, and minor victim 4. In particular, and during time periods relevant to this indictment, Maxwell engaged in the following acts, among others, with respect to minor victims. Maxwell met minor victim 1 when minor victim 1 was approximately 14 years old. Maxwell subsequently interacted with minor victim 1 on multiple occasions at Epstein's residences, knowing that minor victim 1 was under the age of 18 at the time. During these interactions, which took place between approximately 1994 and 1997, Maxwell groomed minor victim 1 to engage in sexual acts with Epstein through multiple means. First, Maxwell and Epstein attempted to befriend minor victim 1, taking her to the movies and on shopping trips. Maxwell also asked minor victim 1 about school, her classes, her family, and other aspects of her life. Maxwell then sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive conduct by, among other things, undressing in front of minor victim 1 and being present when minor victim 1 undressed in front of Epstein. Within the first year after Maxwell and Epstein met minor victim 1, Epstein began sexually abusing minor victim 1. Maxwell was present for and involved in some of this abuse. In particular, Maxwell involved minor victim 1 in group sexualized massages of Epstein. During those group sexualized massages, Maxwell and or minor victim 1 would engage in sex acts with Epstein. Epstein and Maxwell both encouraged minor victim 1 to travel to Epstein's residences in both New York and Florida. As a result, minor victim 1 was sexually abused by Epstein in both New York and Florida. Minor victim 1 was enticed to travel across state lines for the purpose of sexual encounters with Epstein, and Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 1 after minor victim 1 traveled to Epstein's. Maxwell interacted with minor victim 2 at least one occasion in or about 1996 at Epstein's residence in New Mexico when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18. Minor victim 2 had flown into New Mexico from out of state at Epstein's invitation for the purpose of being groomed for and or subjected to acts of sexual abuse. Maxwell knew that minor victim 2 was under the age of 18 at the time. While in New Mexico, Maxwell and Epstein took minor victim 2 to a movie, and Maxwell took minor victim 2 shopping. Maxwell also discussed minor victim 2's school, classes, and family with minor victim 2. In New Mexico, Maxwell began her efforts to groom minor victim 2 for abuse by Epstein, among other things, providing an unsolicited massage to minor victim 2, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Maxwell also encouraged minor victim 2 to massage Epstein. Maxwell groomed and befriended minor victim 3 in London, England, between approximately 1994 and 1995, including during a period of time in which Maxwell knew that minor victim 3 was under the age of 18. Among other things, Maxwell discussed minor victim 3's life and family with minor victim 3. Maxwell introduced minor victim 3 to Epstein and arranged for multiple interactions between minor victim 3 and Epstein. During those interactions, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to massage Epstein, knowing that Epstein would engage in sex acts with minor victim 3 during those massages. Minor victim 3 provided Epstein with the requested massages, and during those massages, Epstein sexually abused minor victim 3. Maxwell was aware that Epstein engaged in sexual activity with minor victim 3 on multiple occasions, including at times when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, including in the context of a sexualized massage. Minor victim 4 was recruited to provide Epstein with sexualized massages, for which minor victim 4 was paid by Epstein and or one of his associates, including at times Maxwell at the Palm Beach residence beginning in or around 2001. Maxwell met minor victim 4 at Epstein's Palm Beach residence when minor victim 4 was approximately 14 years old. Maxwell subsequently interacted with minor victim 4 on multiple occasions at Epstein's Palm Beach residence, knowing that minor victim 4 was under the age of 18 at the time. During these interactions, which took place between approximately 2001 and 2004, Maxwell groomed minor victim 4 to engage in sexual acts with Epstein through multiple means. For example, Maxwell asked minor victim 4 about her family and other aspects of her life. Maxwell also sought to normalize inappropriate and abusive conduct by, among other things, discussing sexual topics in front of minor victim 4 and being present when minor victim 4 was nude in the massage room of the Palm Beach residence. On multiple occasions between approximately 2001 and 2004, minor victim 4 provided nude massages to Epstein at the Palm Beach residence, during which Epstein engaged in multiple sex acts with minor victim 4. Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, called minor victim 4, including from New York, to schedule appointments for minor victim 4 to massage Epstein. After each massage, Epstein or one of his employees, including at times Maxwell, paid minor victim 4 hundreds of dollars in cash. At some point during this period, both Epstein and Maxwell invited minor victim 4 to travel with Epstein and offered to assist minor victim 4 with obtaining a passport for purposes of such travel, but minor victim 4 declined the invitation. On multiple occasions between approximately 2001 and 2004, Epstein's employees, including at times Maxwell, sent minor victim 4 gifts, including lingerie, from an address in Manhattan, to minor victim 4's residence in Florida. Epstein and Maxwell also encouraged minor victim 4 to recruit other young females to provide sexualized massages to Epstein. In response, minor victim 4 brought multiple females, including girls under the age of 18, to provide sexualized massages for Epstein at the Palm Beach residence. On such occasions, both minor victim 4 and the girls she brought were paid hundreds of dollars in cash. In or around 2016, in the context of a deposition as part of civil litigation, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, repeatedly provided false and perjurious statements under oath regarding, among other subjects, her role in facilitating the abuse of minor victims by Jeffrey Epstein, including some of the specific events and acts of abuse detailed above. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 2004, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, enticement in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown would and did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce one and more individuals to travel in interstate and foreign commerce, to engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 2422. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, when the minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence, in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Between in or about 2001 and in or about 2002, when minor victim 4 was under the age of 18, Maxwell and Epstein invited minor victim 4 to travel from Florida to a place outside of Florida with Epstein. The grand jury further charges. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in or about 1997 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, knowingly did persuade, induce, entice, and coerce an individual to travel in interstate and foreign commerce to engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, and attempted to do the same, and aided and abetted the same. To wit, Maxwell persuaded, induced, enticed, and coerced minor victim 1 to travel from Florida to New York on multiple occasions with the intention that minor victim 1 would engage in one or more sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein, in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130.55. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up into and including in or about 2004 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others, known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, transportation of minors in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423A. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, Jeffrey Epstein, and others known and unknown would and did knowingly transport an individual who had not attained the age of 18 years in interstate and foreign commerce, with intent that the individual engaged in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2423. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1997, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, Maxwell participated in multiple group sexual encounters with Epstein and minor victim 1 in New York and Florida. In or about 1996, when minor victim 1 was under the age of 18, minor victim 1 was enticed to travel from Florida to New York for purposes of sexually abusing her at the New York residence, in violation of New York Penal Law, Section 130-55. In or about 1996, when minor victim 2 was under the age of 18, Maxwell provided minor victim 2 with an unsolicited massage in New Mexico, during which minor victim 2 was topless. Between in or about 1994 and in or about 1995, when minor victim 3 was under the age of 18, Maxwell encouraged minor victim 3 to provide massages to Epstein in London, England, knowing that Epstein intended to sexually abuse minor victim 3 during those massages. Between in or about 2001 and in or about 2002, when minor victim 4 was under the age of 18, Maxwell and Epstein invited minor victim 4 to travel from Florida to a place outside of Florida with Epstein. The grand jury further charges. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 9 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. From at least in or about 1994 up to and including in about 1997, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, knowingly did transport an individual who had not attained the age of 18 years in interstate and foreign commerce, with the intent that the individual engage in sexual activity for which a person can be charged with a criminal offense, and had attempted to do so, and aided and abetted the same, to wit, Maxwell arranged for minor victim 1 to be transported from Florida to New York on multiple occasions with the intention that minor victim 1 would engage in one or more sex acts with Jeffrey Epstein, in violation of the New York Penal Law, Section 130-55. All right, I think that's it for me. That seems like it took a really long time. That was really tough. I'm sorry I cried.
Apologize at all. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
Do I leave this up here? Or?
You could take it.
Okay. Oh, don't let Sammy. Thank you for letting me do that.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very real. This is, Ashley herself is a survivor, and it's just, we're so lucky to have so many people here today to whom this is so personal. And so we're just so grateful. And We, I think, are about to hit the 12-hour mark. We will be halfway through our 24-hour filibuster live reading the Epstein files from the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan. We are raising money for World Without Exploitation, which fights sex trafficking and the systems that enable it. There is a QR code on screen, so you can donate to this wonderful organization. And I am, I'm very glad we're here. We're halfway through. Joining me now, you ready? Is Sammy Sage, who is the co-founder of Betches Media and the author of Sammy Sage Says Substack. She does daily morning announcements every day, so you can catch her online. And she's fantastic, a dear friend. Are we live? We're live. And so I will let Sammy take it away. Thank you for being here. So good to have you as part of this.
Thank you. You are seriously the champion here. I mean, Eliza, thank you. Thank you so much for arranging this. Thank you to the Save America movement for taking part in this, and thank you everyone who's tuning in. It is late, and this is some really grueling information. So, I can't believe what Ashley had to read. What I'm reading is a phone interview between the attorneys Brad Edwards and Jack Scarola, who were attorneys for victims. So this is from a phone interview with the person's name is redacted, but I'm going to presume they are a victim. Okay, so I'm going to read. The first question is, okay, hi, Jack, hi, Brad, blah, blah, blah. You don't care about that. Okay. Jack asks, I have gotten some information from Brad about conversations that you've had with him, and that will enable me, hopefully, to make this a little bit more efficient and take up a minimum amount of time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, guess what her name is. Then there's a question that's missing, but I presume, I don't know what it is. It's just going to be, they asked something. She says, yes, he did. He being Jeffrey Epstein. He did all the time. The worst one that I heard from his own mouth was this pretty 12-year-old girls he had flown in for his birthday. It was a surprise birthday gift from one of his friends, and they were from France. I did see them. I did meet them. Jeffrey bragged afterwards, after he met them, they were 12-year-olds and flown over from France because they're really poor over there and their parents needed the money or whatever the case is. And they were absolutely free to stay and flew out. Those were the worst ones. He was constantly bragging about girls' ages or where he got them from or their past and how terrible their past was and how good he is making it for them. I have a feeling I know whose interview this is. Jack, the lawyer, asks, where were the 12-year-old girls flown to from France and where did they come to? She says, Palm Beach. Jack asks, the attorney asks, and were they flown in on Jeff's private plane or did they get transported? No, they were transported by somebody else. Jack, okay, was the sexual activity that went on the airplane conducted in such a way so that any of the crew was aware of what was going on? She answers, they were told to knock if they had to come out, if the crew had to come out. They were told, to come out as little as possible. If you see something, don't say something. She didn't say that, I'm saying that. So they weren't out there hanging out watching everything, no, but it doesn't take an idiot to put two and two together to say, well, there's a whole bunch of half-dressed teenagers on board with this old man who is constantly being massaged by them, and he wants me to keep the door shut. For what reason? Only they could put that together, but yeah, they knew. The attorney asked, did Mr. Epstein ever talk to you about people of power and influence owing him favors? She says, he would laugh about it, I never really knew what to take serious from Jeffrey because he was such a funny character at times. You never knew if what he was saying was true or not. Yeah, lots of people owed him favors from what he told me. He's got everybody in his pocket, and he would laugh about how he helps people for the sole purpose in the end they owe him. If for the sole purpose in the end they owe him something. That's why I believe he does so many favors in the first place. The attorney asks, when and how did you first become aware that Mr. Epstein was in trouble with the law? She says, I was first informed by, I think someone from the FBI called me first and started to ask me questions. And I started to answer the questions, but then fear took over. And I just said, look, I don't know what's going on. I got a young family and I don't want to risk, please don't bother me about this again. It was real short, simple conversation. And within a week or two, I had gotten a call from Jeffrey's attorney. Then a week later, Jeffrey himself. Okay, I think we know who this is and when this is. The attorney asks, okay, well, let's back up before we get to those conversations and tell me approximately when it was that you were contacted by the person who you believe was with the FBI. She says, okay, it's hard for me to pinpoint, but if I had to pinpoint it, it would be 2007 sometime. Oh, we know that, okay, we have some clues. This was entered onto the docket, FLSD. What is that? What does SD mean? What, FLSD? Florida Southern District. Okay, January 20th. Oh, look at that. 2015. So this is a later half of the aughts case. Okay. Okay. All right. And you were living in Redacted at that time, correct? She says correct. He says you were contacted by telephone? ? She says that's correct, by my cell phone. He asks, okay, and do you have any idea how your name came up leading to that contact? She says, no idea whatsoever. When I did ask, I was told that some girls had revealed my name, I guess, and that's how everybody, the FBI, knew to contact me. He says, okay. But I don't know offhand or sorry, I just walked into the wrong room. He says, okay. She says, sorry, go on. He says, yes, and I'll never tell her you said that. Blank. How long was it after that phone call from the FBI person were you contacted by Mr. Epstein's lawyers? She says, like a week. It was back to each other. I remember being so scared after talking to the FBI thinking, what's happening? What's going on? It's been 7 years at that stage. How did they find me? And what do I have to do with this? So yeah, I do remember that very well. And it was only about a week later I was called by his attorney. The attorney asked, who was it that contacted you? Do you remember? She says, and this is ironic, I want to say Bill Riley, but he might have been from the FBI. No, it was Bill Riley. Bill Riley. Not sure if that's his correct name, but that's what's coming to mind. The attorney asked, what do you remember about that conversation? She says, I remember a Mr. Goldberger as well. I remember there might have been two of them. He says, all right. She says, I can't remember which one it was. I want to say Bill Riley is the good one. The attorney asks, all right, so either Bill Riley or a Mr. Goldberger or both of them contacted you, and what do you remember about that? She says, I don't know if it was the same guy who contacted me that week later who put me in touch with Jeffrey. I think he was on the phone and he put speakerphone on with Jeffrey. So he connected me with Jeffrey. I don't know if it was the same guy or different, but I definitely know that Bill Riley was the first guy to contact me. I'm pretty sure about that. The lawyer asks, okay, tell me about that conversation. She says, he asked me what I knew about what's going on with Jeffrey, and apparently there was an investigation being held about some of the girls who had come out and said that Jeffrey had sexual contact with them under the age of a minor, and that he was discrediting a lot of these girls and making them out to be drug addicts and prostitutes and what have you, so they wouldn't be looked upon as worthy in the court's eyes, so to speak. And he says it out loud. And he told me in the first 5 minutes that, if I stay quiet, I'll be looked after. And that was the exact way it was said. It wasn't like, I'm going to pay you $1 zillion or anything if you be quiet. But if I stay quiet, I would be looked after. And I remember saying, I don't want any part to do with this. This is not something I want to be part of. I've got a young family. I wish the best for everybody in this, take care kind of thing. A week later, I wish the best for everybody in this, take care kind of thing. She pushes him off. A week later, I was called after the hearing by one of Jeffrey's lawyers. I can't tell you exactly which one it was, but he had Jeffrey on the other line, and he connected Jeffrey and I, and Jeffrey tried to make some simple conversation. How are you? How have things been? You know what I mean? Catching up. That's so how they do it. The lawyer asks, the attorney interviewing her asks, did the lawyer stay on the line while Jeffrey was speaking to you? She says, I'm pretty sure he did. That's why I think Jeffrey was on speakerphone, because it sounded a lot different. And I was never taken off the line to begin with or connected to another line. So I was pretty sure Jeffrey was on speakerphone and the lawyer was making the call. After the simple conversation, it led to what was going on again. And, Jeffrey couldn't believe it. He thought he helped all these. Okay, so she's basically saying that Jeffrey's surprised that people are upset that he was assaulting them and while they were underage. Okay. After the simple conversation, it led to after the how are yous and bullshit, it led to what was going on again. And, Jeffrey couldn't believe it. He thought he helped all these girls out. He didn't think he was wrong in any circumstance here at all. A lot of these girls were drug addicts and just after drug money. He was really putting down these women, or these girls, I should say, not giving them the credit they deserved. And then he exactly repeated what the lawyer said the week before, that he would look after me if I stayed quiet. And if I need any help, his lawyers would represent me and he would get legal help for me. Whatever I need, he would do. And I told him exactly. I said, Jeffrey, I'm the mother of 2 children at that stage. I'm away from everything here. I'm away from everything there. I don't want to be part of it. I'm not going to speak to anybody, and I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to be involved. That was the last time I heard from him. And the next thing I knew, I was sent my victim's letter, my notification of being a victim through the U.S. Attorney's Office. And that's when I knew it was well out there enough not to have Jeffrey's lawyers come back on me and discredit me in the same way he had done to all the other girls. So I called up Joseph Bird, who was the recommended lawyers on my paperwork that they had given me. So the U.S. Attorney's Office suggested a lawyer for her. And she started going from there. So the attorney asked her, so you contact Mr. Joseph Berg's office, and then you were dealing with his office from that point forward. She says, that's correct. He asks, tell me about the ending of your relationship with Jeffrey. That is, at what point in time did your full employment end, and how did that happen? Eliza, I have a question. Since all of this information, we know the story, we know who this is, can I say, even though it's redacted? Okay. So this is Virginia Giuffre's interview. And I, just for in case anyone's following, because I haven't been saying her name until now. So, yeah. I mean, she's told this is the story, and I'm about to basically read her story that she tells. Okay. So she says, okay, he asks, how did you end your relationship with Jeffrey, the last time? She says, okay, so it hadn't really ended. I walked away from it all. Jeffrey sent me to Thailand, where I met my husband and escaped to Australia, never to return back to the States. About 6 months prior to that, he came up with a proposition that I thought was really disgustingly sick. And it really showed me for the first time in 4 years, in the 4 years I'd been with him, that nothing was going to change, and I was always just going to be used by him, which I did not like. He offered me a mansion and some of his money every month. Who else did he make that bargain with? I forget what he called it, a monthly income of what he made to a monthly income to bear one of his children. The proposition was that if anything ever happened between Jeffrey and I, that I would have to sign my child over to him, basically, and that the child would be his and Ghislaine's, who might get a pardon. And I would be looking after it, and I would be looking after her child, as long as nothing happened between Jeffrey and I. So she gets to keep her child as long as she's in Jeffrey's good graces. So I was kind of freaked out by all of that. I pushed Jeffrey more to please get me some more training. She means masseuse training. And I was getting older and not of as much interest to Jeffrey anyways. That's disgusting. I was 19 now, and he likes a female a lot younger. So he sent me to Thailand in September 2002. I was first supposed to meet a girl there and bring her back with me, but I never met up with her. I proceeded to get a short course in Thai massage, so that was to shut me up about my training, so I went there. And one of my friends from school invited me to watch a fight, like a Muay Thai fight, which is like a form of kickboxing. So I went and watched it, and I saw this guy that was a really good fighter, and a girl's word looked really hot. So I asked my friend who knew him to introduce me. We got introduced and fell in love immediately. 3 days later, Redacted proposed, and 7 days later, they redact his fucking name of all, whatever. And 7 days later, I was being married in a Buddhist temple. I called Jeffrey and told him, I'm sorry, I'm never coming back. I've gotten married, I've fallen in love. I thought he'd wish the best for me, but he was kind of rude and he just said, have a good life, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him ever until all this started again. The attorney asks, is there anything else you would like to add to what you've told us? She says, I'd like to know that this time around something's going to be done about it, and that Jeffrey and a lot of his colleagues, no matter how rich they are, will know that there's a bunch of, like, there's an evidence list, and I'm trying to find the rest of the interview. Give me a second. It might have just, like, ended. I think it just, it's not in order. So this is the them problem. So I'm now on a new page. It is I'm going to take some water. This is also from the Florida Southern District docket, we think. So it was entered in February and then again, February 2015, and then again in November 2015. So this is Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. It's their declaration. Okay. Oh, this is Jane. Okay. This is in the case of Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, and this is the declaration of Jane Doe 3. And it seems that this is the case where they're suing the Southern District of Florida because of this, the agreement, right? Because of the non-prosecution agreement. Okay, so that's what this case is. Okay, declaration of Jane Doe 3. 1. The court is familiar with me from my previous declaration in this case. I am currently 31 years old and want to become a part of the case to enforce my rights and possibly allow criminal prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and others who abused underage girls. 2. I have seen a government filing saying that I waited too long before trying to become a part of this case. I don't think that the government's position tells the full story about me. In fact, I believe the government is hiding some of the things that it knows about me and about other powerful people involved in this case. I am filing this declaration so that the court will have more facts to make the decision about whether to let me come into the case. Okay, so they're telling her she can't be part of this survivor's case to come after the terrible non-prosecution agreement, and she's trying to say, here's why I should be part of it. 4. Okay. 3. In its latest filing, the government seems to be questioning why I was afraid and did not come forward to speak more quickly, since the issue is that she came forward too late. To understand my reasons, it's important that I share at least some additional information about why I was so fearful after my abuse by Epstein and others. 4. The court can best understand my situation by looking at my previous declaration and then understanding why I was afraid of Epstein, how I eventually escaped from him, and how I was forced to hide from him and others. By the way, I don't think this is the same as the last person's thing I just read. Just want to be clear. It might be, but don't assume that it is. Okay. 5. I first met Epstein when I was 15 years old. I've told the court about some of my sexual and physical abuse in my earlier declaration. 6. As a result of that abuse and my considerable interactions with Epstein and his friends, I knew that Epstein was connected to some of the most powerful people in the world, including a member of the British royal family, a former president of the United States, and other very powerful lawyers, politicians, and businessmen. I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to escape from Epstein and report him to law enforcement. It goes from 6 to 13. I'm just gonna let you know. So I don't know what 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 say, but they're not there. So we're going to go to 13, I guess. Okay. 13. Part of my fear comes from physical abuse that I suffered when Epstein forced me to have sex with other people. Without going into the details of the sexual activities I was forced to endure, there were times when I was physically abused to the point that I remember fearfully thinking that I didn't know whether I was going to survive. 14. Jeffrey Epstein knew about this physical and sexual abuse because I would detail it for him as part of my debriefing. Epstein didn't care. Epstein said things like, "You get that sometimes." I told him how much I hated having to be with some people, but Epstein still sent me back. I had no choice. I think I know who this one is too. 15. I give the court this information so it can better understand why I was so afraid of Epstein and what he could do to me. I could provide more details to the court if the court needs more details on this issue. I also wanted to provide this information to the court because I have been accused of being a serial prostitute. I don't think that's a fair way to describe my situation, given that I was so young and so many powerful people were forcibly abusing me. They skipped 16, and now we're on 17. After years of abuse and being lent out, I began to look for a way to escape. I had first been forced into all of this because I wanted to be a massage therapist. Epstein had taken me into his clutches through promises and talk, but once he had me under his control, I felt trapped. Oh, okay. This is the same person as before, actually. Okay. 18. I kept asking Epstein for my promised training and education. Epstein finally got me a plane ticket to Thailand to go to Chiang Mai to learn Thai massage. This sounded like my chance to escape. In September 2002, I packed my bags for good. I knew this would be my only opportunity to break away from Epstein. Okay, so this is also Virginia's story. 19. On September 22nd, 2002, I flew from JFK in New York to Chiang Mai, Thailand. I arrived around September 29th for my training, but Epstein was going to get something out of this as well. I was supposed to interview a girl to bring back to the United States for Epstein. 20. Exhibit 1 is a list of room charges in Thailand, with the charges going to Epstein's account. This exhibit shows Epstein's telephone numbers and is evidence that he paid for my hotel in Thailand. 21. Exhibit 2 is a set of documents showing my itinerary and flight plans for me going to Thailand, paid for by Epstein. 22. I did the massage training in Chiang Mai. I met a truly great and special guy and told him honestly what I was being forced to do. He told me I should get out of it. I told him that the people I was working for were very powerful and that I could not disobey them without risking my life. He told me he would protect me, and I had confidence in him. I saw my opportunity to escape and to be with someone who truly loved me and would protect me. To make a long story short, I married him and flew to Australia. 23. I called Epstein and told him I was not coming back. He asked why. I said I've fallen in love. And Epstein basically said, good luck and have a good life. I could tell he was not happy. I was very afraid of what he might do to me. I thought Epstein or one of his powerful friends might send someone to have me killed. 24. I stayed in Australia from that point on with my husband and away from the life I had been forced to live as Epstein's sex slave. I was in Australia from late 2002 to October 2013. To be clear, I was never in the United States during these years, not even for a short trip to visit my mother. And my absence from the United States, and this is important, and my absence from the United States was not voluntary. I was hiding from Epstein out of fear of what he would do to me if I returned to the United States. In around 2007, after not hearing from anyone for years, out of the blue, I was contacted by someone who identified himself with a plain-sounding name and claimed he was with the FBI. It seemed very odd for someone doing an official criminal investigation to just call up on the phone like that. I hadn't heard Epstein's name for years. I didn't know who this person was and what it was really about. I wasn't sure what was going on. The man said he was looking into Jeffrey Epstein. The man asked if I had been involved with Epstein. My first instinct was to say nothing because I wasn't sure he was really with the FBI or any authorities. I did answer a few basic questions, telling him that I knew Jeffrey Epstein and met him at a young age. The whole conversation didn't feel like it was right. This man never offered to come and meet with me in person. He instead asked me right off the bat about Epstein's sexual practices. I thought it would be strange for a real law enforcement officer to behave that way. I became increasingly uncomfortable and suspicious about who was actually calling me. Good instincts. I stopped reading the numbers. The way the conversation was going made me doubt whether I was really talking to an FBI agent. It did not seem very official. I became very uncomfortable, so I told him nothing more about Epstein. The conversation probably didn't even last 3 minutes. The conversation immediately triggered all of the fears of Epstein and his powerful friends that had caused me to escape the first time. If the call accomplished anything, it only put me back in fear and told me that I could be found quite easily and had nobody official protecting me. I suspected that the man who called me was working for Epstein or one of Epstein's powerful friends. If the man who called me was really an FBI agent or was interested in what I knew about Epstein, I thought he would have made some effort to see me personally. I believe that if this was really an agent who was investigating Epstein, that he knew who I was and how I fit into Epstein's sexual crimes in many different places. Such an agent would send someone to meet me in person and would provide potential protection from Epstein. He never did. I don't know if they would have done that, clearly. Getting a call from this supposed FBI agent made me feel very scared. I had left that old life behind me and started a new life in a new country in hopes that the powerful people whose illegal activities I knew all about would never find me. And now I had been tracked down by someone and was frightened. Shortly after this purported FBI call, I was contacted by someone who was clearly working for Epstein. This person discussed an investigation into Epstein and said that some of the girls were saying Epstein had sexual contact with them. After they made those allegations, they were being discredited as drug addicts and prostitutes. But on the other hand, if I were to keep quiet, I would be looked after. The fact that this call came in right after the FBI call reinforced my concern that the man I talked to earlier was not really working for the FBI, but was really working for Epstein. I didn't think that the FBI and Epstein would both be working together and would both get my phone number at almost exactly the same time. I played along and told this person that I had gotten a call from the FBI, but that I didn't tell them anything. The person was pleased with that. A short time later, one of Epstein's lawyers, not Alan Dershowitz, called me and then got Epstein on the line at the same time. Epstein and his lawyer basically asked again if I was going to say anything. The clear implication was that I should not say anything. The way they were approaching me, I was afraid what would happen if I didn't keep quiet. My thought was that if I didn't say the right things, I might get hurt. I promised Epstein and his lawyer that I would keep quiet. They seemed happy with that, and that seemed to me the way to most likely keep me and my family safe. I did what Epstein and his lawyer told me. I kept quiet. I now understand that Epstein reached a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government in 2007 and pled guilty to 2 state crimes in June 2008. She didn't even know. She didn't know about that. No one told me anything about those events until much later. In fact, nobody called or came to see me to explain what a non-prosecution agreement was, what crimes Epstein could have been charged with, why he was not being charged with the crimes he committed, or anything whatsoever about the case. I was never offered a chance to meaningfully confer with the prosecutor for the government, and I was never notified of any hearing that would affect me or my rights as a crime victim to ever bring charges. On September 3rd, 2008, the FBI sent a victim notification letter to me. This was the first written communication I had received from the FBI. The letter was attached as Exhibit 1 to my earlier statement. This kind of written communication on official FBI stationery is the way that I thought the FBI really communicated with people that they wanted to talk to. The fact that I got this official letter from them made me wonder even more whether the call that I had received earlier was really from the FBI. The letter that I got did not mention that anyone from the FBI had ever called me before. The letter started off with a sentence, quote, "By virtue of this letter, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida provides you with the following notice because you are an identified victim of a federal offense." That sentence, among others, made it seem like this was the first time the FBI was officially contacting me. That was the first time I was told about my rights as a crime victim. I did not know what was happening about any criminal prosecution of Epstein at this time. I wanted him prosecuted, and given his constant illegal sexual behavior, I thought it was obvious that he should be prosecuted. Yeah. But after reading the letter, I was confused. The letter did not explain what was actually happening or what role, if any, that I could play. In fact, the letter thanked me for my assistance during the investigations, yet it wasn't clear what that was referring to. Also, the letter did not directly say that Epstein's crimes against me were not going to be prosecuted. It just said that, quote, "The United States has agreed to defer federal prosecution in favor of this state plea and sentence." I did not know what that meant. I don't either. The letter did not inform me how it applied to me. The letter also said that there was, quote, "litigation between the United States and 2 other victims regarding the disclosure of an entire agreement between the United States and Mr. Epstein." Understanding more about that case now, I realized that the letter did not explain that the real purpose of that litigation was not to get disclosure of the entire agreement, but instead to get criminal charges filed against Epstein and to uphold the rights of Epstein's victims. I wish the government had told me that was what was really going on. I saw on the letter that I could call a lawyer. The letter also mentioned Jack Goldberger, who I knew to be Epstein's attorney, which scared me. What the hell? I first got in touch with the attorneys at the Podhurst Orsic firm. My lawyers filed a lawsuit against Epstein for me, which mentioned that I was abused by Epstein and other powerful people. I was hoping that the information I gave as part of my lawsuit might help might help to put Epstein away in prison where he belongs. But the lawsuit ended up just being about money which Epstein paid to settle. They skipped number 39. 40. Sorry, I haven't been reading the numbers. At this point, since nothing else seemed to be working to get Epstein and his associates held accountable, I wanted to try by myself to get a message out to the public about what terrible things Epstein and his friends had done to me and other girls. I was very disturbed about how no one was prosecuting Epstein for these crimes. I was also very scared. It seemed that law enforcement was not doing anything with the information they knew about me, which left me and my family more vulnerable and scared. The journalist printed an article using some of the information I told her. Shortly after that article was published, I talked on the phone to Marie Villafana, a federal prosecutor from Florida. I had seen her name on the official letter from the FBI, so she seemed legitimate. Villafana seemed very interested in my case and seemed like she really wanted to do something. Within a few weeks of the newspaper article being published, 2 FBI agents also called me in Australia and then came to meet me. In around March 2011, they met me at the U.S. consulate in Sydney. They seemed to be very professional and hardworking. I thought to myself that I had finally gotten the attention of the people that I wanted and that these people would do the right things against Epstein and other criminals. I also thought that they could protect me. When I met with the agents, they mainly focused on Epstein. But while there, I provided them some information about some of the others who were involved in illegal acts as well. I was aware that a false statement to these law enforcement officers was a crime, and I told the truth, giving them the information that I could recall at the time about the individuals they inquired about. The agents were clearly prepared to meet me and already knew a lot about Epstein's crimes. The agents appeared to be very good at investigating and seemed like they really knew how to piece together the whole story. But at the same time, they seemed like they were being blocked from doing what they want to do, which I thought was to arrest Epstein and his powerful friends for all of their illegal sex crimes. During my interview with the real FBI agents, I told them about my contact from the purported FBI agent. They did not tell me that it had been a legitimate call from the FBI. So they didn't confirm nor deny her. Okay. The interview I did with these FBI agents was very stressful for me. My meeting lasted for several hours. It was not easy to talk about all of these difficult things, but I went through it. I was crying at points in the interview. The interview also placed stress on my marriage because my husband had to listen to all the terrible things that happened to me. It was very difficult for me to have to discuss being passed around as a sex object among powerful people. It was very hard for both of us. The agents had come from Florida to meet with me in Australia and took my information, which gave me reason to believe that Epstein could still be prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me. I was not told even at that point that he could not be prosecuted for crimes he committed in Florida because of the non-prosecution agreement. I was not told about the CVRA case, Crime Victims' Rights Act case, or that there was any other option for me to enforce my rights. In fact, by the agents meeting with me, I believed I was doing exactly what I needed to do to enforce my rights and assist in the prosecution. I have seen the government's recent brief trying to keep me from joining this case. In the brief, the government says about me, quote, "The government is aware that petitioner's counsel have been representing her," that is, me, "since at least as early as March 2011. This is completely untrue, and I think the government knows it's untrue. I was not represented by legal counsel in March 2011. The government has to know that I didn't have an attorney then, because I didn't have an attorney when I met the agents in Sydney. I don't understand why the government is giving false facts to the court." They skip number 49. 50. In around April 2011, as a follow-up to my earlier call with Brad Edwards, her attorney, that we were just reading the interview with, I got a telephone call from him and another attorney, Jack Scarola, who was also in the last interview. They just wanted general information about whether various people had information relevant to that lawsuit. They told me that they were taping the conversation, and I had no problem with that. I'm assuming that's what I was just reading. I cooperated with them and gave them information about which people had information relevant about Epstein's crimes. Because it was over the phone and we did not know each other very well, they were very polite and did not ask me a lot of details about specifically who I had sex with and what sexual activities I was forced to participate in. It was a general background interview. As the months following the FBI meeting in Sydney passed, I was trying to be patient, but I began wondering what was going on about prosecuting Epstein. I continued to be very confused about what was happening. I was hoping that some kind of prosecution would come out of it, but when nothing came of it, I got very upset. I wanted to do something to stop Epstein and the other people he associates with from sexually abusing girls, and he was at the time of this interview. Law enforcement had taken my detailed statements, but nothing seemed to be happening. I wasn't sure what to do. While I wanted to do all that I could to get justice for what had happened to me, it was very hard for me to figure out how to get something done in the United States while I was living in a foreign country, especially after I had already gave information to the FBI that I believe they were using to investigate and eventually arrest Epstein. In October 2013, I returned to the United States for the first time since I had left for Thailand. In April 2014, I decided to get back in touch with the FBI. In Sydney, the FBI had seemed like they wanted to be helpful to me, and I have great respect for the FBI agents who met me. It appeared like they wanted to do the right thing in this case, but my feeling was once the agents collected information about crimes committed against me, someone else stepped in and blocked them from getting charges filed. I also thought that Marie Villafana really wanted to do the right thing and hold Epstein accountable for the horrible crimes he committed, but it seemed like the hands of Villafana and the FBI were always tied by someone else with more authority. I have never been able to figure out who was, and still is, stopping a prosecution. I also haven't been able to figure out who is trying to stop me from being able to participate in a court case to have a judge determine whether my rights have been violated. It doesn't seem fair to me that the government can argue that I don't even get the opportunity for a judge to review the issue. To me, this is further verification of Epstein's power, which continues to make me very scared. I have asked the FBI to show me the video surveillance and other pictures of me that I believe they have in their possession. They said that I would have to go to the prosecutors to get them, but the prosecutors will not share anything with me. I believe that the prosecutors have lots of information that will support what I have been saying about Epstein and his associates. Based on my knowledge of Epstein and his organization, as well as discussions with the FBI, it's my belief that federal prosecutors likely possess videotapes and photographic images of me as an underage girl having sex with Epstein and some of his powerful friends. I don't understand why they aren't moving forward with what the FBI has given them. I also don't understand why these pictures haven't been given to me, nor why law enforcement officers from any other jurisdictions have never contacted me. It was not until 2014 that I first understood about the way in which Jane Doe No. 1 and Jane Doe No. 2 were trying to invalidate the non-prosecution agreement to allow prosecution of Epstein for crimes he committed against them and me. I had never really heard anything significant about this case while I was in Australia, and it was hard to get information about what was happening in Florida while I was overseas. Once I heard about the case, I quickly wanted to become part of it. In light of the way everything has played out, I believe that my rights as a crime victim have been violated. It was never my choice to become the victim of crimes by Epstein and the people he forced me to have sex with. Epstein dragged me into his web when I was very young, and after that, it was hard for me to escape. After I ran away to Australia, it appears that Epstein reached an agreement in 2007 with the federal prosecutors in Florida blocking him from being prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me. When Epstein pled guilty to 2 low-level crimes in 2008 as part of his agreement, no one told me what was happening or that this plea had anything to do with preventing prosecution of crimes against me or the hundreds of other girls he's abused. Nobody told me that I could speak to the judge or that a hearing was even taking place. Based on all the facts that I've described here, I believe some kind of major cover-up is going on to protect Epstein. As I look back on what Epstein and his friends have done, I see a lot of powerful people who knew what they were doing to me and other girls was wrong. But they also seem to think that they were above the law and they had nothing to worry about. From what I can see, that turned out to be true. There are less powerful people, like the FBI agents and Marie Villafana, that seem like they're trying to get the right thing done, but nothing happens. Because nothing is being done, it makes me think that Epstein was right when he told me he had so many people in his pocket. Maybe those people are still helping him escape being prosecuted for what he did against me. The justice system doesn't seem to respond to the victims in this case. Still, to this day. It seems to favor those who have the most money and power and influence. I'm also worried that this is a very dangerous circuit. By standing up for what's right, I'm worried that Epstein or others named here will come after me. I wonder where this is going to go if the United States government is not on my side. I'm intent on seeing this through so that Epstein isn't allowed to hurt other young girls. I can't stop abuse everywhere in the world, but if I help one victim, then I have made a positive difference. She did. In April 2014, I asked 2 good attorneys, Brad Edwards and Paul Cassell, to see if they could help me bring Epstein and his friends to justice. They agreed to add me to the existing case. They explained to me that the lawsuit was not asking to get money from Epstein or others. I understand and have always understood that the goal of this case is to simply enforce my rights as a crime victim, rights that were wrongly taken from me. I want Epstein and the others who committed crimes against me to be punished fairly, the way other less powerful people would be. I also want to be added to the suit filed by the two girls, Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 2, and I want to have rights the way a victim of a less wealthy and powerful criminal would have. Epstein and his friends sexually and physically abused many other girls. They did this in many places around the world. I personally observed this. There are also many people who could confirm what I'm saying. I hope that these people will come forward and tell the truth. I hope that they will call my attorney in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Brad Edwards, so that all of the information can be presented to the court about what has happened to me and others. Because of how often Epstein and others were having sex with young girls and how much it was a centerpiece of their lives, I doubt they have just stopped. It also seems to me, which I knew when I knew them, they believed that they were above the law. Too powerful to be prosecuted. Too powerful to be prosecuted. That feeling has no doubt been reinforced by the fact Epstein has escaped real punishment with his plea bargain, and the others with whom he traveled have completely escaped. I hope that I can join this case and try to bring them to justice. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is correct and true. And then we have some room charges, some bills, taxes, plane tickets. Am I still going? You? Okay. How much more do you want me to do? Okay, I can do this next one. Okay, I think this is actually no. Okay, this is from Florida Southern District docket, February 2016. Declaration of redacted. My name is redacted and I was born redacted. Too young for Jeffrey Epstein. 2. I was molested by Jeffrey Epstein as a minor on dozens of occasions in his mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, from around 2002 to 2005. I understand that evidence collected from Mr. Epstein's home showed conclusively that I was there as a minor, along with many other underage girls. Given how many girls Epstein was abusing, there could not have been any doubt in anyone's mind that he had access to the testimonial and other evidence that Epstein molested me and many others. I cooperated fully with the FBI while they investigated Epstein's illegal activities with minors. Water's so good. During the investigation, Epstein had investigators following and harassing me. I continued to cooperate with the investigation despite this intimidation. In late 2007, FBI agents met in person with me. During this meeting, the agents explained that Epstein was also being charged in state court and may plead to state charges related to some of his other victims. I knew the state charges had nothing to do with me. During this meeting, the agents did not explain that an agreement had already been signed that precluded any prosecution of Epstein for federal charges against me. I did not get the opportunity to meet or confer with the prosecuting attorneys about any potential federal deal that related to me or the crimes committed against me. My understanding of the agent's explanation was that the federal investigation would continue. I also understood that my own case would not move forward towards prosecution of Epstein. Confirming my understanding in about January 2008, I received a letter from the FBI that told me that, quote, "This case is currently under investigation. This can be a lengthy process, and we request your continued patience while we conduct a thorough investigation." My understanding of this letter was that my case was still being investigated, and the FBI and prosecutors were moving forward on the federal prosecution of Epstein for his crimes against me. At this time, I was not told about any non-prosecution agreement or any potential resolution of the federal criminal investigation I was cooperating in. If I had been told about a non-prosecution agreement, I would have objected. Criminal prosecution of Epstein for crimes against me was extremely important to me. I wanted to be consulted by the prosecutors before any resolution. In light of the letter I had received, I had confidence that I would be contacted by the federal government before it reached any resolution of the investigation into my case, and that I would likely be needed to testify if the case went to trial, which I was willing and anxious to do. When I had not heard from the prosecuting attorney for a while, I met with attorney Brad Edwards, wanting him to find out when Epstein was going to be federally charged and prosecuted for the crimes he committed against me and others. Epstein's investigators were harassing me, and that interfered with my life dramatically. My attorney, Mr. Edwards, was hired to make sure the prosecutor knew how eager I was to have Jeffrey Epstein prosecuted, and I understand that he did convey that to the prosecutors numerous times in around June 2008. At some point, I understood that Mr. Edwards was getting responses from the prosecutor that were making him suspicious of the motivations of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida. I then understood that Mr. Edwards' suspicions were that the prosecutors were conferring with Epstein and not with me and the other victims. I authorized Mr. Edwards to do anything possible to ensure that Epstein was prosecuted and that I was able to meet with prosecutors and participate in the process. I agreed to file a lawsuit against the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida to get them to speak with me about any possible case resolution or the terms, and to answer questions about the case and generally treat me fairly, to notify me about any court hearing, and to otherwise enforce my rights as a crime victim. Towards the end of June 2008, I did not attend Jeffrey Epstein's guilty plea hearing in state court involving another victim of Epstein's abuse. I did not have reasonable notice of the hearing, and I did not have any reason to attend that hearing because no one had told me that this guilty plea was related to the FBI's investigation of Epstein's abuse of me. I had always understood generally that the state and federal criminal systems were different. I thought so too. And that one had nothing to do with the other. Based on what the FBI had been telling me, I thought they were still investigating my case. If I had been told that this plea had some connection to blocking the prosecution of my case, I would have attended and tried to object to the judge and prevent that plea from going forward. Many other victims would have done the same. I think that after hearing from me and some of the other girls who were abused by Epstein, a judge would not have allowed such a plea deal to go forward. I think they would. It is my belief that the U.S. Attorney's Office and Epstein's attorneys conspired to prevent my attendance at this hearing, as well as the attendance of many other victims. I learned about the existence of a secret non-prosecution agreement only in July 2008, after my lawyer had filed court pleadings trying to give me a chance to talk to prosecutors about my case. I would never have learned of that agreement if I had not authorized my attorney to sue the United States. Nobody would have. I wanted to cooperate in the prosecution more than anything else in my life. I was scared of Epstein. I was scared of what he had done to me and others, and of how he was continuing to harass me, and also what he could do to me and others. The criminal case against Epstein was my main focus in life. When I attended a court hearing with Mr. Edwards in federal court, I learned for the first time that my rights had been extinguished through a secret deal between the prosecutors and Mr. Epstein. I received no explanation about exactly how the deal occurred, or about whether my rights were gone forever. The prosecutors were at that time trying to even keep me from seeing a copy of the secret plea deal. I wanted to meet with the prosecutors and tell them why they should prosecute my case. But it became clear that without ever talking to me, they had bargained my case away. In about 2010, I had the chance to meet with U.S. Attorney Mr. Wilfredo Ferrer. I told him all about how I had been mistreated in the process. Mr. Ferrer seemed to be interested in this, but nothing ever came of that meeting. And unfortunately, it seems to me that Mr. Ferrer's office is continuing to try to block me and other girls from learning anything about the secret deal with Epstein or how our rights were violated, even though they know what they did was wrong. I later came to understand that crime victims in the federal system have the right to meaningfully confer with the prosecutor for the government in the case, with the prosecutor for the government in the case, which at least means to explain how my case would be concluded, the right to be heard at important hearings, and the right to be treated with fairness. I strongly believe that the way I was treated was unfair and violated my rights. I think that the secret non-prosecution agreement should be declared illegal, and that I should have the right to have crimes against me prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that Mr. Epstein should be treated the same as other defendants with less money and connections, are treated for these crimes. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Okay, let's see what we got. You want? Okay, great. All right, thank you. This has been a doozy. Eliza, thank you for being here. I'm going to leave this for you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my God. You're incredible.
I can come back in the morning.
Oh my
I have
gosh.
the morning announcements.
Sammy is just amazing. How lucky are we? That was incredible. You really know so much about this. And so the editorializing was just cracking me up in the corner there. I mean, like you know all the things. So here we are almost 13 hours in, well over the halfway mark now. And so next up, I am very excited to introduce Lauren Peritra. Lauren is the host of her own show, The Lauren Peritra Show, where she has built a powerful, engaged audience by being sharp, smart, funny, and completely herself. And congratulations, Lauren, because she just hit 100,000 YouTube subscribers. She got her button. It's huge and so well deserved. But what I really love about Lauren is that she uses her platform with purpose. She understands why showing up matters, why using our voices matter, and why this moment deserves public accountability. And so here in the middle of the night in New York and in the late night in California, she is here to help us read the Epstein files into the public record to make sure these documents are seen, heard, and impossible to ignore. Lauren, thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on 100K.
Sammy, for staying up late and doing this important work. I'm starting off on page 300, and we'll get right into it. So it starts with an answer, which is yeah, and then it goes into question. There's two lines that look a little redacted. It says, right about that same time, he quickly identified a potential problem, and that was the commitment for the blank or the agreement that the U.S. Attorney's Office would identify the representative for the victims. Do you recall him raising that? So that was the question, and it follows by line 7, answer. I don't recall him raising that as an issue, but I know it was an issue. Then it goes to question. All right. It was an issue, and it was one that he raised as soon as he came back. So there was an effort, which he conducted then and then there's a block of text that is blacked out, space, and a longer block of text blacked out, absence to craft an NPA addendum to address that issue. Then there's a new line. Do you, space, line, are you, line, are you aware that redacted, black, then another separate line, longer, redacted, black, received a copy of the NPA in November when Ken Starr wrote a letter to redacted, asking her to review the 22.55 portion of it. Do you, line, remember that issue? Question. The answer, I remember that issue was appealed to CEOs. Question. Okay, well, it was line, it was appealed initially by letter to black, redacted, raising an issue that was new to line, that had not been raised with you. And that is what led to your letter to Ken Starr on December 4. Then another answer. I will accept that timeline. Q. Okay. A. It is difficult without all documents. Line. Sure. Is what comes after Q. A. Space, but yes. Question. And at that time, redacted. Then another redacted. Saw the NPA, he had sent a message to redacted, space, redacted, about the line, about his view of the NPA. And you didn't see it, but I just wanted to name some problems that he identified with the disposition and get your reaction. A, Q, line to it. So first, he says, I'm not thrilled about the agreement, but he acknowledged that's out of his hands. He says in terms of charging and sentencing provisions, he's getting Epstein, Epstein is getting a much better deal than the average defendant, with the exception of defendants who have done physical harm to their victims or abused very young children. We haven't seen more egregious conduct space, comma, because of its serial nature. The area we need to be most careful about relates to the victims. Then it's a new line. The U.S. should seek to ensure that the plea, which is not giving him serious jail time, provides the best means possible to address the harm he caused to the victims. That generally means restitution and or therapy. While the agreement provides facility for the victims, the relevant terms still seem pretty advantageous for the defendant and not all that helpful to the victims. Then it's a new line. They get an attorney who will be paid for by the defendant, which involves at least some conflict of interest, or they would hire their own attorneys on a contingency basis. And they get waivers from the defendant when his plea would facilitate their civil cases in any event. Then they still have to sue him to get anything. Then it's a new line. Most times with wealthy defendants, we make them agree to a restitution fund and then still provide that the victims can sue the defendants independently if they choose. We always make them clearly admit their guilt. No NOLO pleas. Then a new line. This is incredibly important to the victims. I would have taken the guy to trial unless the victims were clearly against it, and I don't think most of them are here. He then says to blank space blank, a longer blank the second time, who by this time is working for them? Line. Then it goes into answer, and then Q, so, or A, and then answer, and then question, line, redacted, then A, right, and then Q, so that's the context in which he's addressing it. Redacted, space, redacted, specifies that, and it looks like there's quotes before this next redaction, blank wouldn't and shouldn't address the agreement, end quotes. So that line, so that the issue that was there before then, redacted, put there by Ken Starr, was the line, whether this 22.5 scheme or scenario set out in the NPA was appropriate. It appears that she then was sent back to you to address. And if the moderators are here, if there's something I should say in place of the line, please let me know in the chat. And then answer, right, Q. But as far as redacted commentary on the NPA, if you had been aware of this perspective at the time, you were, line, that you and your people were fashioning the NPA, would you have been helpful? Would that have been helpful to you in line in deciding out to proceed? Question, so may I, question mark, or that's under answer, so may I, question mark, and then question, A, yes, and then A, assuming answer, okay, I assume you've read the whole thing, but let me just take a line. And then next question, I have A, and so a few comments. First, let me say he was a part of the September meeting. Q, A, and line, to my recollection, these perspectives, line, so at least the outlines of the agreement were, line, were disclosed at that meeting, and I don't recall this type of communication at that time. Q, okay. A, I also recall that there were a lot of back and forth around this restitution fund concept, and our perspective was that the restitution fund puts the victims at a disadvantage, line. Q, A, line, because, line, let me try to recreate. I don't recall the details, but I recall that there was a perspective that the restitution fund, line, Q, A, line, put the victims as a disadvantage, line. Q, A, line, and there is some reference to line. Q, it's the line. Was it an Alaska case, question mark? Q, it's called the redacted or blacked out case, Mr. Blank, then blank. The witness, I'm sorry, question mark, Mr. Blank. Then another blank. The witness, blacked out, redacted, question mark, Mrs. Redacted, then redacted or redacted, period. Then another line. The witness, redacted, question mark, by Mrs. Redacted, parentheses. Yeah, A. And so to the extent that there were better ways of crafting this, that certainly would have been been highly relevant, because to my recollection, we were not wed to any particular way of crafting it. Then there's a new line. The the intent of the 22.55 was to come as close as possible to putting the victims in the line in the position they would have been had he had been tried and convicted federally. And so the answer to your question is yes. Then there's a question. Is yes, comma, that would have been line. A, would have been helpful. Q, okay. Are you, as you set about addressing the 22.55, you consulted with, then redacted again. Do you recall that? Question mark. A, I recall consultations, period. I don't recall that it was specifically with blacked out, but line. Question, did you know her? Question mark. A, yes. Q, okay. Do you recall the nature of your interaction with her? A, I, line, I don't. I know from contemporary review of the record that there is an email from her. Q, it's 41A. A, 41A. Q, and what I, line, what I want to ask is simply, what I want to ask is simply 41A is line is an email in which you ask line, you note to redacted, then another redaction, comma, who was redacted line. A, right. Q, line, one of her deputies, and she oversaw CEOs. She, comma, redaction, comma, mentioned to you that redacted was looking at this, which is the line, A, 22.55. Q, line, 22.55, comma, she contacts her counterpart in the civil division, comma, redacted, and then there's a space and a longer redaction, comma, and there's an email from him, which is the second page of this exhibit, which he copies you on. So my question is this the extent of your interaction with redacted, space, redacted on this issue, question mark. A, I, line, 12 years, line. Q, okay. A, after the fact, I don't remember. Q, okay, all right. The line in Exhibit 35, there is a letter from J. Lefkowitz, spelled Lefkowitz, in which line, I'm sorry, it's an email from J. Lefkowitz. Q, exhibit, question mark, A, exhibit 35 to you, and this is substantially later, comma, but it has a sentence that line, or a phrase that we'd like to ask you about, comma, and line, all right. It's highlighted at the top. It says back in the beginning of line, back at the beginning of January, when we both agreed that there were significant irregularities with the deferred prosecution agreement, you called out a time. Is that accurate? Question mark. Did you agree? Did you and he agree on that? Line. A, no. Q, line, there were significant irregularities, question mark. A, no. Q, okay. A, and if I could, there are line, several instances where not just comma to me, comma, but to other people as well, J recharacterizes conversations. Q recharacterizes them inaccurately, question mark. A, inaccurately, period. Q, or misleadingly? Question. A, or misleadingly. Q, all right. All right. Two different words. A, what I recall agreeing to at some point is there was an appeal to the DAG, or there was an appeal in place, and I basically said, line. I think there was a letter that I sent saying, if you want to appeal, go ahead. We're not concerned about this. Q. A, but that doesn't mean I agree there were irregularities. Line. Q. All right. A, line, or that there was a timeout. That's line. I'm part of a department. I'm part of a hierarchy. If somebody wants to overrule me, that's okay by me. Q. All right. So the NPA addendum was worked out, and the defense team continued its sort of multi-pronged assault. In the middle of the negotiations between Redacted and Lefkowitz about the NPA addendum, that's when you had the much commented on breakfast line. A, correct. Q, line on October 12th. And you have stated publicly that at line perfectly accurately that the NPA was signed and that was a done deal. And so that line, this was not tied in any way to any effort to influence the terms of the NPA. Question or comma, fair, question mark. A, fair, because the way this was reported was that I negotiated it over breakfast. It was signed, and that's really important. Q, of course. There were, however, a number of open issues. Line. A, yes. Q, line, right? Question mark. And in Exhibit 28, J. Lefkowitz, on page 2, this is an email to you, acknowledges your line, your breakfast on Friday. This is dated October 18th, and line, and following line, following up on line, your conversation with him about the date for Epstein's plea. So he notes that, in quotes, you said you didn't want to dictate a schedule to the state, end quotes. So all I want to note is that when you had the breakfast, there was line, there was line, there were issues still open that were the subject of discussions between the defense and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And line, and so I guess my question is, while that was a meeting of convenience in a public place and a location where you had business later that day, comma, a speech, comma, I believe optically, comma, do you understand the public concern that this was sort of a one-on-one negotiation on pending issues? Question. A, so I, line, I understand how there can be concern. This, it is line, it was not unusual, line. In this case, I was actually very intentionally waited and tried not to have one-on-one meetings. But there are other instances where I might, from time to time, have one-on-one conversations with the opposing counsel. I don't remember the breakfast. I can speculate that one of the issues that was informing this was somewhere around that time. And I can't say with certainty that this was what it was. But somewhere around this time, there arose allegations that blank redacted had directed the designation to her boyfriend's partner or something along those lines. Q, I believe it was a former law school classmate of her former line of her then boyfriend. A, I don't line, yeah. And so I don't remember what the details line. Q, okay. A, line were, but I know that there was a topic that he wanted to raise. Line. Q. A, line with me. Q. Did he at that breakfast? A, I honestly don't recall the breakfast. Q. Okay. A. You asked me about one characterization of what I said in the record, of that breakfast. I think I responded, line. Q. A. Line through, or my counsel responded, and they're pointing out that I seem fairly perturbed at how he inaccurately characterized something that I said. And so we don't need to revisit that, but line, Q. All right. If you look at Exhibit 27, another sort of point just to kind of line. A. All right. Mr. Redacted, could we line before we line? Miss it. Miss MS. Redacted. Yes, question mark. Mr. Redacted. Line, leave. Line. Are we leaving the breakfast meeting? Question mark. Miss MS. Redacted. No, this is line. The witness. Okay. Ms. Redacted. Line. This is directly related. Mr. Redacted. Okay. By Ms. Redacted. Q. And that is Exhibit 27. Exhibit 27 is the second email down, is from blank, redacted space, longer redaction, to J. Lifkowitz. The date is October 12th, so that's the same day as your breakfast. A. Right. Q. And the date of it is not line. I'm sorry. The time is 9:48 a.m. Your breakfast was at 7. So this would have been pretty shortly after your breakfast. And redacted writes to J. Lifkowitz with a copy to you, and redacted, then a long space and a longer redaction, stating that he just got off the phone with you. That is blank, redacted, just got off the phone with you. And then he furnishes a revised paragraph 1, which suggests line. I infer from that shortly after the breakfast, you had a phone conversation with redacted space, longer redaction, about a revision to this paragraph. And that line, that was likely something that you talked to him about. Again, I'm not line. A. Right. Q. Line, suggesting that this line. A. Again, I line. I don't line. I don't recall the breakfast, so I can't say one way or another. I line. I take line. I take your point. I don't recall seeing this. Q. All right. Well, it was line. A, but line. Q. Line. You were copied on it. Okay. All right. Redacted, comma. You wanted to line by Mr. Redacted. Q. I just wanted to point to Exhibit 30. A. Can line. We back up for a second. Ms. Redacted. Sure. The witness. Redacted, comma. I'm not sure whether your concerns are line. So line question or comma. I would line. I would only raise the question where line or the point where, based on this, and I don't recall, so I can't speak, but redacted is saying, comma, J suggests the revision has been rejected. Here is our latest, comma, redacted, period. And so to the line, there are multiple ways to read this. One is that this was raised. Another is that we're rejecting something that J had proposed, and line. Ms. Redacted. The witness, line. Because I was meeting with Jay, I asked that redacted not reject it until after I met with him. And I, line, I'm speculating because I don't recall the topic, but it does appear that way. It does appear that it says Jay suggested revision has been rejected. Here is our latest. Ms. Redacted, parentheses, all right, period, thank you, period, short redaction, question mark, by Mr. Redacted, parentheses, Q. Can we just go to Exhibit 30 quickly, question mark. There's some highlighted language. This is a letter from Lefkowitz to you on October 23rd, 2007, where he recounts again the things that happened or his version of the October 12th breakfast meeting. A, yes. Q, are you at that line? A, yes. Q, line. At that point, right there, Exhibit 30, question mark. A, yeah, I'm there. Q, okay. So in the highlighted language, if you could just take a look at that quickly, question mark. Yes. So he is recounting that you had assured him that the office would not intervene with the state attorney's office and line or contact the civil complainants or intervene regarding the sentence that Epstein receives pursuant to a plea agreement. A, yeah, period. Q, so is he correct in his recounting that? A, can you can you find that for me? Question mark. Q, yeah. A, so again, I don't have an independent recollection. O, comma, no, comma, I'm looking, miss, redacted parentheses. Oh, you have it. The witness, line for something. I don't have an independent recollection of that breakfast, but in the contemporaneous emails, in the contemporaneous record, there is correspondence between line, between redacted and I, and you all asked for this, comma, and I, line, I spoke with my counsel, who then responded, and there's an email exchange where there's an October 20th, line. This was an October 23rd email, line, October 23rd letter. And then there is a response that's drafted on October 25th. I don't know if we can find that from blacked out, redacted to J that specifically addresses the point. And then I respond, line, redacted, runs that by me, comma, and I respond, line. I edit the letter and I move it, line. I sort of emphasize, line, like I will make it firmer. And my edit says our office cannot and will not agree to this. And then my comment to blacked out, redacted is, what do you think of this rewrite? Is it too strong? By Mr. Blacked out, parentheses, Q, what day was that? A, that was 2 days after this. I don't know if we can find that in the line in the chronological record. That was October 25th. Let's just take a minute. Is that what you have? Mr. Blacked out. Sorry, apparently my ability to separate paper has failed. The witness, okay. So this is a line, Mr. Blacked out, parentheses. Oh, I see. The witness, so line, Mr. Blacked out, parentheses. So go ahead. The witness, so October 25th, I'm writing to Blacked out. It's a short name. What do you think of this rewrite? Question. Is it too strong? Question. And it says, Dear Jay, I'd like to take this opportunity to document our conversation of October 24th, which clarified some of the representations in your October 23rd letter. I write in particular because you indicated that your intent in writing the letter was to memorialize our conversation. Our agreement is limited to blank, comma, blank, comma, blank, comma, dot, comma, dot, comma, dot, period. I specifically want to clarify one of the items that I believe was inaccurate in the October 23rd letter. Your office claims that this office would not intervene with the state attorney's office regarding this matter or contact any of the individual potential witnesses or potential civil complainants and their respective counsel on this matter. And neither your office nor the FBI would intervene regarding that sentence Mr. Epstein receives. Then it's a new line. I'm quoting Jay's letter. As we discussed and hopefully clarified, and as the U.S. attorney previously explained in an earlier conference call, such promises equate to the imposition of a gag order. Our office cannot and will not agree to this. It is the intent of this office to treat this matter like any other case. Thus, as is typical, we do not desire or intend to intervene is in quotes, the state attorney's office. The non-prosecution agreement provides sufficient mechanisms to achieve the goals of federal investigation. You should understand, however, that there are some communications that are typical in these matters. And so I go on. And so my point is, this was pretty line based on line. If you reviewed my line, my emails and my language, for me to write something up saying, what do you think of this rewrite? Is it too strong? Question. Q. A. And to edit blacked out redacted language, comma, our office cannot and will not agree to this, is not my agreeing with this characterization, but my polite way of saying this ain't what I said. Q. A. Let me be clear. Q, and then line A. Again, no independent recollection. This is just based on inferring from the contemporaneous emails. Q, okay, by Miss blacked out, parentheses. Q, what I would like to do is ask a couple of questions in a couple of areas about the main justice review. A, okay, Q, then take a short break, and then blacked out redacted has some questions that are CVRA related. And then we have some summary questions. A, okay, Q, is that all right? A, can I line before you move on? Can I address something that blacked out was getting at, but it's getting late? So I'm going to circle back to line to line. Q, please. A, line, something that I thought you would bring up. Ms. MS, blacked out, parentheses, sure, period. Moderators in production, I am coming up on time, so I'm just going to take a quick note of where we are at right now. I'm reading, I just completed the bottom of Lauren, fully redacted 7 PDF, page 17. The bottom of the document reads EFTA 00009 132, that's EFTA 20 9132. I'll hang on until I'm told otherwise, and can continue on with the next page. Okay, thank you. So I'm continuing on the document read. Oh, I'm getting a little of an echo. Thank you. The document reads page 317. The witness, I think something to talk about is pre-agreement and post-agreement, I think are different. And one concern that I had, and I certainly shared with line with Mr. redacted, blacked out, was once it was signed, line, we had the initial issues with the case. Once the agreement was signed, we now have an overlying issue of, is there line, is the agreement binding, ? To what extent it's binding? And so you, line, your question was, why this level of process after the agreement was signed? And I said, I think you'll get back to that. And I think to some extent, there are two parts to that. One is the office shouldn't be afraid of review. We're part of the Department of Justice, and review, whether it's by main justice or now you all, is line, is part of the process. And so to the extent that they want to appeal to Maine, it would be unseemingly to sort of say, don't review us. And I don't think it would help reviewing this. But the second part of it is, if we were to walk away from the agreement, that not only are we litigating the underlying criminal case, but we are litigating a civil/criminal issue on top of that, which is, did the agreement bind? And that's something that did inform the exhausting amount of process that they that they received, which didn't change any of the outcome. I'm just going to do a vocal break. And we'll continue on unless control room says otherwise. So just finished reading document EFTA 00009133. Yeah, no. So I'm now starting at the top of page 318 by Ms. redacted parentheses Q didn't bind what question mark A. So if we were to walk away, we're line, could we still prosecute? Q, I see. A, right? Question mark, because having signed that, we were now parties to an agreement and that would overlay any sort of prosecution. And so you had these collateral issues coming by Miss redacted parentheses Q. Just to make sure we're clear, are you saying that there is line, there would have been difficulty in declaring a breach so that way you could then indict? Okay, I'm ending on line 10 on page 19 of 33 of the Lauren fully redacted and handing it off to the next reader. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hi, everyone. We are back. I'm going to read, and I know that we're reading in sort of a disjointed way. I recognize that, you know, you've been hearing from different people. You've been hearing emails. You've been hearing financial records. You've been hearing grand jury testimony. You've been hearing indictments read. And I think, you know, while it may seem as though we are not doing this in a cogent way, the reality is the Department of Justice released this in such a way that is deliberately like this. It is deliberately not coherent. It is not this beautiful timeline like we have up on the wall here in the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room here in Lower Manhattan. It was released in such a way that it is confusing. It is deliberately done like that. And so I'm going to read from an early volume 11 of 3,437. And I'm going to be reading from the grand jury testimony in the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is testimony that occurred in the summer of 2020. And we were in a portion that the person who is testifying is a unnamed, redacted FBI agent. And to recap, there's been a description of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell meeting a young teenager, approximately 14, at Interlochen Camp in Michigan. And Jeffrey Epstein was a major donor to Interlochen. There's a letter that thanks him for donating. He flies on a private jet. We already went through the Traverse City, Michigan airport, which is 25 minutes from the camp. And Ghislaine Maxwell, initials GM, was on that flight. And then they meet a young girl at the camp and invite her mom in, and you know, they start the mom starts calling him a godfather, and we were getting into the part where she was talking about about grooming. And so I want to pick back up, I think it's around here, page 635, but it was really, partially through this testimony. So we were talking about how he would give her cash, and how Ghislaine Maxwell was like a cool older sister, and she wanted to be an actress and a model. And, oh yeah, we started talking about instances of abuse. Okay. Here we are. Question. Now, did Blank also describe that once the abuse started, Epstein would also bring her into his massage room in the house? Answer, yes. Question. And were there times where he did this, where there were other women present, including Maxwell? Answer, yes. Was Blank abused during those episodes? Answer, yes, she was. Question, during these group encounters, what were Blank and the adult women wearing? Answer, they were usually just in their underwear. Question, once they were all in the massage room, how would these episodes generally start? Answer, they would generally start with one of the girls massaging Epstein. Blank was usually massaging his feet. Maxwell was kind of teasing the girls. She'd grab the girls' breasts and would direct the girls on what to do. Question, when these episodes would start, in general, was Epstein generally laying face down on the massage table? Answer, yes. Question, what would happen as things progressed, generally speaking, from what she described to you? Answer, when Epstein would decide he was kind of done with the regular massage, he would turn over to his back and he'd grab whatever girl he wanted to either touch him or whatever girl he wanted to touch. Question, did these episodes include sex acts that over time, in various instances, included Epstein masturbating, Epstein receiving oral sex, and Epstein engaging in intercourse? Answer, yes. Question, you were describing for a moment what Blank told you about Maxwell's role during these group encounters. Would Maxwell sometimes guide the women and give instructions about what to do? Answer, yes, she would. Question, what would Blank typically do during these episodes? Answer, she would try not to look at Maxwell because she gave off that sister vibe, so it felt weird to her. She would try to be as invisible in that room so they would ignore her as much as possible. Question, in the beginning, when Blank was approximately 14 or 15, would she generally begin by just massaging Epstein's feet? Answer, yes. Question, is that something she was told to do? Answer, yes. You mentioned that she tried to be invisible. I believe that was your testimony? Answer, yes. Question, and over time, has she described to you that over time she believes she became more involved in the sexual activity which varied in each encounter? Answer, yes. Question, were there times, let me rephrase that. You touched on this for a moment, but just to be clear, how did Blank describe Maxwell's attitude during these incidents? Answer, it was very casual. She acted like this was normal. She gave off that vibe to her, and yeah. Question, did that make her feel more comfortable with what was happening? Answer, it did. Question, was Blank sometimes fully nude during these episodes? Answer, yes. Question, and during these episodes, did the abuse include Epstein touching Blank's breast? Answer, yes. Question, did it include directing Blank to touch Epstein's genitals? Answer, yes. Beginning when Blank was approximately 14, does she begin to travel with Epstein and Maxwell to New York City on occasion? Answer, yes, she did. Question, was that to the property you testified about earlier, the townhouse on the Upper East Side? Answer, yes, she did. Yes. When Blank traveled to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's townhouse in New York City? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she recall that Maxwell and Epstein took her shopping on one of her early trips to New York City? Answer, yes. Question, did she remember them buying her anything? Answer, she recalled them buying her white cotton underwear. Her description was that they were like little girls' underwear. From ages 14 to 17, did Epstein ask Blank to periodically fly to New York for weekends at that townhouse in New York? I'm sorry, say it again. You testified that she began traveling to New York City at age 14. Did she then periodically travel to New York City in a similar manner from ages 14 to 17? Answer, yes. Were there times when she traveled on those trips when she flew on Epstein's private jet? Yes. Did she sometimes also fly commercially? Yes, she did. Question, was Maxwell sometimes present on the trips to New York? Answer, yes. Question, you testified earlier that blank was sexually abused in Palm Beach. Did she describe to you that she was also sexually abused on these trips to New York? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did Maxwell encourage blank to go on these trips? Answer, yes. Question, what did blank tell you about her memory of how these trips were arranged? She recalled that Maxwell was usually the one that would schedule her flights. If she was flying commercially, she would schedule the flights, sometimes calling her mother to schedule. Question, was that her general impression of how they were arranged? Answer, yes. Question, in addition to the trips to New York City that you just described, did blank also remember traveling at least once to Epstein's ranch in New Mexico? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she remember whether or not she was sexually abused in New Mexico? Answer, she couldn't recall. She couldn't remember. Question, in general, how would blank get to the airport in Florida when she would fly on Epstein's jet? What did she describe to you? Answer, usually a driver. One of Epstein's drivers would pick her up from her house and take her to the airport. Question, now you testified earlier that you reviewed flight records for Epstein's private jet. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and have you reviewed records from the 1990s to see if whether there's a person named blank listed on the records? Answer, yes. Turning to the next slide, is this an excerpt from those records? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does the red arrow point to, just one moment, does the red arrow point to a November 11th, 1996 flight? Answer, yes, it does. And does this flight log reflect that it was a flight from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer, yes. Question, is there a private airfield in Teterboro, New Jersey? Answer, yes, there is. What's it called? Teterboro Airport. Are the passengers listed on this entry JE? Yes. And do the entries also include blank plus friend blank, family blank, child blank, and blank? Answer, yes. Sorry. Was blank based on your awareness of blank date of birth and the date of the flight? Was blank 16 on that date of that flight? Yes, she was. Turning to the next slide, you testified earlier about Teterboro Airport. What are we looking at on this slide? Answer, this is directions from Teterboro Airport to Epstein's residence here in Manhattan. Question, so based on your review of this map, if someone were to fly into Teterboro Airport and travel to New York City, would the most natural route be to travel from Teterboro Airport and crossing into New York through Manhattan? Answer, yes. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt from the flight records you reviewed? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and does this show a May 9th, 1997 flight from Teterboro, New Jersey to Santa Fe, New Mexico? Answer, yes, it does. And are the passengers listed on this log JE, GM, and blank? Yes. Based on your knowledge of blank's birth date and the date of this flight, would blank have been 16 on the date of this flight? Answer, yes, she would have been. Question, turning to the next slide, is this also an excerpt of the flight records? Answer, yes. And does the red arrow point to a flight entry on May 3rd, 1998? Answer, yes, it does. Question, based on the airport codes, does this reflect that there is a flight on that date from Palm Beach, Florida to Teterboro, New Jersey? Yes. And are the passengers listed JE, GM, ET, blank, Glenn, blank, blank, Manny, blank, blank? Yes. Based on your knowledge of blank's birth date and the date of this flight, would blank have been 17 on this date? Answer, yes. Question, am I correct that you testified earlier that in addition to sometimes flying on Epstein's private jet, she also traveled commercially on commercial airlines? Is that correct? Yes, it is. Based on your review of these flight logs, does every flight entry list the name of every single passenger, or are there times when a passenger is noted female? There are times when a passenger is just noted female. I'm going to talk to you about two examples of that. Turning ahead 2 slides, looking at slide 18, does this reflect a January 3rd, 1995 flight where the flight log says JE 2 females? Yes, it does. And do the 2 entries below also just list female next to the initials JE? Yes, they do. Turning to the next slide, slide 19, Is this another example of an entry like that, focusing on the entry on February 12th, 1995? Yes. Does that entry also say female? Yes, it does. Now, you testified that blank sometimes flew on commercial airlines and that arrangements for her travel were made for her to fly commercially for these trips. Is that right? Yes. Have you been able to obtain commercial flight records? We tried. We were unable to obtain those records. Why is that? Airlines do not keep records past a certain year. Does blank recall group sexualized messages involving Epstein and Maxwell in both New York and Florida residences during the time period we've been talking about? Answer, yes. Question, you testified earlier about the time that Epstein and Maxwell would spend together and the activities they were involved in. During this time period, did blank have occasion to talk with Maxwell? I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? Question, during the beginning when she was 14, spending time with Epstein and Maxwell, and through the years, did blank often have conversations with Maxwell about her life? Answer, yes. Question, did they talk often? Answer, they did. Question, did Maxwell ask blank about her family, her classes, and other aspects of her life? Answer, yes, she did. Question, you testified earlier that just before she turned 18, blank moved to New York City. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, did she go to school there in New York City for her senior year? Answer, yes, she did. Question, what school did she go to? Answer, she went to blank, 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 blank. The rest of the line is redacted. Question, what is blank, 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 blank? Answer, they cater to individuals who want to pursue careers in the arts. Question, have you reviewed records from blank, presumably the school? Answer, yes. Question, if you could turn to slide 17, can you please explain for the grand jury what we're looking at here? Answer, this is an excerpt from blank application to blank, blank, blank. On it is listed who is financially responsible for her, and that is Jeffrey Epstein. From what blank told you, did Maxwell encourage blank to accept Epstein's financial help? Answer, yes. When blank moved to New York City, who was she living with? Answer, she lived with her mother and brother in blank blank. Question, did Epstein help pay for her rent? Answer, yes, he did. Question, during that year, her senior year of high school when she was in New York City, did blank remain in contact with Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, what was the nature of their contact like during this time period? Answer, during this time, he was still sexually abusing her. Question, did that continue to occur in his townhouse in Manhattan that year? Answer, yes, it did. Question, what happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Question, she moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question, did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer, she did. Has blank lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer, yes. Question, after she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue to being in touch with Epstein? Answer, for a short period of time. Question, did she ultimately break contact with him? Answer, yes, she did. Question, is blank currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer, yes. Question, have you talked with blank about whether, when she was a teenage girl, when all of this was happening, whether she told anyone she was being sexually abused? Answer, yes. She said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Nothing was talked about outside of that room, so it made it so that she couldn't talk about it. And then her mother is Middle Eastern, and her mother raised her that women are supposed to do what they're told, even if someone is beating you. And when she was 13 and her father passed, she went to a guidance counselor at school to talk about it, and her mother found out about it and smacked her. So she felt like she couldn't talk to anyone about it. Did blank's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Yes, she did. Have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from the Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at Epstein's house at the El Brillo Way address in Palm Beach? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed some of the materials seized during that search? Answer, yes. Question, did they find massage tables and sex toys? Answer, yes, they did. Question, did they find any photographs of blank, blank? Yes. Was one of the photographs signed by blank? Answer, yes, it was. Question, did it say 2 lines redacted? Answer, yes. During your interviews with blank, did blank tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer, she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt she was made to feel like that she needed to be grateful to them. Okay, did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Yes. Have you talked with blank about how she feels about this now? Yes. What was blank's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? Answer, she was upset. She recognized that now. It's affected her life to a great degree. She has struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Question, did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what happened to her for most of her adulthood? Answer, yes. Question, when was the first time that you interviewed her? Answer, last fall. Question, was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Answer, yes, it was. Question, now, you testified earlier about your interviews with blank blank, who worked at Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named blank coming to the house during that time? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did he recall blank, Maxwell, and Epstein being in the Palm Beach house together? Answer, yes. Question, what was his understanding of why blank was there? Answer, he thought that Epstein was helping her. That's what Epstein had told him, and blank had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question, did he ever observe Epstein interacting with blank physically? Answer, yes. Question, what did he see? Answer, he saw Epstein kiss blank's cheek and pat her on the bottom. Question, did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein or Maxwell when he was not present? He didn't. Did blank ever recall picking up blank from her house? Answer, yes. And when he would pick her up from her house, would he bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Yes. Did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up blank from her house? Maxwell would be the one to tell him to pick her up. Did he recall ever driving blank to the movies? Yes. What did he tell you about that? That it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and blank. They'd go to the movies, and it would usually be late at night. Did he tell you about what his memory was about how old blank was? Answer, he said she was young, and that he knew that because he picked her up from school, and he knew that she was too young to drive. Switching gears, I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with blank blank. Based on what he told you about his job duties, were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage room? Yes. What did he tell you about that? He said he found sex toys in the massage room and he had to wash them afterwards. Aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Answer, yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were in Maxwell's closet. Did blank stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer, yes. Was he told that he was being replaced? Answer, yes. Was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Answer, yes. Did blank tell you that for a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Answer, yes. Did he tell you that he went to Epstein's house and tried to take Epstein's gun? Yes, he did. Did he tell you that he took several $1,000s? Yes. Did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Answer, yes, he did. Question, did blank admit to Epstein and the police what he'd done? Answer, yes. Question, did Epstein also tell the police that his gun was missing? Yes. Were there ever any charges filed? No. Was he ever arrested? I don't believe so. And did Epstein ever pursue any charges about this incident? No, he didn't pursue anything. Have you interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Answer, yes. Is that pilot named blank blank? Yes. Was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jets in the 90s? Yes. Did he remember blank blank traveling on the jet in the 90s? Answer, he remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question, so just to be clear, it's your testimony that he didn't remember the specific dates of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 1990s? Answer, yes. And he did remember specifically blank as a person who traveled? Answer, yes. Do you want to pass me my notes? Question. did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists a person named blank as a passenger? Answer, yes. Did he have a specific memory of those exact flights? Answer, no. Question, but was he aware of any other blank flying on the jet besides blank blank in the 90s? Answer, no, no other blank at that time. Are we good? Okay. All right. We are approaching the 14-hour mark. I kind of can't believe it. But I think that a friend of mine is on from Los Angeles. Ravena, are you there? She's there? She's ready? All right. Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a wonderful activist who cares about these issues and who is taking time to read from the Epstein files to keep me company during this 24-hour live stream. I so appreciate you.
Thanks so much, Eliza. Hi, you guys. Like Eliza said, my name's Ravena Coe. I'm a mother, an activist, a survivor, and I'm really glad to be here with you guys. Thanks for holding space and bearing witness with me. I'm picking up right at the top of page 366. I'm right in the middle of the sentence at this deposition, and we're just going to get right into it. It's a signed agreement, but based on the course of conduct, is that agreement really an agreement that will be honored? And so there was an ongoing investigation as well, because we didn't know if we'd go to trial. And I know that, I know. My recollection is that the judgment was until we know that this agreement is really going to be performed fully, that to inform victims of the possibility of civil recovery is problematic. And I can't say that that judgment's incorrect, that I think that's a valid judgment. Question. Fair enough. And then the last question on this email is at the bottom. Miss Redacted invites you to attend interviews with 4 of the girls who would be coming in on the following day. Did you attend? I did not. And as a U.S. attorney, I don't think I attended. That wasn't typical for our office. Question. Had you ever had that type of request come from a line assistant? Not to my recollection, but I also tended not to have communications come from line assistants in the first place. Question. Were you at all curious, given that you discussed the issues with the witnesses in this case, right? That potential impeachment and that that caused you to, that went into the negotiation phase. Did you have any interest in seeing these people, even interacting with them personally, so that you could make your own assessment? So, any interest is, would there be value in doing that, he asked. He answered, so we had very experienced prosecutors. It's not just interacting with the victims. The victims were in a really hard position. It's not how I would draw a distinction between a victim being interviewed by an agent and how a victim holds up in court in a public setting under cross-examination. And in that, I don't think anyone in the office was questioning the pain or the suffering of the victims. I think that the issues were how would they hold up in court, which are uniquely trial issues. Question. Okay, then let's move on to what was your understanding that the federal government was going to do as far as the notification about the resolution of the case? He answered, so my understanding is that once we believed that the case was going to be, that the plea was going to go forward, that we would notify the victims of the resolution and of the agreement and basically how it would play out. Question. Now, are you saying, now you had agreed to not notify, well, did you? I mean, one would read your December 12th to 19th letter as an agreement that the federal government is not going to notify the victims of the state pleas. And that will end that part of the case. Is that correct? Answer. So I would parse my letter differently, and this is 12 years after the fact, and so this isn't based in recollection, but on my reading and my understanding of the course of conduct in this case sitting here now. My understanding was that our office was notified. Was it on a Friday afternoon? Yes. That he would be pleading on a Monday, and that at that time, Redacted made efforts to notify victims that he would be pleading, and that that would terminate the federal resolution of this matter, and that the victim should attend that hearing, which wasn't the state resolution of the case. It was the federal resolution. So he clarified that. And then the question. And so you're saying that the state plea was also the federal resolution of the case. Based on my understanding of what happened, that's how my recollection, based on having reviewed the record, that's how I believe it proceeded, although I think Redacted attempted to do so, couldn't reach some attorneys and exercised best efforts to let him know, but did not get a hold of all of the victims over the weekend. So that's the reasoning there. Question continues with, before we get too deep into that, let's please take a look at Exhibit 51. So this is an email forwarded to you from Redacted from January to June 25th, 2008. So that is 5 days prior to the plea in this case. He acknowledges yes. Continues, or the state court plea and the attachment there, you'll notice a letter with a notification of identified victims, and the letter is written, would you disagree? It's written with, on June 30th, Epstein pled guilty. Do you see that? He answers yes. So the inference, as it appears to be, that this letter was to be sent after the plea. Answer, I see that. I also, based on my review of the record, where I think I'm recalling the redacted affidavit, where she said that she made an attempt to notify the victims as soon as she was made aware that he would be pleading in state court. Question, what the redacted says in the affidavit, correct, continues, I believe that she made notification and that the police department, chief redacted, police department made notifications. Is that correct? Does that ring a bell? Answer, aye. Mr. Todd says, do you have a copy of the affidavit so we can just look at it? Mr. Redacted, do you have redacted affidavit email? Miss Redacted, it's right here, one copy. The witness, I'll hand it back. Mr. Redacted, almost done. The witness says, so relevant to this paragraph 34 and then another paragraph, these and other attacks and efforts to avoid the NPA's terms led the FBI investigative team, the office, and myself to conclude that prosecution at trial remained a possibility and that we should prepare as such. This meant that the victim notification letters had to cease because, one, we no longer knew whether Epstein would perform under the NPA, and hence we did not know whether providing information about the NPA would be accurate, until we believed that Epstein, through his counsel, would attempt to use victim notification concerning the NPA to suggest that victims had been encouraged by the FBI on the office to overstate the victimization for monetary compensation. And then fast forwarding because you can read it on your own. On Friday, June 27th at approximately 4:15, I received a copy of Epstein's proposed state plea agreement, and I learned that Epstein's state court change of plea was scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on a Monday. The Palm Beach Police Department and I attempted to notify the victims about the hearing in the short time available to us. I specifically called to Attorney Edwards to provide notice to his clients regarding the hearing. I believe it was during this. I never told that the state charges involved other victims, and neither the state court charging instrument nor the factual proffer limited the procurement of prostitution charges to a specific cell. So that was what I was referring to. Again, I'm basing this based on my review of the affidavit and not on recollection of how this may or may not have proceeded 12 years ago. So he is saying over and over that he is speaking on behalf of what he knows from reviewing the affidavit, not from what he personally remembers. The questions continue. Okay, would it surprise you to learn that Ms. Redacted only communicated with Mr. Edwards that day? That's because she was under the direction from a manager to only contact Edwards regarding the potential plans for that Monday. Answer, the affidavit said that she attempted to notify the victims, so I can't speak to that. Okay? And I don't have an independent recollection of this going back 12 years. Question continues. Were you aware that Ms. Redacted was directed to have no communication with the state attorney's office and probably during the latter period of the case in 2008? Not to my recollection. Okay. Would you not recall hearing anyone directing her to not communicate with the state attorney's office? I can't speak 12 years later what role I may or may not have had. I question how, if there is an attempt to schedule a plea and all of that, how can there not be communication? But I can't say whether I did or did not, when I say I have no recollection, I mean that in the broadest sense of the word. Okay. In your December 19th letter, you did agree that the state attorney's office would notify the state's victims, right? Yes. And do you have any idea how that was to be accomplished? I can't speak to that now. And would you have any knowledge of the state victims now, or of who the state victims are? He answered, I would infer that our office would have had sufficient communication with the state attorney's office to communicate who the victims were in this case, because it was an ongoing matter, but I don't know. Do you want to go on? Ms. Redacted. Okay, are you done with your portion, at least for the moment? Yes, thank you. Question. I just want to clarify something you said in a moment. Sure. Ago, Mr. Redacted. You said you referred to the agreement, the NPA, as having been, as it was signed and being reviewed. Were you talking about Washington? Right. The criminal division, but we established earlier, did we not, that the NPA was not the subject of the criminal division review. They expressly declined to review it. He answered, I stand corrected. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on the record. Thank you. So we've had a lot of conversation about facts. We're fortunate in this case to have a plethora of documents upon which we can rely even 12 years or so after the fact. And we've tried to plumb the depths of your memory as to the events. Are there any facts, any conversations, any incidents, anything based on the questions that you've heard here today that you recall, have recalled, that you want to tell us about, want to know? So give me a minute to just sort of think this through. Of course. I think we've covered most of the issues pretty well. I guess I would have two general comments. The first is whether folks agree or disagree with the initial 2 years, registration and restitution. The office's focus was on having Mr. Epstein go to jail at a time when, from our perspective, these cases were at least presented with these facts federally at least unusual, and at most, trafficking cases involved a different sort of nexus. It involved bringing individuals into the country or holding individuals against their will or doing something like that. And this will go to my second point, which is, sitting here, we now see several high-profile individuals who've used power and have now been prosecuted, who were known at the time to abuse drugs, like Bill Cosby. Why is he talking about Bill Cosby? And there were rumors at the time, and so looking back, maybe it was the right call. Maybe it wasn't the right call. But there was some degree of, I'm not sure what the right adjective is, frustration, that uncertainty. And certainly some of this goes to me, but I think a lot of this goes to Redacted and to the individuals involved, that the attempt to put someone in jail, as opposed to decline the case and to say that this is a state case, that the federal issues are too tricky, and that ultimately this is a sort of novel interpretation, that the attempt to come up with an outcome has rebounded in the way that it has. And I'm not saying, look, that's life, and I understand that. But I do understand that it's important to look back on this and try to be in the shoes of the thought process in 2006 and 2007, when traffic in prosecutions was fairly new, when more so than today, some jurors may have looked at this as prostitution and were perhaps more so than today, judges' tolerance for victim shaming may have both caused more hesitation on the part of victims, but also created more issues at trial. And so I think we've touched on that. But I think as we sort of wrap up this portion of it, it's important to just restate that, which it is. And to an addition, are there any facts or conversations or anything, fair, you did ask this, that we've not really elicited from you that you want us to know? And to be clear, you'll have an opportunity to supplement this. Right. Not that I can think of sitting here. All right. How do you respond to public criticism that the defense attorneys, the Epstein defense team, were gaining extraordinary access to an influence on prosecutors from the line level all the way up through the department? He answered, so I would point out early on in the case, when I said early, you pushed back, but from my perspective, early on in the case, well, not when it was first investigated, but when it first bubbled up for decision. And that would be mid-2007, he clarified. Yes, mid-2007, June-ish, May to June 2007, May, June, July. We determined here is what we need for that resolution. And I think I addressed some of this in the Daily Beast letter. I did look up and read that Daily Beast letter today, by the way, in preparation for this live stream with you all. Because we were receiving criticism back then, and I think the letter had been misconstrued to some extent, because it was not, oh, here are influential people, we're backing off. It was, we early on set 3 criteria 2 years, registration, restitution. Despite all of these attorneys, despite all of these appeals, despite all of these efforts, the office did not budge with the caveat of the 24 to 18 months, which we've discussed. And from my perspective, despite all of that, I back the office in sticking by that resolution in all the various appeals to Washington. And so ultimately it was a year-long process, but we ended up a year later exactly where we started, with the caveat of the 24 to 18. And so to the extent that there was influence, there was no change in position. Clarifies. Well, my question was access, that this team of defense attorneys, right, had extraordinary access, that they asked for meetings, that they pressed for with communications, and that they had that access. Did that seem extraordinary to you? So they asked for a meeting with me before the agreement was signed. I granted that. That's not the first and only time that I granted a meeting to defense attorneys. I don't think it's a typical part, particularly as a case that is coming to resolution, for a U.S. attorney to sit down with opposing counsel. And I can think of several cases where that happened. There was certainly a lot of access in Washington. I would speak to, I think that's a question to direct to this building. Because this process here was lengthy and frustrating, but I think we successfully held firm in our positions despite all the process in this building. And again, my focus is not on your response, but on the access. And based on the prominence of the defense attorneys, if this had been local attorneys, your sort of average criminal defense attorney from, right where they hang out in, right, Miami, coming to you and pressing you for this, writ large the department, do you believe they would have had the same amount or comparable level of access? So I don't know the answer. I'm asking. He answered, yeah, so I guess I'd respond this way. If an attorney, after meeting with my management staff, asks for a meeting with me, I believe I did and would have granted it. And I could think of several matters on which these type of meetings were granted. And so that was not unusual. All right. With respect to the back and forth after the agreement was signed, this was an usual agreement. And to some extent, as a result, the back and forth quickly elevated, particularly because matters would elevate in particular when they were being addressed at main justice. That would be one natural way for matters to elevate within the office. And so the fact that they were being addressed and reviewed and the letters were coming here would naturally elevate the way the matter was treated in Miami. Continued with question. In particular, Jay Lefkowitz had ready access to, of course, he was involved in the negotiations with Redacted, directly in creating the NPA, but after that, it appears from the record that he was often contacting you and running or going above the people who worked for you, and on numerous occasions, you, again, my characterization, reprimanded him or instructed him not to do that and to direct his communication to the line attorney or her supervisors. Is that a fair characterization? Yes, on I think several occasions I said direct them, and again, that was after the agreement that was signed, yes. But there were many issues still pending, correct? He answered yes. Okay, and that was his ability to reach out to you, and that was a function of your personal association. Is that fair? So I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think you could also say that it was the ability of, or a function of, his assistance in not doing what we asked, and the fact that this was a typical course. A Miami attorney would not have done this because they would have had to interact with the office on an ongoing basis. And so the repeat litigator behaves very differently than the one-time raised earth litigator. Raised, R-A-Z-E-D. He spells for clarification on vocabulary choice. He answers correct. Is it reasonable for us to understand that you've followed the media coverage of what happened in the Epstein case over the years? He answers yes. In your view overall, in whatever specific respect you wish to address, has it been accurate or not so? I think it has been inaccurate in several ways, and we can go through them, but he clarifies if you could just take those off. So I think it's inaccurate in that it has been characterized as our approving a state plea, and the complexity of this case was a state plea, and we were deferring to or in favor of a state prosecution has been lost, and it's something that I've attempted to correct, but it's very difficult to sort of explain that in the media. And this is a bad analogy, and so I haven't used it in the media, but I've thought about it, and so I'll share it. So after the Jussie Smollett plea in Chicago, there was some discussion of whether the federal government should bring charges. And I remember the media saying that, well, I haven't used this analogy because I don't want to compare, and I think it would be disrespectful to compare the facts of the case to what happened to those victims, and I don't want the comparison to be drawn, but there is a legal comparison, right? The U.S. attorney in Chicago could have stepped in and said, whether or not the state takes this plea, we may investigate this federally and sort of stop that plea from going forward, or at least put a wrench in those gears. And the U.S. attorney could have pursued that under the petite policy and did not. And so our stepping into this sort of reminded me of how many times cases are viewed as a manifest injustice. Cases that are viewed as a manifest injustice do occur, and yet the federal government does not step in. And the fact that we stepped in, it has been construed as this became a federal prosecution, and sort of instead going to, is it redacted, or he clarifies with the redacted. And then 2 words are redacted, sort of questioned earlier in the distinction between it was not manifest injustice versus if this was the right outcome, is something that I think has been lost in the coverage of the matter. I think the second issue that's been lost in the coverage of the matter is there were references to Prince Andrew and Alex Dershowitz and Governor Richardson and Bill Clinton and the thing happening in London and the so-called Lolita Express, where things may have happened on airplanes. And so this is viewed from the public as this international matter where the victims were local, the actions, to my recollection, were local. And so the distinction between this Palm Beach incident and what the media likes to cover, which is, did Mr. Epstein force a minor to have sexual relations with Prince Andrew, is a very different fact pattern, both in terms of the public perception of forcing a minor to have sex with a third party that they have, that is outside the solicitation matter. And that is outside the solicitation context. It's sort of, I'm traveling with these women and forcing them to have sex versus a more local matter that I don't want to say solicitation because I think we've covered that, but some may view as that. And I think those are 2 major elements that have been lost in the coverage. Right. Question, the case has been criticized as having involved improper influences or favors or payments that affected decisions that were made within your office, and you're aware of all of those. Yes. Allegations as well in connection with this case, were you yourself ever offered any payments, any favors, or any promises or job assistance or anything like that, or in connection with this case? No. And to your knowledge, was there any such offer to anyone associated with this case in your office? Not to my knowledge. It's been asserted also that the handling of this case in your office was affected by Epstein's wealth and influence in the Palm Beach community. What is your response to that criticism? Again, my response would be, sometime in May or June, we came up with these 3 points and we stuck to them. And, despite all of this, when people make these assertions, somewhere along the way that we stuck to these points is lost and not talked about. And so we did stick to these points, and questioned whether the case would have come to us in the first place. But for, I think that could also go the other way. He asked for clarification. I don't understand that. That it's highly unusual for a case to be brought to the U.S. Attorney's Office after the state attorney not declines, but clarifies, fails to fully prosecute. Right. And so the question is, one question that also doesn't get asked, to what extent was this case brought to us in the first place because of his profile? Question. So in other words, are you suggesting that his wealth and influence in the community affected the state authorities? I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that the case came in, the case proceeded, and someone can make the argument that the only reason that Chief Redacted brought it to us was because it's had such a high profile. Are there other matters that take place in Palm Beach that a state attorney declines in the first place that isn't brought to the state attorney because it doesn't rise to that? You mean the U.S. attorney, he corrects. To the U.S. attorney because it doesn't rise to the profile? All right. Well, in fairness, but he might have done it because of the number of victims too, right? He may have. I don't know. What I'm suggesting is we tried to treat it fairly, not looking at, hey, how wealthy is he? But also not saying we need to do this because he is so wealthy. Continues with the question. What do you think about the media's treatment of the line assistant? Redacted, first and last name. I think I wish her name wouldn't be in the media. To some extent, U.S. attorneys, when they take the job, you realize that part of their job is to take the slings and arrows. There are instances where AUSAs were accused of misconduct, and I've always felt that was, I don't want to say below the belt, but that's not why they take the pay cuts they take to go into federal service, And I think the media coverage of the case has been unfair and has lost a lot of the complexities. It's not surprising because here we're talking about a lot of those complexities, but it takes a fairly sophisticated discussion, but I think it's particularly unfair on Redacted. The question continues. In your attorney's written response, he used the term relentless to characterize the team of lawyers, the defense lawyers, and in that Daily Beast article that you wrote, you referred to the year-long assault on the prosecution and the prosecutors. You noted that the defense was more, open quotes, more aggressive than any which I or the prosecutors in my office had previously encountered, close quotes. You noted that the defense investigated prosecutors and tried to disqualify two, and I believe that those two are first and last redacted and first and last redacted. Is that, he affirms that that is correct. All right, yeah. And you also noted or asserted that there were investigations into the family lives of individual prosecutors, accusations of bias and misconduct against individual prosecutors, and even the threat of a book on prosecutorial zeal. Do you still regard that characterization as accurate? He answers, I do. You know, whether I would use those same words now, we can spend a lot of time talking about it, and I'd want, so he does his best to excuse it away. And we move on. He says, all right. To think about, but I do think that's accurate. I think this really was a raised earth type of matter. And in the office's typical interactions, the prosecutors know that they have to come back to the office. And so they would not, not the prosecutors. It's getting late though, the defense counsel. So he clarifies that he is referencing the defense counsel, not the prosecutors, and that he's misspoken. And so I'm at the top of page 388 for those following along with me. And so it's not just the accusations against the attorneys, but the mischaracterization. I could go through the record and there's several instances with my words or other AUSA's words are being mischaracterized, or we're going back to one of the redacted emails. People walk out of the meeting believing that they have an agreement and then that's unwound. And that is not, I don't know if that's typical in Washington, but it's certainly not typical in the Miami office. Questions continue. All right. In that Daily Beast article, I think you also used the term picadillos. Yes. What did you mean by that in particular? Could I see that? I was afraid you'd ask that. I have it right in front of me and I don't at the moment. Clarification, are you talking about the to whom it may concern letter? Yes. The witness confirms yes. The court reporter confirms yes. Yes, thank you. And it's referenced to the second numbered page of this copy to personal picadillos in the middle of this page. Also, individual prosecutors and their families looking for personal picadillos that provide one word redacted, was to my recollection, she wasn't investigated, 2 lines redacted, and I haven't encountered that in other cases. I recall it at one point, they also looked in redacted, which seems to be a location or city, and at redacted family and his background, and I thought that was a little out of line. I just finished line 7, the entire remainder of the page to line 25 is redacted. We move to page 390, where the first 4 lines are redacted, where I resume. At this point, I was trying to convey, is this not typical behavior by defense counsel? And despite all of this, my point was, despite all this, we did not budge. And again, that's not the focus of this question, is clarified. Then we have 8 more lines redacted, 1 question and answer before we resume with a question on line 20. All right, are there any other examples where defense counsel came to you that have not otherwise been addressed with allegations about someone? I'm hesitating just because I'm trying to think through, and again, not to my recollection, no. Continues with the questioning, did they ever raise or imply that there was information regarding you of whatever respect that was in the nature of sort of a threat or a veiled warning? So the book reference was that I might be personally embarrassed by pursuing the matter because I would be the subject of a chapter in a book on prosecutorial overreach. And who is going to write that book? Do you know? Professor Dershkowitz. Okay, do you consider him a professional friend at all? I had not, to my recollection, met him. I understood in the letter I sort of grouped him in. But I would say for the record that it's hard to know what my intent was in 2011, but that's for simplicity of grouping individuals because I did go to Harvard. I may have run into him at Harvard, but he was not my professor and I didn't work for him as a teaching assistant. I had some interest in criminal law, so I may have chatted with him, but that would have been it. Continues questioning. And did you consult with him at all in connection with your efforts, your interest in potentially teaching or be involved in sort of the law school world, either at Harvard or at Florida International or anyone else? Or anywhere else. Thank you. Not to my recollection, at some point when I applied for the deanship, I wasn't aware of the deanship until, so let's take this in part. I thought about looking at Harvard for a teaching position. To my recollection, I never followed through on that. I knew Elena Kagan and may have had a conversation with her that would have been a preliminary. How does this process work? But I don't recall taking it. If I took it that far, and I'm not saying I did, this was a long time ago. I never sort of went through the way law schools hire is the very well they call it a meat market. Take that for what it's worth. It's something that happens at the hotels here at the Marriott in Connecticut. And it's a very formalized process. And I never went through that. I don't recall any conversation with Professor Dershowitz about that. To the extent I was thinking about it, it'd be natural for me to talk to Redacted, but I don't recall talking to him. With respect to Professor Dershowitz, with respect to FIU, the dean process is very decentralized. To the extent a faculty member spoke to him, I don't know, to my recollection. And again, this is a long time ago. I did not ask him for a reference or a letter or something to that regard, although I may have. Again, he reiterates that it was a long, long time ago. I was also no longer active in this case at the time. All right, and what about with respect to that same process on your part? Ken Starr, who actually was a dean of law school at the time, did he provide you with a reference or advice? Not to my recollection. All right. And as the letter from Ken at the end, there was some, from the time it was over, there was some degree of tension between us on my resolution of this matter, but it also appeared to be tension that both of you were eager to leave aside. I'm a big believer and I had good relationships with the defense bar. I think lawyers can disagree and not be disagreeable, and we would be a better profession if we all learned to do that. So with the world, yes. There's a sort of investigative journalist author named Redacted. Yes. Do you know that name? Yes. Did you ever speak with her? So she was the recipient of the due to whom it may concern letter at the Daily Beast. Oh, really? Yes. All right. Thank you. We didn't know that. Did she comment back to you on it? It was a long time ago. I don't recall. So she wrote a book called Trafficking. Have you read that? About this case? She did. I haven't read it recently, but I read it a while ago. And she says, in that book that you told her a few years after the NPA that was signed, as she writes, he felt incapable of going up against the 8 powerful attorneys. He felt that his career was at stake. Did you say that to her? Not to my recollection. But what I tried to do was, for the record, provide this letter to her. The purpose of this letter was to say the exact opposite, which is, we have this, in the New York Times, and I think the New York Times called it, what's the word, like apologia. Does anyone know what apologia? That's apology. It's a fancy way of saying apology. Yeah, of explaining yourself. I looked it up, and it's a little more derogatory than explaining yourself because I felt the need to look it up. But the New York Times called the letter an apologia, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And this was recently. And I say this because when folks read this letter, they read it as, this is why you had these. I think sometimes they selectively read language. The prosecutors and agents in this case, what followed was a year-long assault. I use the word assault as it was more aggressive than anything in which I or the prosecutors in my office had previously encountered. Excuse me, Mr. Epstein hired an army of legal superstars, Harvard professor Dershowitz, former judge and then Pepperdine Lodging Ken Starr, former deputy assistant to the president, then Kirkland and Ellis law partner Jay Lefkowitz, and several others, including prosecutors that formerly worked at the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Child Exploitation Section, I'm not sure who that was, of the Department of Defense, in the Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section of the Justice Department. Defense attorneys next requested a meeting with me, and they read that as saying that there were all these powerful lawyers on the case, and they don't let them go on to talk about, despite this army of attorneys, the office held firm to the terms first presented to Mr. Black in the original meeting. And I'm going to wrap up with this last question and confirmation at the top of page 397. And again, I thank you so much for bearing witness with me. His last question that I'll read with is, so is it what I understand you're saying is that the pantheon of attorneys did not have the influence on you that's alleged. And the purpose of the letter was to say, despite all this, right, that we held firm. So how can I say that there's influence if we held firm? And that what I would also note, and I think we talked about this, that these terms were developed before many of these individuals came on board. So it's not like these terms are developed now, because it's not like these individuals are on board. And I'll wrap there in the middle of page 397 and pass it forward over to Kurt. Thank you again. Bye, y'all.
I'm not. No, did you send it to me? Amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we are almost 14 and a half hours in. Less than 10 hours to go. We are really making progress, and I am still here at the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein reading room in Lower Manhattan, where we are in the midst of our 24-hour live stream reading the Epstein files. Thank you, everyone who has joined me thus far. Thank you for everyone who is going to continue to join me to get me through this terrible long night. But I am, it's so important, and we are really trying to bring attention to this. So continue sharing, continue donating. There's a QR code on screen for World Without Exploitation. But I am joined now by Kurt Mullett, political commentator and author of the Substack Hoosier Blue 63. Kurt, thank you so much for being with me here late into the night. I am tongue twisters. Words are escaping me now, but thank you for being here. Truly, I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Eliza, for having me. I appreciate you sending out an invite and allowing me to be part of this. My name is Kurt. I'm Hoosier Blue 63 on social media. Eliza and I are part of a chat group together. And when I saw that she was asking for help with this project, I said, this is something I can do. So I volunteered. I'm a feminist. I'm a son, a brother, a father, a husband. I'm an old boomer from Indiana, and I just couldn't pass this up. So thank you for having me, and I'm glad to be part of this project. So an excellent job to all of you. So I'm going to start on page 333. The first question, but there was nothing you could do to stop their appeal, right? Except indict. Answer. And so the department shouldn't stop an appeal to Main Justice by threatening. Question. Fair enough. Answer. Because Main Justice has a right to review. Question. I should have said that this appeal process was stymieing progress in resolving the Epstein case. Answer. It was. Question. And you had no recourse other than, at least theoretically, you could have just said, were. Answer. Right. Question. Going to tear it up and indict because you're in breach, in effect. Answer. Which would have raised civil litigation. Question. Litigation. A. Answer. Overlays, which is the point that I thought merited. Question. All right. Answer. At least flushing out by Miss redacted name. Question. So short of the department itself getting a move on and getting this thing through exponentially, do you feel like you just had to sit there and wait for everything to get done? Answer. I'm not sure sit there and wait, but ultimately the case did not get better with time, and there was frustrations on our part about the witnesses are not getting better, time. Question, they're not getting older. Answer, they're getting, which goes back to how a juror may see them. Miss redacted name, right, the witness, and I do recall conversations of they're getting older. This case is not getting better. We now have the civil overlay that we need to deal with. And so, yes, that there was process. But while there was, should we just call it a day? All of that factored into, well, if the department is receiving, the department is reviewing by Miss redacted name. Question. Okay. What is your view of whether the criminal division's review encompass the MPA itself? Answer. So the criminal division, by its terms, did not encompass the MPA. I would say that's different from than the deputy's review that encompassed the totality of the circumstances. Question: okay, did you discuss this? Did you have conversations with the DAG, with Mark Phillip, about this case? Answer: not to my recollection. Question: okay, and we've already talked about the submission that redacted name, two redactions, it's a name, made on behalf of your office. Answer: which yes, which I thought was a fulsome submission and included the draft indictment, the NPA. I believe it included the term sheet and other documents. Question: did you or anyone else, to your knowledge, ask ODAG to review or assess the NPA or approve it? Answer: not to, before its signature, not to my recollection, but it was part of the ultimate review when submitted. The matter of the deputy, he included the question. It was. Answer: the agreement. Question: it was included. Their very brief letter, you remember? Answer: mm-hmm. Question: the letter that two redacted. Answer: yes. Question: authored, that he authored, addressed really only the issue of the appropriateness of the case for prosecution in your office. It did not in any way reference the disposition, the plea agreement, or the NPA. Answer: so it was a brief letter based on redacted name submission. I would have read that letter as they had all the material in front of them, and they were saying that there was no misconduct or abuse or discretion. Question: that's correct. But they did not say that they contacted, that they addressed or assessed, reviewed even. They didn't say they reviewed or approved the NPA. Answer: they, again, if the letter is here, I don't know. But question: yeah, I have it right here. It's not marked as an exhibit, but this is redacted name, letter to J. Lefkowitz and Ken Starr, dated. Answer: right. Question: June 23rd, 2008. It states that this office, meaning the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, has completed a thorough review of the U.S. Attorney's handling of the matter involving your client. Answer: and question: and addresses or states that they've received and reviewed submissions from the parties, and then states that the Deputy Attorney General will intervene in the most unusual of circumstances. In a U.S. Attorney's matter, and we do not believe such intervention is warranted here, even if we to substitute our judgment for that of the U.S. Attorney, we believe that federal prosecution of the case is appropriate. Moreover, having reviewed your allegations of prosecutorial misconduct, sorry about that, and the facts underlying them, we see nothing in the conduct of the U.S. Attorney's Office that gives us any reason to alter. Answer: right. Question: our opinion. Answer: and so if I could point out, this office has completed a thorough review of the U.S. Attorney's handling of the matter. And so handling is a broad term. And in reference to, we believe that federal prosecution of this case is appropriate. The way I recalled reading that is the federal prosecution of this case, the argument was that the agreement was inappropriate because this case should not have ever been prosecuted, and therefore that this disposition, the federal prosecution of this case was appropriate. And so the handling of the matter, we reviewed the handling of the matter, not the agreement, but the handling of the matter and the ultimate disposition, if, is at least not an abuse of discretion or is appropriate? Question. That's how you read it? Answer. That is how I read it. Question. And did you ever discuss that? Did you ever discuss with anyone in ODAG what the scope of their review was? Answer. Not to my recollection. It was a fulsome submission. Question. Correct. But if but the issues presented by the defense were essentially federalism issues, right? Answer. So the again, this is based on, as much recollection as contemporaneous record. The issue presented by the defense were, in essence, it was the heart of the non-prosecution agreement, which was it an abuse of direction to proceed in this case in the way that we did, on the grounds that there should not have been a federal prosecution in the first place, or that we were using federal criminal law to elicit a civil outcome. And so I don't think it's fair to sort of narrow. You can't say that our handling was, that their handling was reviewed without reviewing the non-prosecution agreement. Question. Do you have any reasons to believe that that either ODAG or the criminal division did, that the ODAG, let's stick with that. Answer. Right. Question. Did in fact review the NPA, other than to be aware it existed, whatever the status might have been? Answer. So again, it was clearly submitted. It was clearly referenced. Question. Answer. And it was clearly part of the complaint. The heart of the complaint about our office was that we were using this agreement to impose civil liability. And so I think it is fair to infer it in the complaint implicates the agreement, that the agreement would have been reviewed. Question. That's your inference. You don't have any. You didn't have any specific communications with ODAG. Answer. I don't. Question. So that effect? Answer. I don't recall a specific communication. Question. All right. Okay. I would like to take a short break. We're getting there. Answer. I hear you. Question. There is. Answer. I'm good. Question. One area that my colleagues, two redacted names, will take on. Answer. Question. Which has to do with the CVRA. Answer. Right. Question. And then we have some kind of wind-up questions. Answer. Okay. Mr. Redacted Name, can we, before we take a break, can I just Miss Redacted Name? Yes. Mr. Redacted Name. I'll try to cue up what's going to be coming up next. The witness. Mr. Redacted Name. And maybe that'll help us move through it, because the witness, right. Mr. Redacted Name, you've been through a very long day. The witness, yes. Mr. Redacted Name, we appreciate the time you put into this. You've been here for quite a long time. The witness, well, yeah. By Mr. Redacted Name. Question. The area that I want to discuss after the break has to do with the ultimate notifications to the victims about the resolution of the case, that the state plea and the result of the federal investigation, and we have documents that are already marked there, that might be helpful if you take a look at a couple of them, so we don't have to go through, maybe during the break, so we don't have to go through them one by one. Or I can just give you a very quick review of sort of where we're going. I want to find out basically how you were getting from there. What would be the state asking for the U.S. Attorney's Office to make the notification to the victims about upcoming state pleas and happens in November of 2007. That would be document 32B. To the defense, then finding out that the government want to notify the victims by letter, and then demanding that they see the letter and have some kind of comment on it. That would be document 33, an email from Lefkowitz. Then we have an exchange of letters, but the one I'd like you to look at is document 37, which is a letter coming from redacted name to the defense. Not now, but during a break. So I want to find out how we get from that document 36, where redacted name is writing, Miss Redacted Name 36 by Mr. Redacted Name. Question: as letters saying that, citing the CVRA regulations saying that the government is obligated to notify the victims about the resolution of the case, and attaching a draft letter to the victims telling them the time and date of the state resolution and plea, inviting them to come. To ultimately a letter from you coming on the 19th of December, 2007, which is number 41B, agreeing to not notify the victims of the state plea and agreeing with the defense to have the state be responsible for putting out that notification. And then we are ultimately with a letter or draft letter that we have that goes out to the victims in the case on after the plea in July. Well, we have the draft. I'm going to show you, which comes in June, showing that the letter was clearly meant to be sent after the plea as per the agreement, and that is document number 51. Answer: okay, that's question. So it's a lot to A. That's a question. Unpack there. A. That's a lot to unpack. We probably take it a step at a time. Yeah, this is a lot to unpack. Question: yes, I just wanted to. Answer: all right. Question: give you an overview because I think that some of what you have mentioned earlier, and I know it's. Answer: yeah. Question: been a long time. So answer: yes. Question: I'll try to orient you for the timeline. So if you just have I have highlighted the sections of those letters that we want to talk about. And if you have a chance while we're taking a break to look through them, that may help orient you and that we're not. Answer: right. Question: spinning our wheels on this. I don't want to waste any of your time. Answer: fair. Miss Redacted Name. All right, off the record. And then off the record is in parentheses. Miss Redacted Name. All right, back on the record. Mr. Redacted Name. Are we back on the record? Miss Redacted Name. Yes. By Mr. Redacted Name. I hope that made sense to you guys because anyway, question. Okay, great. So I know I gave you a lot to unpack over the short break we just had. One, basically, what we're trying to get to find out is how your decision-making process regarding the victim's notification issues. So maybe if you could just give us anything with your December 19th decision. Could you give us an explanation about how you got there? Answer: so I think we should probably take this in stages. Question: okay. Answer: as a general matter, I recall that there was back and forth regarding, after the agreement, regarding how to notify the victims. And there was back and forth between redacted name, and Jeffrey Lefkowitz, and redacted name around all of that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I recall that that was in the file. That wasn't me saying that. I recall there was an issue in particular that was raised that I tried to address in the letter. And I recall at the end of the day, it was my impression that once there was an agreement for him to plead, that there was an attempt by redacted name to provide notice to the victims. But it was it was, I think, on a Friday, and he was pleading on a Monday morning or something along those lines. And finally, I recall that the view of the office was that the CVRA did not apply. And so that this was a discretionary balance that included consideration of what impact notification of the 22.55A would have at trial, the 22.55 provision if we had to go to trial. So we can unpack that. But those are my general recollections. Question. Okay. Answer. And look, let me add. I think it's important. So I came in and out of the case at stages, and I was involved in certain aspects more than others. And while we had a long discussion about the terms sheets and matters like that, while I was clearly involved in at least one dispute around the 2255, the nuts and bolts of how victims were notified is not something that I have a recollection about. Question. Okay, fair. Answer. But we can unpack it. Question. Okay, let's start with Exhibit 33. So there we have, and as you can see, it's an email from Lefkowitz. Answer. Question. To you and to redacted name, objecting to a letter being sent to the victims, unless the defense gets to review it, and later on in some of your other correspondence, you discussed that you extended to the defense the courtesy of allowing them to review these letters. Is this genesis of that courtesy? Answer. I can't. I don't have a recollection as to what the genesis might be. I know there was back and forth between our office and the defense about that letter. Question. Okay. But as you can see on 33, that you're not on the response from redacted name, but redacted name instructs redacted name to send the proposed letter to Lefkowitz, and answer. Yeah. Question. I assume that redacted name wouldn't have done that had you objected to it. Answer. Again, I don't recall any specific conversation. As a general matter, this is not something I was going to getting into the weeds on unless I had to. There was a lack of back and forth. Question. Answer. Redacted name is someone that I trusted. He was handling this matter. He's incredibly experienced. I know that there were concerns and issues around the impact that notification would have on the witnesses. I know there were issues around the language, and I trusted that folks were working those out. Question. One of the criticisms that come post, the CVRA. Answer. Right. Question. Litigation that's been the government allowing the defense to have review of these letters or potential victim notification letters coming out of the government, and that's unusual. Have you had any other case where you've let the defense review such documents? Answer. I have had no other cases where I'm aware of victims being notified, because I assume it all operates without it rising to management level. Question. Answer. And so this is the first and only time that how individuals are notified, to my recollection, was even in the executive suite. Question. Isn't that usually done, accomplished by almost a computerized task? Answer. I would assume so. So yes. Question. And it's a given that the usual way that notifications are made by a victim witness specialist, who is usually that person? Answer. Yes. Question. Do I have that right? And so the FBI has their victim witness specialist? Answer. Yes. Question. In your office, the U.S. Attorney's Office has dedicated people who do that job as well. Answer. Correct. Question. So why in this case, not direct, the this notification to that person to be done in the usual course? Why elevate to something that the defense is going to be able to review? Answer. So I can address the second half of that. But the first half is of that question, why was it elevated? I think redacted name addressed some of that in her, was it 2017 affidavit? And so we had an agreement that had been signed. And we also had substantial questions as to whether that agreement, whether ultimately Jeffrey Epstein could plea in court or not. And so one of the questions is, how do you deal with notification of a possibility where the possibility could be used to impeach potential future witnesses who are also the victims? And that is a matter that was being worked out by the AUSAs in the office. Question. And the impeachment is what? Answer. And so the impeachment, and I would believe redacted name went into it in some detail, is you miss victim stand to gain quite a bit of money if there's a conviction, correct? Isn't it? Weren't you aware of this agreement if you were to go to trial? Were you not aware of this agreement? And this isn't based on my recollection. This is based on the redacted name affidavit, where she says that she had concerns that the impeachment go along somewhere along the lines of, were you aware that if Mr. Epstein's convicted, you stand to receive substantial sums? Yes. Were you influenced by this? And there was some, according to her affidavit. This isn't my independent recollection. This is according to her affidavit. There had already been dispositions of the victims, of at least some of the victims, that raised these issues. And so I do think it was a valid concern by the AUSAs how these notifications took place. Question. Okay, but isn't that that type of line of cross-examination the same for any case when there's a super wealthy defendant? Answer. It may be. The 22.55 make it a little different because it's automatic, but ultimately these are the judgments that line attorneys make. And as U.S. attorney, I think it's appropriate to back up their judgment unless there was some reason for me to believe it was incorrect. Question. Was there any thought ever, by just giving the victims notification, that there will be proceeding that still in federal case, just separating that in a maybe a later notification about the 22.55? And this is where I'm going to end it. I hope I was clear enough for you. I know this is confusing to understand, but I want to thank everybody for inviting me and letting me be part of this process. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Julie and Brandy. So thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it.
I am so excited and honored to be joined in these early morning hours by Julie Goldman and Brandy Howard, co-hosts of the Dumb Gay podcast. Julie and Brandy, thank you so much for being here and for reading for this incredibly important cause.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, we're going to keep reading this deposition.
So, this is Julie. I'm Brandy. I'm going to be the lawyer, read the lawyer's questions.
Yeah.
And Julie's going to read the answers of the person being deposed. A question. Okay. After redacted names letter went out on the 3rd of August, you almost immediately, it appears you received a telephone call from Kirkland and Ellis. Is that correct?
That I don't recall it independently, but that's what the record shows.
All right. And that's reflected in Exhibit 12. Do you remember who called you?
I do not.
Do you recall it apparently was from the context of this Exhibit 12? Maybe this is a court case. Anyway, not a deposition. The caption in Exhibit 12 says Epstein.
Right.
It appears that the call related to Epstein, correct?
Correct. Again, I don't remember the phone call, but from the email, I accept that it happened.
So what had been your knowledge and relationship with Ken Starr, Kirkland, and Ellis?
Right.
Up to that point.
So I'd been an associate at Kirkland. I think I indicated, what was it?
Mm-hmm.
From 94 to 90? What was it? Was it 96? Or...
It's so hard not to do outlier commentary on this. So we're gonna try not to. A couple of years.
For a couple of years. I worked on at least one case that I recall with this. I was the junior associate on a merits brief that he argued. He, at the time, was also special counsel. And so he wasn't in the office nearly as much because he was double-hatting as special counsel.
Mm-hmm.
And partner.
Mm-hmm. All right. And what about redacted name?
So redacted name was a partner at the time. I don't recall working with him on any particular case, although I think I worked with him on at least a matter. He was on my hallway. He had an outside office. I had the typical inside office.
Had you had any interaction, any contact with them in the intervening years, socially or professionally?
Off and on, I was in Washington. Ken Starr was in Washington. I think Redacted had moved to New York, but then came back to Washington to be in the administration, and he was in the policy office. And we we likely interacted.
And while you were here at the Civil Rights Division?
Correct.
All right. And were you friends? Were you professional acquaintances? Were you what? How did you characterize that?
We were professional acquaintances that had worked together several years ago that continued to interact.
Is that true as the two of them? The two of them?
Well, it's hard to characterize these things. I think that's fair to say.
Did Ken Starr know who you were?
Yeah.
And obviously redacted name knew you as well.
Yes.
Okay, so what was your reaction to being contacted by them, by their firm, and then presumably one of them, perhaps?
So I don't know who called based on the email. I can infer that it was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, and I think my reaction is captured, but not my email, but by Jeff's comment. And when I don't have a clear recollection, but I'm going to infer that I heard they were being brought onto the case. And I probably walked down to Jeff's office and said, hey, Kirkland's coming onto the case. I bet they're going to come on to try to take this up to DC. And then I get a phone call and then I tell Matt, who tells Jeff, I didn't know, maybe Kirkland made a call to, you're right, unbelievable. And then I say they're likely to go to DC. We should strategize a bit. My concerns behind that are, will DC look at this as sort of legally troubled, going back to the earlier points that I made about the policy issues around the trafficking issues up here in DC.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do think he should go to jail. And so I want to strategize a bit.
So did you have concern about the fact that that the defense team was sort of appealing you to the big house?
I think based on this, I almost predicted this would happen.
Yeah.
And Jeff is saying you were right. Unbelievable. Where I, in some way, shape, or form, predicted that someone would be hired or something would happen to take this all up to DC.
And had you experienced other cases, other instances in which defense teams went to DC while you were at the U.S. Attorney's Office, while you were the U.S. Attorney?
Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Shed some light. Was that a concern to you?
It wasn't a concern. It was how do we address this so that we can back our position in our office?
Did you have concerns about the disposition that was underway, about Main Justice scrutiny of the NPA scheme?
So I had no concerns about Main Justice scrutiny of the NPA scheme. In fact, I invited Drew to come down.
Right.
And he was part of the meeting where we discussed the NPA. And so I say that because if I had concerns, I wouldn't have invited him. If anything, my concern was, is Main Justice on board, or are we going to basically be told to drop this case when it goes up to Main Justice?
Mm-hmm. Well, in your email to redacted name, when Sloman's on vacation,
yeah,
you say that you make reference to a process foul, that the attorneys in the defense team want to go to DC on the case on grounds of a process foul, i.e., that I have not met with them and you express concern that would delay matters. Is that what led you to agree to meet with the defense team on the 7th of September?
It is. My concern was that they came up to DC and the first talking about was the U.S. attorney didn't even agree to meet with us. That's not the best. That's not the best foot to start with when you're having your case reviewed.
So what was your understanding of what the purpose of the meeting on September 7th was supposed to be?
They wanted to argue, they being defense counsel, wanted to argue why we should not pursue this case.
And in this case, it was Starr and Lefkowitz. Had they been redacting that name and then they accidentally unredacted it?
Yeah, Starr they had kept in.
They kept Starr, but they didn't ever say Lefkowitz. Huh, interesting. We're going to be Googling him later. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if it's Alex Acosta, but I wonder why they're protecting Lefkowitz. Okay, so in this case, it was Starr and Lefkowitz from Kirkland and Ellis and Lily Ann Sanchez, I believe, who met with you.
Fair. I remember it was Starr and Lefkowitz. I don't know if it was Lily Ann.
All right, and our information as it was you, Drew Oosterban, Sloman, redacted name, and John McMillan. Do you know John McMillan?
Vaguely.
All right. He was an AUSA as well.
Right.
Correct. In West Palm?
Right. And if I can just add again, I invited Drew.
Mm-hmm.
So Drew became fully aware of that. And my concern in getting Drew into the meeting was not to not have them appeal us and then having Drew say not a good case.
All right. So were you aware that Drew Oosterban had, in preparation for this, gone to West Palm and actually gone through the evidence and met with the case agent and the line? What is AUSA? Like attorney, state attorney? AUSA? Everyone's like, these idiots. Okay. AUSA.
I was not. Drew is an independent actor and could do what? Yeah. What he thought appropriate.
Does that seem like an appropriate thing for him to have done in your eyes?
Sure.
Okay. Would you describe the meeting? Oh, and two other people were there. Again, ASAC Val Parlov and Junior Ortiz.
Right.
The SSA.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the meeting I think was in West Palm Beach.
Yes.
So what do you recall about the meeting? The dynamics? Who spoke? How did it go down?
I recall there were a lot of people. I think Mr. Starr spoke most of the time. I think my recollection as best I can, with the caveat I thought redacted, was there and clearly he wasn't. So presented several arguments. I then either left the room with my team or I think I most likely asked them to leave the room. I then went around and...
Who did you ask to leave the room?
Asked the
defense?
Defense. I then went around the table and I said, does anyone have any concerns or something to that effect? And then, hearing none, I asked them to come back in and I reaffirmed the position of the office.
In other words, you sort of decided you ruled from the bench, as it were. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Huh. Okay. You didn't take it under advisement. You gave them what your position was right then and there.
That's my recollection. I don't know if you have information contrary, but at least.
Is this a judge? Okay.
That's my recollection.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was more of a presentation on the part of Ken Starr and his side rather than a debate or a discussion?
I think that's fair to say. I may have asked a question or two, but my recollection was not a negotiation, but let's hear you out.
And so we understand it was mainly a federalism presentation as opposed to evidence. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And in your letter to Ken Starr dated, the letter is actually not dated, but we know that it was sent on the 4th of December.
Okay.
Of 2007, and it's in this package. You noted that.
Which exhibit? Oh, Mr. Gonzalez, 34 by redacted.
Thank you. Exhibit 34. You note on page 4, I'm sorry, page 5. God, this guy stammers a lot too. He's kind of bugging me. You referred to the federalism arguments, and you say that after considering the arguments and conferring with the FBI and Drew Oosterban, I'm totally Googling that guy, you decided to proceed with the indictment, but that you would delay presentation of the indictment to allow the defense to appeal to DC. Does that mean that you didn't find the federalism argument sufficiently persuasive to you to change your position?
Yes, with the position defined as some concern. But if we don't come to a resolution based on the sheet, then we indict.
And there's a letter of
by
redacted.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. When you say some concern about the federalism argument.
Yeah, going back to what we talked about with respect to the earlier conversation about solicitation versus trafficking and the federal nexus. But back in July, we had decided that we were going forward, that either there is this pre-indictment resolution or we go forward with an indictment. The September meeting did not alter or shift our position. By redacted.
Even though you had some federalism concerns of your own, they didn't rise to a sufficiently high level. I'm sorry, what does federalism mean in this context?
I'm reading words, but they're not. I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't understand what that means.
I think that's
this context.
Like he's a federalist, I guess.
But it's not
like
capitalized, like it's a proper noun or a proper name.
I guess it's a legal situation. So the request was to drop the matter.
Right.
And
okay.
Going back again, understood there is legal risk. There is witness risk. All of these. If we can get pre-indictment resolution, good. If not, the indictment was not a bluff. It was real.
So is Ken Starr is of course well known.
Right.
He was a solicitor general. He's, etc. Did you find his arguments that he set forth impressive?
So you're asking for something that's 12 years. If I had to characterize by the time this meeting took place, there'd been a fair amount of thought around these. There'd been a fair amount of, and I at least felt comfortable that while there was some legal risk we needed, you've got to balance the legal risk and the precedent risk with outcomes. And Mr. Epstein should go to jail and should register. And I felt comfortable enough to basically reiterate our position that.
But my question was with respect to.
Right.
Did you enjoy and give and take with a man of Mr. Starr's
candor? No.
Standing?
No,
not at all.
Not at all, because.
All right.
It would have been easier to not have the meeting in the first place.
All right. Do you recall an exchange? Were you the person to whom he was directing most of his comments?
Most likely.
And do you recall any exchanges with him about the fact that sort of an observation that the two of you and he, were the only two people in the room who had been presidentially nominated and Senate confirmed to any position, so that the two of you had kind of that commonality? Does that ring?
Do you mean
a bell?
Was he trying to butter me up?
Was he? Was he?
I don't look. This was 12 years ago. I don't recall. I think as we talk about this, it's important to note that the position did not change. Whatever exchange there may have had, our position did not change.
12 years ago, we were hosting the Vanderpump Rules after show, and I pretty much recall every single thing I said and did up there. So you can remember 12 years
Lawyers and judges and ASAUs do have good memories.
Right. After this meeting, within a few days, in furtherance of the resolution that had been offered, redacted, and redacted, Lori met with, I think, is that one name like the first name? Anyway, redacted Lori met with the state's attorney's office to sit down and try to work out how this thing would work. And mind you, this was well before the NPA is actually formulated. Did you learn what happened at the meeting? Do you know how it devolved?
I may have. I don't recall, sitting here today.
Of course not. All right. It's at this meeting that somehow the 3 charges that you specified, your office specified in the term sheet, became 1 charge. So suddenly Epstein was to plead only to 1 charge, and this was agreed to by the U.S. Attorney's Office folks who were there. Do you know how or why that happened?
I haven't the slightest idea.
If you had known, if they had called you on the phone sort of mid-trial, called to the boss asking what you wanted them to do, what would you have said?
So from my perspective, when I said, when I indicated I approved this term sheet, this is the minimum. I meant what I said. I also recognize that AUSAs in the usual course need some degree of discretion to negotiate. And so my assumption after that September meeting, I think I indicated that there was a deadline.
Oh man, they are good at jargon, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Words. Okay. Mm-hmm.
That was fairly short, was that redacted and some working together would go back and work out an agreement based on those terms. And, in the give and take, if they think that this is an important concession, that's within their discretion. But I would have been comfortable sticking to that.
With
charge sheet, with something that drove me is when I said something, as a general matter, I didn't bluff. I really meant what I said.
So in that term sheet, I mean, to be fair, what Menschel's letter says is 2 years.
Right.
Is the minimum. If the decision to agree to let him plead to 1 as opposed to all 3 had no impact on that 2 years, would you have cared?
Fair enough. And so going back to where I, to an earlier discussion, can I get another Red Bull? I mean, going back to earlier discussion, I think I indicated that the state charges I wasn't familiar with. And so if in the give and take those charges changed, my focus was on 2 years registration and restitution, as long as those charges were captured the conduct in some appropriate way.
Absolutely vulgar to be discussing this man getting 2 years. It's just absolutely preposterous.
Yeah.
So later, much later, the defense counsel admitted that at this meeting, they thought that under misinformation from the state's attorney's office, that the charge that they got, the U.S. attorney's office, or somehow the U.S. attorney's office approved, the 79603 charge was not sex offender registerable, and that's a pretty major mistake, right?
It is.
I mean, that goes to the heart of you
and
one of your major concerns.
And they tried to get us to change that. And I said, no.
The defense tried to get you off sex offender registration.
Pretty vigorously.
Right. But at this point, the focus is on the charge, and the defense is one might characterize it as trying to pull a fast one. Oh, one might. Sorry. Right. But at this point, the focus is on the charge, and the defense, one might characterize it as trying to pull a fast one by agreeing wholeheartedly to plead to 1 charge, knowing or at least believing incorrectly that it was not registerable as a sex offender, and the U.S. attorney's office not having that belief, but thinking it was registerable. So there's a disconnect. There's an error, and the error stems, as they later learned, from the ASA herself. That dumb bitch. Just kidding. I just added that. So we look at that and wonder whether that shouldn't have raised some concern that this plan to put things back in the hands of the state, which had kind of mishandled the case to begin with, is at the point even not a good idea, because they were at this point even not a good idea because they were continuing to be, well, I won't characterize it, but less than reliable. Was that a fair comment of concern?
So one question I would have is, at what point did we become aware that there had been, first, the error was in our favor, not the defense's favor, because redacted got it right as opposed to the ASA?
Correct.
And secondly, at what point did our team become aware of them trying to pull a fast one? Was it before or after the signing of the NPA?
It was well after.
Right.
But the point here is that the U.S. Attorney's Office were not as familiar with the state procedure, the state criminal procedure, and the ins and outs of the sentencing and incarceration, as you learned later. So didn't this put the U.S. Attorney's Office at a substantial disadvantage in trying to play in the sandbox in which both the defense, local defense counsel, and the ASAs were very, very comfortable?
Possibly, although I would point out that it was the AUSA who got it right.
Eventually.
Not eventually. The AUSA was correct in her analysis.
So in this case, she was more familiar than the state attorney.
That's me.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
my line.
Okay, sorry about that. I got mixed up. Right.
So in this case, she was more familiar with the state attorney.
Not by practice, but by research or...
By research, and so...
Right.
My point is we had good people that were able to, if they weren't familiar with something, the research clearly worked.
But it took you, as you saw in the process of dealing with the work release and all of that, it took a lot of work to keep up with those errors.
It did. Which is why I say in hindsight, if given all the effort that took place after this defer to the state was reached, if all that had been known, I really think the analysis would have proceeded differently, because that was what was a lot of work. That was probably as much work, if not more than a trial.
Right. Meanwhile, we'll talk about the actual text of the NPA in a moment, but following that, before it was finalized, Redacted was working to identify a federal charge, as we discussed before. In that process, we know Redacted is a she came up with a plan that would have resulted in cobbling things together in an 18-month sentence instead of 24 months. Somehow that became the new floor, the new standard. Do you know how that came about? How it went from 24 to 18?
I don't. I referenced the one email where I think Redacted says he argued 12.
Right.
I said 24. We agreed to 18. I assume in the give and take, this was an agreement that was reached,
but that was 18 as to the potential federal charges. It somehow became imported into the state disposition.
I can't speak to that. This was something that the trial team was negotiating. And from my perspective, there were the terms that we wanted. These were the terms that I expected if they came back and said, no deal. Disappointed, but go forward. But they tried to get a deal and.
The defense tried?
No, but our prosecutors.
Oh.
And to some extent, they, and the give and take of any negotiation, I don't think it's unfair for an AUSA to give up some things.
But you had stated clearly to not only the defense team through the Menschel letter, but also, I believe, at the end of the September 7th meeting, that 2 years was the deal. So did somebody come to you and say, look, it looks like it's going to be 18 months, and allow you to then approve that? It keeps getting shorter and shorter.
I don't recall if someone came to me separately or independently of the final language. I clearly approved it at some point.
I know. I need a Kleenex too. Okay.
Wait. Oh, right. And so, no, don't judge us. It's midnight here. And so
it's 3 a.m. for some of these people.
That's true. And so to the extent it was approved, that's on me. But I would argue that, someone's negotiating. One side says 24, another side says 24, another side says 12. They say, let's agree to 18. So to some extent, as U.S. attorney, I think I have to back the negotiating discretion of my AUSAs.
But you explained quite eloquently the reasoning for the 2-year plea as being what Epstein would have faced if he'd been prosecuted.
Right.
So annoying and so frustrating. Absentia by the state appropriately and then suddenly, without any apparent relationship to that analysis, the 18 months pops up from an effort to try to get federal charges. And so how does that not undercut the basis for the 2 years?
So I can provide the reasoning for the 2 years. Excuse me. I also, though, think as a supervisor, as U.S. attorney, it's important to understand that when individuals go out into the field, negotiations take place. And if every time there is some give, they need to come back to the U.S. attorney, or there is a fear that the U.S. attorney will not back us. I think there's a management issue there, and that if an AUSA speaking on behalf of the U.S. makes an agreement, as long as that agreement is within a certain range, the U.S. attorney should back that, because they're the ones that are on the line. They're the ones that are managing the case, and it's a sort of unfair to consistently second guess those late night. I don't want to characterize it.
Okay.
as a late night negotiation, but those that give and take that happen sometimes in a conference room or on the phone.
Sounds like it was a late night negotiation.
Yeah.
I just added that. Do you know exactly what give and take occurred in this case regarding the 18 months?
I do not. I read that one document.
Okay.
But I do not.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Okay. Really quick. I agree with what you're saying in principle, but in this case, you had almost like a mandatory 2 years. Man, they're really drilling this in the minimum that the U.S. attorney will accept. Under those circumstances where you have come out and said this is the minimum we'll accept, would you have expected them to have come back to you to get approval for any kind of reduction in that amount of time?
Would I have expected them? I think Miss Redacted was in a tough position because opposing counsel was coming at her. It was a tough negotiation. Would I have wanted 2 years? Yes. Would I fault her for agreeing to 18 months? I don't think that's fair to her.
You could have said no, right?
I could have, but it wasn't. But she had agreed to it. The process had gone further down, and to some extent, I think there is a need to respect that process. That happens. I guess I was getting, this is not the only case where a supervisor sort of says this is our standard, and at some point things move, and you've got to provide some discretion.
All right. Do you think she misunderstood the priorities, that she thought you wanted to get to a resolution, and so the 2 years could be undercut versus taking your words literally and saying this is the line in the sand beyond which you should not go, even if it means kill this resolution?
So if I had to speculate, I don't think it was a misunderstanding of priorities, as opposed to opposing counsel was exhausting. And if you go through the full record, it really was an exhausting opposing counsel. And this case was very good at taking any slight millimeter and turning it into, oh, so you said we could do this. And in that back and forth, sometimes there is can't we just agree in the middle? Wow.
Roy.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying, but weren't they exhausted because the U.S. Attorney's Office would not say no to them? And so they always believed from the get-go, because they have a 2-year minimum, that the office is willing to then say, oh, we can go down from there. And that set the tone from then on, that they could continually chip away at you on virtually every single term that came about. So yes, they were exhausting, but isn't that because the U.S. Attorney's Office would not tell them no?
So I would push back. Because after the agreement was signed, I would argue that they did not chip away. They certainly kept appealing collaterally, and we can talk about that because there were other concerns raised there. But once we had that September meeting, between that September meeting and the signing of the deferment in favor of the state, that was all negotiated by the trial team. That wasn't a come back to the U.S. attorney or come to the first assistant. That's really, to my recollection, was go negotiate with the state with the line.
Well, but there were a number of things that came about later on. I mean, they continually griped about the 2255, and that got, that also got modified.
Later on, and I think later ons are different for some reason we could talk about now or later, but there was an attempt to work this out later on that was clearly there. Oh, the witness.
But I think that's very...
but I think that's very different than how is the argument negotiated, and I think that's a very different sort of timeline.
So, in your mind, was she prepared to walk away from the deal if need be?
After it was signed?
No, before it was signed.
Before it was signed, it honestly was get a deal, or ultimately, if we have to indict, we indict, and that's what I said. And look at it this way: after having said that, if that really was a bluff, what would I look like? Right? I would look awful. And so for that reason, that was not a bluff. That was a thought through. This is what we will do. And if you don't agree to this, then we indict and we indict. Then you can't make those kind of statements and not follow through. The office loses credibility if you do.
Do you guys want us to keep going? I mean, we can finish our pages. We don't mind. Great. Okay. Where are we? Right?
Uh-huh.
Right, but wait, I need to get back in the town. Right, but you can keep giving on certain terms.
But my point is, we did not give, with the exception of that 24 to 18. We did not give.
Well, you also gave up 2 charges.
Again, I'm thinking of a 2 years registration restitution. And so with the exception of the 24 to 18, we did not give.
I want to go back. This morning we were talking about our tracks, and we talked about the legal track and a little bit about the evidence track. there's another aspect of the evidence track that is in play here, because there was a substantial type of evidence. And the question is, to what extent were you aware of this? In October of 2005, the local police executed a search warrant on Epstein's residence. And among things, okay, this is good. And among things they found, there were cables and cords where there had been computers, computer equipment, video surveillance, cameras, and CPUs, all that computer-based stuff. It had been removed. Forgetting why necessarily, if you look at Exhibit 29, were you aware of that had occurred?
I was aware that the state had gathered evidence, but not much more.
Beyond that?
Beyond that.
Okay, so 29 is...
I'm sorry, I'm on 21.
Wait a minute, this is not the one I'm looking for. 73, let's do... You know what? Okay, this is not the exhibit I'm looking for, and the numbers are a little bit messed up. Okay, there's an email which I may or may not be able to put my hands on, in which redacted informs you that she really wants to get her hands on important potential computer evidence, that it's important potential evidence, and she had a plan to get it. So the question is whether you knew at the time that there was investigators that had identified this computer evidence as being out there, and that they believed in it contained a potentially very significant evidence against Epstein, computers, surveillance cameras, given his activity in his home.
He's not on it.
All right, she did not inform you. She informed someone else she informed Sloman and Menschel on July 3rd. My apologies, you're not on this email.
Okay.
Very, very organized, these people, where she advises them that she wants, quote, "We went to get the computer equipment that was removed from Epstein's home prior to the state search warrant as soon as possible," end quote. So there was stuff out there, and as of July, there was an abiding keen interest in getting it. And the defense team was resisting the prosecutor's effort to get it. Were you aware of that at all?
So I think you asked about that in your questions to me.
Right, I did.
I have no recollection of this computer evidence that...
Okay.
Did the question say that, without getting into specifics, that there was a grand jury issue around this?
It does.
I don't have that.
Is it addressed in the non-prosecution agreement if you look at the final
Yeah, I don't have.
It's referred to...
The question that you asked, what question was that?
The question was whether you were aware that was something that the prosecutors wanted to get.
Wait, can I have another Red Bull?
Yeah, the computer evidence.
I added that.
Nick. Okay.
Oh God, I don't have a recollection of some computer evidence.
Okay, all right.
But I think what was the question?
Oh my God. Are you aware that Redacted was instructed by her managers to delay her efforts to get this computer evidence because the defense were resisting those efforts, and it became an issue that was in play in the negotiation?
I have no recollection of that. I don't. If you could give me 1 second.
I mean, it sounds like you actually need a second.
Literally, my note. I'm like having such a...
Should I mute this and you blow your nose? This is so embarrassing.
Let's just keep going.
Okay.
Pending federal, and so your question said that there was litigation pending in federal court relating to the U.S. Attorney's efforts to obtain computer evidence.
Without going into further detail,
I have no recollection of any litigation pending in federal court regarding that.
All right. And did anyone suggest to you and your team that getting to a plea deal was premature because you needed to get this evidence first so that you know whether you had potentially some very important evidence against Epstein?
I have no recollection. Who's Epstein?
Recollection.
And if anything, it's fucking...
This is unbelievable. We probably aren't allowed to cuss.
Sorry.
So hard not to.
Sorry. I think there was the desire to move quickly as opposed to slowly.
And do you know where that energy came from?
Red Bull. I don't.
Who was wanting to move quickly?
As I recall, so for example, when we were setting up the meeting in September, there was a request to set it up in August as opposed to September. And we had to push it back to September because of vacations or something.
All right. So in addition to not getting the computer evidence, not getting the computer evidence. The government curtailed the investigation to a large extent, despite finding more victims. There were witnesses who were not interviewed, things that were not searched, property that was not searched, target letters not served. So these all would have been steps taken by the FBI to enhance the federal investigation, right? As opposed to back to the state case that was sort of being returned to.
Right.
Was this...
Are you asking Alex if he's aware of all the things you just said? Okay.
Were you aware of all the steps that were being foregone or foreclosed?
No.
Alex, is that who that is?
It's got to be Alex.
It's got to be Alex Acosta. Yes.
Oh, great. Amazing. My assumption would have been we may have to go to trial, and so we should continue to develop the basis for trial. So if I could, for example, I think after Drew came on, is it Dr. Drew? I said it's not. I said, if we go to trial, can you be on the trial team? I cite that because I'm thinking we may have to go to trial.
Right.
Why not get Drew, who's from Miami, on the trial team?
Roy. So you're saying that like a rhetorical question. So is it your understanding that the federal investigation, notwithstanding the drafting of this NPA, was still continuing?
Yes, my understanding is you run these on parallel tracks. And again, I'm sitting here inviting the head of CEOs to be part of the trial team and thinking about how to formulate the trial team.
Okay.
That implies that I was clearly thinking we might be going to trial.
All right. When you first received the draft of the that's what that means. NPA, non-pros agreement. And this is 16A. It's a draft by Redacted. Do you know, Roy Black, do you know who came up with it sounds like you didn't, but who came up with the name or the moniker non-prosecution agreement?
I don't. I do not.
Do you know what this is modeled on? If anything, what the genesis was?
I do not. I noticed from the contemporaneous emails that initially it was done differently. And I think it was Redacted Lori who said, write it as a contract. Or I think there's an email to that effect. Someone may recall it better than I, but...
This version of September 10, which is the first business day after that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
September 7th meeting from Redacted, goes to her management up through you, and you do a rewrite almost right away, adding original state charges, which at that point were all still in play. And you also added, I despise Alex Acosta. I'm sure we all do. Anyway, and you also added, this is Exhibit 16B, a statement that it would be Epstein's job to move the state to add additional charges. And that letter piece is on page 3, just below paragraph 8. So you were...
Can I back up a second?
Sure.
When you say I did a rewrite, is there some indication of what I did a rewrite of?
Yes. If you compare the two.
Right.
There are things that are bracketed in yellow in Exhibit 16B, which represent the changes from 16A.
Right.
Okay, so those are the two things that are different, and they are referenced in your message at the beginning. We bracketed them just to make it easier for you to recognize.
Right.
So my point is that right from the beginning, you were participating in the process, in the drafting process.
So I would characterize that as not participating in the drafting process, but approving a draft, there is a slight
I did a small
difference.
Right.
Yeah. And so something comes, here's how I would distinguish someone that's participating in the drafting process is sitting at the table with 2 or 3 people drafting it as they go versus something goes through the management chain and someone in the supervisory chain says, can you change A, B, or C?
Okay.
I clearly, here and in places, it looks like I'm inserting the same themes, which is deferring to the state. Let's mention the state charges. And we can't force the state to do anything. And so I'm adding to this. I'm clearly aware of it.
Okay, so after Redacted's that was the first page.
Yep, that's it. Wow. Alex Acosta sucks.
I'm glad we figured that out, though.
Wow.
We definitely take this issue very, very seriously. So I don't want you guys.
Yeah.
We weren't making light of it. We're just having fun hating people that we hate.
Yeah. Okay.
So I am reading from the volume 11 of 3437. This is the United States of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the testimony of an unnamed, anonymous, redacted FBI agent. This testimony occurred on June 29th of 2020. Did he tell you whether he knew back then, when they were in high school, whether blank was being sexually abused by Epstein? Answer, he didn't know back then. Did blank ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer, yes, he did. Question, what did he remember about it? Answer, he remembered Epstein, Maxwell, and blank being near a movie theater, and he was approximately 16 at the time, and blank would have been 15. And just the little bit of interaction they had. And then after that, blank had told him, Maxwell had said something to the effect of, I could teach blank blank a thing or two. Is that something that he remembers blank telling him back that Maxwell had said back then? Answer, yes. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you participated with interviews with an individual named blank blank? Yes. So for today's purposes, I'm going to refer to her as blank. How many times have you interviewed her? Approximately twice. Now, does blank know blank blank? Have they met as far as you know? As far as I know, no. Turning to the next slide, are these photographs of blank when she was in high school? Answer, yes. And is her date of birth blank? Answer, yes. Question, when blank was approximately 16 and a junior in high school, where was she living? Answer, she was living in Arizona with her mother. Question, does she have any siblings? Answer, an older sister. Question, what did her older sister do? Answer, her older sister worked for Epstein. Question, where did she work for Epstein? Answer, here in New York. Question, did there come a time in approximately December 1995 when blank had a phone conversation with her sister about traveling to New York City? Answer, yes. What did they discuss? They discussed her coming to New York and meeting Epstein. What did her sister tell blank about why she should meet Epstein? Answer, she said that he could help her with college. And did the sister say whether her sister wanted to meet Epstein or say whether she wanted Epstein to meet blank? Epstein wanted to meet blank. Question, now let me pause here. You testified that this happened in approximately December of 1995. Just for context, the years that we were talking about with blank blank, that was 1994 through 1997. Answer, yes. Question, so is this approximately the same time period while what you described blank telling you happened? Yes. So in January of 1996, did blank fly on a commercial airline to New York City to spend a weekend with her sister and meet Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, yes. Question, did she tell you that? Answer, yes. Question, during the trip, did blank tell you that she met Epstein at his townhouse in New York City? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she tell you that Epstein discussed her plans for college applications and offered to help her? Answer, yes. Question, what was blank's first impression of Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, she was very impressed by him. Question, what was her impression based on the conversation of what Epstein was going to do for her? Answer, that he was going to help her with future plans for college. Question, during that trip to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's townhouse or at her sister's apartment? Answer, her sister's apartment. During that trip, did she tell you that she saw Epstein a second time when he took blank and her sister to the movies? Answer, yes. Question, what did she tell you about what happened at the movies? Answer, she said that they were sitting in the theater and Epstein was between her and her sister. And Epstein put his hand on her leg, he rubbed her arm and held hands with her. Question, from what she told you, what was her impression about whether her sister could see what was going on? Answer, she felt like her sister couldn't see. Question, what was her reaction to this happening? Answer, she was uncomfortable. Question, after the movie, did she tell her sister what had happened? Answer, no, she didn't. Question, did she say why not? Answer, she said that she knew blank, her sister, really liked Epstein and that Epstein could help them, so she didn't tell her. After this trip, did blank go back home to blank? Answer, yes. Question, did Epstein contact her after? Answer, yes. Did he discuss with her ongoing college plans? Yes, he did. Did he invite her to a weekend at his ranch in New Mexico in the spring of 1986? Yes. Was she 16 at the time? Yes, she was. From what she told you, what was blank's impression of who would be on this trip to New Mexico? Answer, she knew Maxwell would be there. Was she told anyone else was going to be present on this trip? She said that there would be like other students, her kids her age.
And what was her understanding of who these other kids were and why they'd be there? Sorry, let me rephrase the question. You testified that she was told that on this trip there would be other students. Was she under the impression that they would also be other young students like her on a trip where they were also being mentored by Epstein? Yes. Now, you testified just a moment ago that she was also told Maxwell would be there. Are you referring to Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. At the point that she was told Ghislaine Maxwell would be on the trip, had she ever met Ghislaine Maxwell? No, she hadn't. Had she heard her sister talk about her? Yes. From what she described to you, how did her expectation that Maxwell would be on this trip make her feel about the trip? Answer, it made her comfortable. Her sister spoke highly of Maxwell. Did blank tell you that she flew to New Mexico that spring when she was 16? Answer, yes. Question, did she meet Ghislaine Maxwell when she arrived in New Mexico? Answer, yes, she did. Question, how did she describe Maxwell's demeanor and attitude when she met her? Answer, she described Maxwell as being very charming. She gave her a tour of the house, and Maxwell took blank shopping, which made her feel special. Question, what does she remember talking about with Maxwell? Answer, they talked about school, homework, trips. Did she talk with her about applying to college? Yes. Did she talk about her classes in high school? Yes. Did she talk about her homework she had to do that weekend? Yes. Did she talk to Maxwell about her family? Yes. Did she talk with her about her home life and living with her mother? Yes. From what blank told you, when she got there, who else was at the ranch besides Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? Answer, it was just them. Question, it was just the three of them the entire weekend of the visit? Answer, yes. Were there any other school kids there? No. When they were at the ranch, from what blank told you, did Maxwell say anything to blank about massages? Answer, yes. Question, did she say anything to her about foot massages? Yes. What did she tell you about that? Maxwell told her to give Epstein a foot massage, and then she showed her and instructed her how to do it. Blank was a little uncomfortable, but Maxwell was joking around, and so she just followed her lead. Did blank tell you what Maxwell and Epstein took her to the movies that weekend? Answer, yes. What did she tell you about that trip to the movies? She said when they went outside the theater, Maxwell was joking a bit and pulled Epstein's pants down a little bit. And then once they went inside the theater, when they were sitting down, Epstein touched Blank's leg. He rubbed her arm, held her hand. And this time, Blank felt he wasn't trying to hide it from Maxwell. What was Blank's reaction to all of this? She was uncomfortable. During the same weekend, was there another occasion when Maxwell talked about massages? Answer, yes. Question, what happened? Answer, Maxwell had asked if she ever had a massage, and Maxwell told her she could give her one. So Blank was on her back, and Maxwell had pulled the sheet down, exposing her chest. She was nude from the top up, and proceeded to massage her around the chest and breast area. From what Blank told you, when she was describing to you what you just described to the grand jury, how did she feel while this was happening? Answer, she felt really uncomfortable. Did Blank also tell you about an incident that happened one morning when she was in New Mexico? Answer, yes. Question, what did she tell you happened? Answer, she said she was in bed, and Epstein came into the room and told her he wanted to cuddle. So he lay down next to her and spooned her. She told him she had to go to the bathroom to get out of the situation. Okay. Should I pause there? How many minutes have we been? Okay. What was her reaction when Epstein got back into her bed? Answer, she was uncomfortable. She didn't know what to do. Question, did Blank go back home to Blank when the weekend was over? Answer, yes, she did. Question, did she tell anyone when she got home about what happened? Answer, no. Question, is that for the same reason you described earlier? Answer, yes. Question, did Jeffrey Epstein end up paying for Blank to go on a trip to Thailand that summer? Answer, yes. Did Blank have any contact with Maxwell or Epstein after that trip? Not that she recalled. When you interviewed Blank, what was her demeanor like when she described her interactions with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer, she became upset, emotional. Is Blank currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer, yes, she is. Question, what does Blank do for a living now? Answer, she's a psychologist who works with trauma victims. Question, during the course of this investigation, have you interviewed someone named blank blank? Answer, yes. Okay. For today's purposes, I'm going to refer to her as blank. How many times have you interviewed her? approximately 3 times. Turning to the next slide, is this a photograph of blank that she provided to you? Yes. And did she tell you this was taken when she was approximately 16 or 17 years old? Yes. Is blank's date of birth blank? Yes. Did blank grow up in England? Yes, she did. Did she tell you there came a point when she met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was about 17? Yes. Did she tell you how they met? She said they met through a mutual friend. Did she tell you that this would have happened around 1994 or 1995? Yes. Is that the same time period that we've been talking about today? Answer, yes. What happened after she was introduced to Ghislaine Maxwell from what she told you? She said Maxwell treated her like they were sisters. Her quote was, "Like naughty schoolgirls is how Maxwell treated her." Did she tell you that Maxwell seemed to immediately take an interest in her? Answer, yes. Did she tell you they began spending time together in London? Answer, yes. And just to be clear, was Maxwell in her 30s while this was happening? Answer, yes. Did blank ever remember Maxwell talking about having a boyfriend named Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. What did she tell you about that? Maxwell told blank that Epstein was going to like her. Did there come a time when she was 17 that blank described that Maxwell introduced her to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. How did she describe that occurring? Epstein had flown to London. He was at Maxwell's residence in London, and Maxwell called blank over. So blank went over when she got there. Maxwell was saying to Epstein kind of the words blank used, was giving him a resume of her attributes, saying she's so pretty, she's so strong, and then Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage. Now, you testified a moment ago that blank describes you that Maxwell asked her to give Epstein a massage during this first meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Did Maxwell say to her in sum and substance, "Since you're so strong, I'd appreciate it if you give Jeffrey a massage because he needs a massage every day or I get in trouble"? Answer, yes, she said that. Is that what blank said to you in sum and substance? Yes. So we have a number of folks joining us. I am so thrilled that joining us now is Dean Blundell, host of The Dean Blundell Show and co-host of Dead Air with Steve Schmidt. We also have back with us again tonight, writer, poet, speaker, and activist Robert Arnold. We're joined by best-selling author of Hellbent and public theologian Brian Recker. I am also honored to introduce my dear friend Jonathan Penner. You may recall him from Survivor because the two of us starved on an island together in Micronesia, but he is also an actor, filmmaker, writer, works at Tribeca Film Fest. Anyone who knows him knows he brings real heart, intelligence, and humanity to everything he does. So I'm thrilled that he is also going to be doing a reading for us. And finally, I am so excited. We have Gabi Zutro and Edna the Runt here to do a reading. They are phenomenal activists, and how many people have the pleasure of saying that they have a brilliant dog influencer who cares about these issues.
Hi, everybody. My distinct pleasure to be here today. I wish it was under better circumstances, but I cannot tell you how grateful I am to represent 1,400 brave, beautiful people that have come forward to tell their story, a story that nobody's willing to listen to that matters. So that's why we're here. I'm going to read to you from the Epstein files. As obviously part of the Donald J. Trump, Jeffrey Epstein reading room in the installation, and just an incredible opportunity. Very humbled to be here today. My name is Dean Blundell from deanblundell.substack.com and the Save America movement, and I am very thankful that I get a chance to be part of this for victims and for America. Answer, redacted. Yes, it did. What happened at the end of her senior year of high school? Answer, she moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in acting. Question, did she get a job as an actress when she was 18? Answer, she did. Question, has redacted lived in Los Angeles and worked as an actress on television ever since then? Answer, yes. Question, after she moved to Los Angeles, did she continue being in touch with Epstein? Answer, for a short period of time. Question, did she ultimately break contact with him? Yes, she did. Is redacted currently pursuing a civil lawsuit against Maxwell and Epstein's estate? Answer, yes. Have you talked with redacted about whether, when she was a teenage girl, all of this was happening, whether she told anybody that she was being sexually abused. Answer, yes, she did. Yes, she said she didn't tell anyone. She felt like she couldn't. Nothing was talked about outside of that room, so it made it so she couldn't talk about it. And then her mother is middle, redacted, Eastern, and her mother raised her that women aren't supposed to do what they're told, even if someone is beating you. When she was 13, her father passed. She went to guidance counselor at school to talk about it, and her mother found out about it and then smacked her. So she felt like she couldn't talk to anybody about it. Question. Did Redacted's mother encourage her to accept Epstein's financial assistance? Answer, yes, she did. Question. Have you become aware that in 2005, police officers from Palm Beach Police Department executed a search warrant at the Epstein house in the El Brio Way address in Palm Beach? Answer, yes. Have you reviewed some of the materials seized during the search? Yes. Did they find massage tables and sex toys? Yes, they did. Did they find any photographs of Redacted? Yes. Was one of the photographs signed by Redacted? Yes, it was. Protecting yet another pedophile. Did it say Redacted? Redacted, yes. During your interviews with Redacted, did Redacted tell you how she felt about Epstein and Maxwell in the 90s when she was a young girl? Answer, she did. She expressed that she felt like they loved her. She felt like they were her family, that they supported her, and that she felt like she was made to feel like she needed to be grateful to them. Question, okay. Did she tell you that she felt like they were trying to help her? Yes. Have you talked with Redacted about how she feels about this now? Yes. What was Redacted's demeanor like when she described to you what Epstein and Maxwell had done to her? She was upset. She recognized that now. It's affected her life to a great degree. She struggled in relationships with opening up to people and trusting people, both personal and professional relationships. Did she tell you that she struggled to tell anyone what had happened to her for most of her adulthood? Yes. When was the first time that you interviewed Redacted? Last fall. Was that the first time she'd ever reported this to law enforcement? Yes, it was. Question. Now, you testified earlier about your interviews with Redacted, who worked at Epstein's Palm Beach house. Did he remember a girl named Redacted coming to the house during that time? Yes, he did. Did he recall Redacted, Maxwell, Epstein being in Palm Beach house together? Yes. What was his understanding of why Redacted was there? He thought that Epstein was helping her. And that's what Epstein had told him. And that Redacted had told him that Epstein was helping her. Question, did he ever observe Epstein interacting with Redacted physically? Yes. What did he see? He saw Epstein kiss Redacted on the cheek and pat her on the bottom. Did he have any knowledge about what was happening with Epstein and Maxwell when he wasn't present? He didn't. Did Redacted ever call picking up Redacted from her house? Yes. And when he would pick her up from her home, would he bring her back to the Palm Beach house? Yes. Did he remember who in general would tell him to pick up Redacted from her house? Maxwell. Maxwell would be the only one to tell him to pick her up. Question. Did he ever recall driving Redacted to the movies? Yes. What did he tell you about that? That it would usually be Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted. They'd go to the movies, and it would usually be late up at night. Question. Did he tell you about what his memory was about how old Redacted was? Answer. He said she was young, and that he knew that because he had picked her up from school, and that he knew she was too young to drive. Switching gears. Question. I want to talk to you about a different aspect of your interviews with Redacted based on what he told you about his job duties. Were there ever times when he would have to clean Epstein's massage rooms? Redacted. Answer, yes. What did he tell you about that? He said he found sex toys in the massage room and that he had to wash them afterwards. Question. Aside from those experiences, was he aware of there being sex toys in the house? Yes. There was a basket of sex toys that were kept in Maxwell's closet. Question. Did Redacted stop working for Epstein in approximately 2002? Answer, yes. Was he told that he was being replaced? Yes. And was he generally aware that the person who replaced him was much younger? Yes. Did Redacted tell you that a few months after he left working for Epstein, he became suicidal because of issues in his marriage? Yes, he did. Did he tell you that he took several $1,000s? Yes. Redacted. Did Epstein discover this and confront him about it? Yes, he did. Did Redacted admit to Epstein that the police what he'd done? Yes. Did Epstein also tell the police that his gun was missing? Yes. Were there ever any files charged? No. Was he ever arrested? I don't believe so. And did Epstein pursue any charges about this incident? No, he didn't pursue anything. Have you interviewed one of Epstein's former pilots? Yes. Is that pilot named Redacted? Yes. Was he one of the pilots for Epstein's private jet in the late 1990s? Yes. Did he remember traveling on the jets, redacted, in the 90s? He remembered her traveling, but he didn't remember specifics. Question. So just to be clear, is your testimony that he didn't remember the specific date of the flights, but he remembered her traveling on the jet during the 90s? Answer, yes. And did he remember redacted specifically as a person who traveled? Yes. Did you discuss with him the flight records that we talked about earlier that lists the person named Redacted as a passenger? Yes. Did he have specific memory of those exact flights? No. Question, but was he aware of any other Redacted flying on the jets beside Redacted in the 90s? No other Redacted at that time. Earlier, when we were looking into interlocking attendance records for the summer of 1994, you noticed that Redacted was one of the names on that record. Is that correct? Yes. Is that redacted? Yes. Have you interviewed Redacted? Yes, I have. Did he tell you that he remembered Redacted talking that summer at camp about having met Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Did he tell you that he remembered going over to Epstein's house in Palm Beach when they were in high school? Yes. Did he remember that Redacted would often talk about spending time with Maxwell and Epstein during this time? Yes. Did he remember telling him when they were in high school about at least one trip to New York City that she took with Epstein? Yes. Did he remember Redacted describing Epstein's townhouse in Manhattan? Yes. And does he remember Redacted talking often about Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. Now, based on your interviews with Redacted, did he, Redacted, tell you whether or not he knew back then when they were in high school whether Redacted was being sexually abused by Epstein? I think it's really important. And if you haven't gotten it now, most of the Redacteds here are for the perpetrators of crimes against this young lady. First and last names have all been taken out. He didn't know back then. Did Redacted ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes, he did. What does he remember about that? He remembered Epstein, Maxwell, and Redacted being near a movie theater, and he was approximately 16 at the time. He was approximately 16 at the time. And Redacted would have been 15, just a little bit of the interaction they had. And then after that, Redacted had told him that Maxwell had said something to the effect of, I could teach Redacted a thing or two. Is that something he remembers telling him back then that Maxwell had said? Yes. During the course of the investigations, have you participated in interviews with individuals named Redacted? Yes. So for today's purposes, I'm just going to refer to her as redacted. How many times have you interviewed redacted? Approximately twice. Now, does redacted know redacted, and have they ever met as far as you know? As far as I know, no. Turning to the next slide are these photographs of redacted from when she was in high school. Yes. And her date of birth is obviously redacted. Yes. When redacted was approximately 16 and a junior in high school, where was she living? She was living in Arizona with her mother. Does she have any siblings? An older sister. What did her older sister do? Her older sister lived and worked for Epstein. Where did she work for Epstein? Here in New York. Did there come a time in approximately December 1995 when redacted had a phone conversation with her sister about traveling to New York City? Yes. Question. What did they discuss? They discussed her coming to New York and meeting Epstein. What did her sister tell redacted about why she should meet Epstein? She said that he could help her with college. And did the sister say, whether the redacted sister wanted to meet Epstein, or did she say whether Epstein wanted to meet redacted? Epstein wanted to meet redacted. So let me just pause here. Question. Let me just pause here. You testified that this happened in approximately December of 1995. Just for context, the years that we're talking about here with redacted, that was 1994 through 1997? Yes. So this is approximately the same time period while you described telling redacted what happened. Yes. So in January of 1996, did redacted fly on a commercial airline to New York City to spend the weekend with her sister and meet Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Did she tell you that? Yes. Yes, she did. During the trip, did redacted tell you that she met Epstein at his townhouse in New York City? Yes, she did. Did she tell you that Epstein discussed her plans for college applications and offered to help her? Yes. What was redacted's first impression of Jeffrey Epstein? She was very impressed by him. What was her impression based on this conversation, and what was Epstein going to do for her? He said that he was going to help her with her future plans for college. During that trip to New York City, did she stay at Epstein's house or at her sister's apartment? Her sister's apartment. During that trip, did she tell you that she saw Epstein a second time when he took redacted and her sister to the movies? Yes. What did she tell you happened at the movies? She said they were sitting in the theater and Epstein was between redacted and her sister. Epstein put his hand on her leg and rubbed her arm and then held hands with her. Question. From what she told you, what was her impression about whether her sister could see what was going on? She felt like her sister couldn't see. What was her reaction to this happening? She was uncomfortable. After the movie, did she tell her sister what had happened? No, she didn't. Did she say why not? She said that she knew, redacted, her sister really liked Epstein and that Epstein could help them. So she didn't tell her. After this trip, did redacted go home to redacted? Yes. Did Epstein contact her afterwards? I mean, the redacted part of this is crazy to me. Did redacted go home to redacted? We've already established this is in Arizona, so Trump has already doxed effectively the family. Did Epstein contact her afterwards? Yes. Did he discuss with her her ongoing college plans? Yes, he did. Did he invite her to a weekend at his ranch in New Mexico in the spring of 1996? Yes. Was she 16 at the time? Yes, she was. From what she told you, what was redacted's impression of who would be on this trip to New Mexico? She said there would be like other students her age, kids her age. Question. What was her understanding of who these other kids were and why they'd be there. Sorry, let me rephrase the question. You testified that she was told that on this trip there would be other students. She was under the impression that there would be other young students like her on the trip who were also being mentored by Epstein. Yes. Question. Now, you testified just a moment ago that she was also told, excuse me, that Maxwell would be there. Are you referring to Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. At the point that she was told that Ghislaine Maxwell would be on the trip, had she ever met Ghislaine Maxwell? No, she hadn't. Had she heard her sister talk about Ghislaine Maxwell? Yes. How did, from what she described to you, how did her expectation that Maxwell would be on this trip make her feel about this trip? Answer, it made her comfortable. Her sister had talked highly of Maxwell. Question, did Redacted tell you that she flew to New Mexico that spring when she was 16? Yes. Did she meet Ghislaine Maxwell when she arrived in New Mexico? Yes, she did. How did she describe Maxwell's demeanor and attitude when she met her? Answer, she describes Maxwell as being very